outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars, the Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
I would believe in a globe if there were real photographs. I would believe in a globe if someone measured the curve. I would believe in a globe if someone showed me how water can curve and stick to a ball. I would believe in a globe if the constellations changed. I would believe in a globe if the stars didn't perfectly circle above us. I would believe in a globe if satellites didn't live in an area that gets above 2,000 degrees. I would believe in a globe if not for sundials, astrolabes, and gyroscopes. I would believe in a globe if the Coriolis effect actually was used by anyone on the ground. I would believe in a globe if Antarctica could be freely explored. I would believe in a globe if NASA could explain how they safely traveled to the moon. I would believe in a globe if someone could show how the atmosphere just fades into the vacuum of space. I would believe in a globe if the sun and moon weren't the same size relative to us. I would believe in a globe if moonlight was warmer than moonshade. I would believe in a globe if gravity could be explained. All that being said, why do you believe in a globe?
Going to stop the conversation there, but so Andrew, you have VC verified and link embedded roles. So you've obviously been in here before. What's your take on where we live? Before we get into a different conversation.
Well, yeah, we can continue this. Obviously, the conversation we were having.
Yep.
So, yeah, with what I do in my life, the globe Earth gives me very good predictions for everything. So
okay,
that's
what are they, predictions or postdictions?
So they're, in many cases,
what predictions?
Yeah.
What predictions are you getting?
So, for instance, if I see like an asteroid fly by, and you give me like
an asteroid, you see an asteroid fly by.
Yeah. So if you see something fly by and you give me like position velocity, I can predict when it's going to come by in like many years' time.
I thought asteroids are like honking huge. I thought like meteors are like smaller. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah. What? How are you? So you've got asteroids in the sky. You're predicting asteroids in the sky. What? Why are you looking at?
So maybe I'll be more careful. So yeah, so there's the experimental observation that you see a thing in the sky, right? We don't know what it is.
Experimental observation? Can you explain experimental observation?
So that's just something that anyone can see and observe with tools.
So an observation, not an experimental observation.
I would say observations are experiments. Yeah.
No. Do you know the scientific method for an experiment?
So my philosophical stance on this is that
it's not a philosophical question.
Okay, so what is your definition? We'll work with it.
Oh no, I asked you.
Okay, no, I think what Timbo was trying to get at is the specific question is: do you know the steps to the scientific method? Can you state those steps?
Okay, so scientific method, I think, as people are going to generally use it, is you come up with a hypothesis based on some theory. You make a prediction.
No.
You set up an experiment.
You need an observation.
You make an observation of that thing.
Observation. Yeah, observation is first.
Yeah, that's the first thing. You observe the natural phenomenon.
Yeah.
And then you come up with a hypothesis.
And then you start doing your tests, your experiments.
And then you manipulate the variables.
Mm-hmm.
You manipulate the variables, and then you come up with a testable theory. So a theory is tested over and over again, and then you have a scientific theory.
Okay, so this was actually what I was going to say originally, but so my stance on this is that the only true thing you can ever hold is the observation, right? Every theory you come to explain any of these things is always just a guess, right? And
well, let's go back to what you were talking about, because you were talking about observing things in the sky.
Right.
So, and you said experimental observation. So it's just getting at what the word experiment meant.
Yeah.
So you can't really use that word for that thing that you're doing, because you can't manipulate anything to know if your experimental observations are correct.
Yeah, cause and effect is what science is figuring out the causes to effects.
Right. So when I say experimental observation, I'm meaning this. There's this branch of like science philosophy that is just the only true thing you
that's
ever
philosophy.
have is the observation.
There is no science.
Not science.
There is no science philosophy.
There is. Yeah. No, it's a field.
No.
There is no science philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, there is.
No,
so you can say no and I can say yes, but of course, right? You have to define what you want science to be, right?
No.
It's on pseudoscience.
No. Science is science, and it's been defined. That's why we have
but
a scientific method.
Andrew,
That's why we have a scientific method, because you have to follow the scientific method to do science.
Okay,
if
but
you don't follow the scientific method,
right?
the definition is pseudoscience.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, but go ahead, I suppose.
Okay, so you have a definition of science, the scientific method, right?
No, there is a definition of science from... Why do you think we have definitions?
Yeah, it's
so that people don't get mistaken on what definition is.
So my question is, who defined the scientific method?
The people who created the scientific method.
Okay, so it's a pointless
definition. And the people who follow it. Why? So what? If you're not following a method to get an outcome, then you're not doing anything, because everything's flawed.
Right.
Because what you're trying to do is get a cause and effect. Yeah, you're trying to come up with a theory on what is causing the effect, what the cause and effect of the observation that you're making, the natural observation. So if you can't manipulate the variables to test whether it is this thing that is the cause, then you're not doing science. So you're going to go into, we're looking into space and we're looking at, you call it a rock going through space. That's not science.
Okay, so here, let me.
Do you agree?
Let me write one more thing down so I don't miss everything.
Do you agree that that's not science?
Okay, so
do you agree that's not science?
I'm not sure what you're saying now. I'm just going to go back a couple of points, if that's okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so you were saying is that we want to get a cause and effect? That I agree with? No? Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, my words were a bit minced, but I've only just woken up, so yeah.
That's all good. I'm on the same boat. It's a rainy Saturday here, so I can't go for my normal run, so I feel a little sluggish.
Yeah, we got a nice sunny Sunday, so get out. I'll get out and about today.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
So you were saying is that we want to determine some kind of cause and effect, right? If you want to rephrase this, I'll rewrite it right now.
No, that's all right. We're looking. So you're looking for a cause of the natural phenomenon, yeah?
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Right. Natural. Okay. So, and I agree that natural phenomenon.
This is not my opinion either. If you want to look up, because I can hear you typing things in. If you want to look up the scientific method, if you want to look up the scientific method, then it's not. I didn't make this up.
No, I'm not saying that, right? But okay, so what you said so far, and what I agree with, is that we want to ultimately determine cause and effects of things. And those things we want to determine are natural phenomenon. So when you say natural phenomenon, this is what I, from some science philosophy, would call experimental observation, which is something that anyone exactly. It's something anyone with proper description can go and set up and observe, right?
That's observation.
But what's the experiment?
Kind of irrelevant to where we are right now.
You're using the word in your sentence. You're using experiment in your sentence. So you're saying observational experiment. So you're observing something, and then what are you experimenting on?
Right. So an example of an experimental observation might be that metals get red when they're heated, right?
Okay.
So I can say that to you. You can go get a metal.
Yeah.
You can heat it up.
So how do you relate this to asteroids in the sky?
Right. So what I would say is that, So what I would say is that the experimental observation of that is that somebody, if they're given correct instructions of how to look, they would see a thing in the sky, right? Just a thing.
How do you determine what this thing is?
Mm-hmm. So I'm not even at that point yet, right? What my point was...
we can skip ahead because now we're just going over words that we're going to disagree with. So I want to know, you're doing an observational experiment on an asteroid. I want to know, the observation is you see something in the sky. Now what's the experiment?
So then it's saying I can take some data points of that thing moving, how it moves, and I can predict when it's going to come back. That's all.
And you're determining how many degrees it's moving in the sky. This is your experiment?
So that's the data I would be collecting. And
and then the cause of this or the effect, what?
Okay. So, right. So, okay, I'm like kind of an experimentalist, you would call this. I don't want to say
what are you determining
at all what the effect is. I actually would even say we can't ever know this.
So where's the
exactly. So it's not science. Sorry, go.
Okay, right. So when you say this, though, I would say that this old definition of science doesn't really hold up anymore. I don't think.
Old? Well, who changed it?
Anymore?
So I have some just logical issues with some old
and Andrew, I want to get that logical things. You are saying that you're observing some asteroid on the measuring or calculating some angles or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
And what you assuming that it's down?
I missed the last word. What I'm assuming.
What you assuming that it's down when you calculating all that stuff?
That it's.
Do you assuming something, or you are sure that that's something? It's that what you assuming?
Sorry. Can somebody clearly? I'm not sure what the question is.
He's asking you, when you're looking up into the sky on the very base level here on Earth, are you assuming something?
Okay, so when I see like a dot on the sky, I'm taking some different numbers from it, and I'm saying when I think it's going to come back.
So
and come back where, Andrew? Come back where?
Okay, so it keeps moving. Eventually, we don't see it on the sky anymore, and then I'm saying when we're going to see it again on the sky.
And what that has to do with the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so I think at this point I thought we were just talking more about scientific method and such.
Well, we can go past that because we've determined that what you're doing is not science. So
even if you're doing that, whatever you're doing, what that has to do with the shape of the surface?
Right. So I would say we have this observational experiment.
Yeah.
And
you're doing it again.
For it.
Yeah, you can't put those two words together.
And what that observation telling you, Andrew?
What is the observation?
What is the result of that observation?
So there's the observation, and then the theory of gravity and orbits fits that observation.
What?
Yeah, and what is conclusion of that result?
It provides a bit more strength to the argument of gravity and orbits.
If we have the gravity in orbits, what is the conclusion of that?
that it seems like the theory of gravity in orbits is stronger.
Is it conclusion that all? I will help you. Is it that all conclusion? You're making observation, then you now find out that there is a gravity, and now Earth is a globe. Is that conclusion, or that has nothing to do with the globe?
So
just straight up reification.
I guess I would say no to this. Yeah, sure.
That means if we make that observation, we can prove that Earth is a globe.
No, it doesn't prove it. No.
And what that observation telling us then?
It's telling us that the method we were using to make that prediction is pretty good.
And what is telling us of the shape of the Earth, that observation? Nothing?
Well, the model we were using to make that prediction was assuming this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That means you're using... Did you assume something? I asked you in the first place.
Yeah.
You assume in the first place that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you're assuming the entire model. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. And where did you get that model?
From previous building block experiments, yeah.
Experiments?
Similar observational tools, yeah.
Yeah, but you're using...
Sorry, Sasha, go ahead, mate.
You're using the globe Earth model.
Mm-hmm.
But where is that model?
What do you mean, where, sorry?
When you make observation, you assuming that Earth is a globe, and then you make some data, you know. Why you don't look Earth itself and say, okay, this is a globe because there is a globe, and then you make a measurement of or calculation of something happening in the sky? Or we have that immediately. We have the globe, and now we are observing. Or we need to prove first the globe, and then we will observe, or we should first observe, and then we will make a globe.
So I just look at it as a variety of observational things and just trying to find something that can describe all of these things.
Yeah.
All right, let's start at the start.
Making things up.
That's good. That's good point. If you have the globe on the ground.
Yeah.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Go back to the start.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Started.
Do I have a what?
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Do I have a globe on the ground?
He's asking if
the globe according to
experience the globe.
Yeah, so has anyone ever measured the globe to determine that it is a globe? This is the base point, yeah? So you need a globe to do all these things that you're doing. So if we go back to the start and you go, okay, we need to prove a globe. Has anyone ever proved the globe? Who measured it? How did they do it? And then maybe a citation and an experiment.
A demonstration.
Do we have these things? A demonstration, yeah.
Right. So I don't think anyone's just gone out and measured the entire...
So how do you have a globe then?
Probably the closest thing is maybe like some...
Andrew, do we have dimensions of the Earth?
Do we have the measures of the Earth?
Dimensions.
Yeah. It's going to be a little weird, right? Because it's bumpy, so you're not going to have an exact thing, but pretty good, yeah?
Yeah, we have pretty good. And how we got that in first place?
We found some numbers that fit models.
Great. Does that numbers fitting with the reality?
Yes.
Did you check that?
Yeah, when I used to work with satellites, it all fit very well. So
satellites. No, I'm speaking of the surface of the Earth. We are speaking that there is a radius, there is dimensions. You said there are numbers fitting. Did you check that in reality?
So, what do you want here? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well,
what is the radius of the Earth? What is the radius of the Earth?
I think it's like 6,500 kilometers.
Okay, and what that math is telling you how much you can see on the globe with your height?
Can I pull out a pen and paper, or is this?
You can Google it if you want.
I will help you. 180. If you're 2 meters, something like 5-6 kilometers, not more.
Can someone else say that? Maybe I couldn't write it down.
With 2 meter height, you can see 6 kilometers, not more.
2 meter height can see.
2 meters.
Are you writing an article or something? Are you?
No, I just write down things when I'm talking with people because I find a lot of things get said and it's hard to remember everything.
Okay.
So you said 2 meter height can see 6 kilometers?
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is at the same elevation?
I'm telling you what is the globe math. That is what you said, 6,000 kilometers. That's telling you.
He's talking about over water. So,
so same elevation over water. Okay, and is this with refraction or anything, or is this?
Don't worry about refraction, mate, because you need R for that. So
wait, don't worry about it. Hold on.
Don't worry about it yet. Don't worry about it yet.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So just listen to Sasha.
Don't worry about
we will invoke refraction later. Don't worry.
Yet. You need to add in yet. If you're writing an article,
I'm not writing an article.
you're doing. I didn't say you don't need to worry about refraction. I said don't worry about refraction yet. All right. We're determining the size of the ball that they claim it is and how far you should see to the horizon on your ball. So that's what we're determining at the moment. We'll talk about the other factors later.
Okay.
This is the globe prediction at its best. It's supposed to predict where the horizon is.
Without refraction.
Andrew, question. In globe Earth model, is it a horizon geometrical or optical?
Optical.
Oh, you're wrong.
Okay. Expand. Can I say how I'm assuming you're using this,
something physical can be optical?
We only observe things through our eyes, or through pictures, or through rays of light reaching sensors.
Is it
so it's optical, right?
Okay, that's optical. Yeah. Is it Earth optical?
Is Earth optical? The way we see it and interact with it is optical. Yeah.
Is it optical? Is the physical thing that we're standing on optical or physical?
It's a physical thing, but we can only interact with it through.
Just answer the question simply. Well, there's other ways of looking at it, but anyway.
Of course, that we are observing with our eyes, but we are observing physical thing.
Well, but when you're talking about a horizon, you're talking about something being traced back to a source, right? And we're using light for this, so it's optical.
Well, we're trying to determine how somebody claimed that we live on a globe. So they must have seen the curvature somewhere to declare such a thing.
Andrew, are you telling me that water, what I'm observing and what I'm seeing physically, it's optical?
Okay. Are you saying, or am I, sorry, I forget who was saying what, but the question was, is water seeing or optic? Sorry, actually, I didn't understand that question at all. Can you say
Okay, so what you're saying, right, so there's a claim that we have a ball that's a certain size. So at some point, we'll go through the measurements, at some point, the Earth, the edge of the sphere should be curving down. So is that point that we're calling the horizon, just before it starts curving down, is that optical or physical?
I would say that's optical, yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah. Is there any more to say?
So, okay.
So you don't have a physical... You don't have a physical... Don't worry about reading back. You don't have a physical... Let's just have a conversation instead of writing an essay. So you don't have a physical edge to the sphere? Is that what you're saying?
So What my understanding of what was said was the ball has a certain
Don't worry
size,
about what was said. I just asked
so
you
you
a
should see
question.
an edge
Do you
curving
have
down.
a physical edge to the sphere?
If we call that edge curving down the horizon, is that optical or physical? I would say that is optical. Yeah.
I'll come to the flat
So
Earth.
where's your physical edge then? Where is your physical edge to the sphere?
There is a physical edge that exists, but we can't interact with physical things. We interact with optical things.
We can't interact with physical things, is what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? Like like is your coffee cup a physical thing? Yeah, you interact with your coffee cup when you put it to your face to drink out of it. What are you saying?
Sure. This is using different senses, right?
No, it's
when
not.
We're talking about
physical's
things we
physical.
See, that
optical's
is only observation, right?
It's not observation, it's a measurement.
You said.
Mm-hmm.
I ask you, if I see the water in distance, physical
I think
water,
your mic cut out, Jenna, or someone.
Is the horizon apparent or is it geometrical?
No, what he's doing is he's trying to avoid the question. That's what he's doing. So, Andrew, what we want to do is we want to have a conversation and just get some simple answers. But you're answering a question with a question, and then repeating back what you've written down.
I gave you an answer,
and it's really distracting. So there's supposed to be they've given us a size, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
he said that it's geometric. He said it's geometric, but we see it optically, which is a useless caveat. So why don't you just get to the measurements for the geometric horizon that you see optically?
Because, Andrew, we are saying that it's optical.
Okay.
Well, where's its measurements? Crickets.
Sorry?
Where's the measurements?
Yeah, where are the measurements?
I don't know. I thought we were getting to that.
So we just got to it.
It seems like we're always just getting to it when Globers are talking to us. Like, when do we actually get to it?
Did you... Let's put like this. Maybe Andrew doesn't know. Do you know, Andrew? Did you see any measurement on the surface of the sea level?
Sorry, I don't understand this question.
Did you see any observation and measurements on the sea level from anyone?
Of
Earth curve.
Well, where's your Earth curve? Where is it? Like you're saying we live on a ball, but you got no proof that we live on a ball. But you're saying we do observational experiments in the sky. Like we need to prove this ball. So what we're doing is, we're doing is we're going through the motions on how did you get the measurements of this ball? How did you determine it was a ball that we stand on?
Right. Okay. So my view on this is that we have observational experiments
which you can't use those things.
Right.
Observational experiments are not experiments. It's just called observations.
Okay. So sorry. I'm reaching into like a field that I realize most people don't care about. So I'll try and avoid using these words.
No, we care about science. You apparently don't care about the words you're using, so that's just the issue here.
So this is like a field of the philosophy of science that takes the stance that there only exists the observations, right? And everything else we take from that is all just basically...
Yeah, that's not science. No, that's not science. The scientific method...
Okay, actually, yes, thank you. I was hoping we could get back to this. So we were saying before that something to be scientific has to follow the scientific method, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who came up with the scientific method?
Why do we have to go through all this?
Okay, I'll jump the gun. I'm going to say that the way we came up with the scientific method, or whoever defined it, or wherever you're getting it from, is basically arbitrary with the goal of trying to find a cause and effect, but I don't think that works.
You don't think the attempt to find the cause and effect works?
I think that's okay, so that's a goal, right? That's not the thing, but just trying to compare cause and effect is never going to logically be sound to give you.
Yeah, that's not the scientific method. You don't compare cause and effect.
Well, hang on, let him finish his point.
The scientific method works.
Okay, so sorry, I wrote that down from what someone said earlier. So, okay, does somebody want to define the scientific method, and we'll run with that for now?
Well, hang on, before we do that, what is your point you're trying to make? I'm trying to make sense out of you.
Sure. So, my point is that I think there's a new field in philosophy of science, relatively new, that is just experimentalism, which says there is only the observations that you can make, and that's it. You might use theories to make new observations, and that might work, but at some point that new theory is going to break, and the only thing you're left with are the observations. And in the future,
I don't think
some theory.
Sorry, when you say observations, what do you mean?
It means almost anything you can imagine. So the example I gave earlier is that a metal turns hot when it gets red.
It turns red when it gets hot?
Yeah, that's an observation. But you were talking about when your theories change. That changes your observations. No, but no, it does not.
No.
Observation is always the same. Your ideas and your theories changing is not changing any observations. You understand that?
Okay, that's key. That's exactly what
the observation you gave before was meteorites flying through the sky. That's the observation you gave before.
Exactly.
And then we went through it and we determined that that's not science. Yeah.
Okay, to be clear, I didn't word it that way. I said you see a light.
You called it observational experiments, and I said you can't do that because they're in the sky. You can't test them.
Andrew, is it possible when you make that observation in the sky that the surface is not a globe?
Yes.
There's not. Yes. Okay. That means that your observation is pointless. It could be also sphere and it could be flat. No.
So you just have the observation. All you have is the observation, and you're trying to find something that fits all of the observations. That's it.
Okay. And
but what you're talking about is just a conflation of categories. There's no point in using the word experiment in any other sense. There's already established a sense in which the word experiment is used. So what you're talking about is just an observation. It's not an observational experiment. It's just an observation.
Sure. So we're using just different language, but I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the observation. Okay. Now, the last thing that we're just talking about with you as it concerns the subject that this VC is dedicated to is the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth. And they already got you to the point where you acknowledge that the horizon is optical. It's not a concrete edge to a sphere.
Right, yeah. Well, the thing we see, there could be a physical thing, but we can only interact with it optically, right?
But you have to substantiate that. You can't just reaffirm the consequent. Say, well, it is concrete, but we just don't observe it. No, if you suppose that it is concrete, you have to substantiate it.
I don't want to attribute anything concrete. I just want to say we have the observations. And
Andrew, question.
Wait, hang on. Wait. And then after me, Sasha. If you don't want to assert that the Earth is a concrete spherical entity, then you forfeited the debate.
If you want to phrase it like that, sure. Yeah. My opinion is I just want things that give me tools to make new observations. That's all. And so far in my career, I've gotten pretty good new observations using globes.
So I think it's time to ask the five basic questions.
That mean Andrew that in that case Earth cannot be flat.
Does that mean no?
No. And what
do you mean using globes? Because you're not using the Earth because it's not a globe. So you're just ascribing sphericity to the Earth even though you don't observe the Earth concretely being an object with a convex surface.
Sure. So the way that this branch of science philosophy says it wants to work is you have previous observations, you take a thing that fits those past observations, and you make some prediction, and you try and just go make a new observation. Even if that theory fails, in the future, you have a new observation, which is added to the pool of things that new stuff has to fit to.
What you just described is just ad infinitum making observations and supposing reports of new observations. That's not a theory.
Yeah, it's just an attempt at confirming a bias.
No,
that's not even that. It's not even that. It's just an ad infinitum repetitive process of reporting observations. That's not a theory.
Okay, so in this process, you're making new theories.
Okay, which one is it? You said you make an observation, then you go make new observations, then you go make new observations.
No, there was a step in there. So you have your collection of observations. You come up with something that currently fits those observations, or even most of them. And from that theory, you see where you can look for something new. Then you go and look for that thing. Maybe you find it, maybe you don't. But if you do find it, you have a new observation. And then even in the future, if this theory doesn't work, you have a new observation to the pool that future theories have to fit to also.
Okay, you're just describing experience over time, so as long as you draw breath. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Or the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth?
So, right, what I was trying to say is, in my experience, my career, I've been able to make new observations using the globe Earth as predictors.
Okay, that's not an observation. You made observations and then you ascribe sphericity to what you're observing, even though you didn't observe sphericity.
I'm not attributing anything to anything. I'm using something as a tool to make new observations.
Using something else other than the Earth that is not a sphere. That is a sphere. Excuse me.
So
yeah, this other thing that is non-Earth that is a sphere. So and it's somehow, in some vague sense, relating the sphericity of the non-Earth object to the Earth. This is what sense does that make?
Okay, so maybe I'll just give an example to try and be concrete. So I used to work on satellites, and these were like terrestrial satellites, so they would look down on Earth.
On satellites?
Yes. So on these, they had various, I'll call them cameras, right? And they're pixel cameras. And each camera would point at little boxes on the ground, right? And when this thing looked down, you would find that the pixels on the edges were becoming very distorted. And the pixels in the center looked fine for all of predictions people had. The solution to this was that if you imagine things coming down on a circle, things hitting the edge of that circle become straight.
Hang on.
And so if you
I need to see what predictors these people are using and how they're getting to these conclusions.
Sure. So the picture is that the satellite should have been close enough that the pixels were just like a single flat piece of paper coming up. But this
that's irrational.
That's, you know how camera lenses work?
Wait. Let him finish everything.
Okay.
So each of these pixels were just collecting its data, and they came up flat like a sheet of paper. But the pixels on the edges were becoming not curved. They were becoming stretched. And the way to fix this distortion was to say, hey, if it's a globe and you undo this curvature, your pixels, there's no distortion in them, right?
So you're arguing for concavity then, because stretching would imply that it's going the opposite way of your globe.
No, I might not be describing this well. I could, if you want, we can do a whiteboard and I can draw out what I'm trying to explain. It's hard to do geometry verbally, but
yeah, you're also trying to use geometry now optically, and you're looking through gas at an angle at the ground, and you're not factoring in anything like perspective or anything like that.
So I can
also through a curved lens
into effect, but yeah.
You just told us that you somehow superimpose a sphericity in the visual data somehow with technological wizardry, or you just suppose the hypothetical premise that you began with the word if, that if the Earth was a sphere. Nowhere in the explanation did you tell us you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So what I'm saying is we would just get pictures back and you would see buildings look stretched and distorted.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
Okay, so what I just said, what is the point of you repeating what you just said?
I'll be honest, I don't remember what you said, so sorry.
Well, that's a problem. You just told us that you take pictures and become somewhat distorted, and then you somehow superimpose sphericity in some sense into the visual data, or you just suppose a hypothetical premise that you begin with the word if, that the Earth is a sphere. Nowhere in your explanation did you tell us that you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So when we were collecting this data, you basically assume that the Earth is flat over what you want. But if you do that, it doesn't work.
No, that's a straw man again. Like, this is irrational.
I don't know what to tell you. This is physically the data we were getting, okay?
Yeah, the physical data you're getting, you're interpolating through your faulty ideas.
So,
a needle pulling
when you're saying interpreting, I'm saying we're just seeing things.
You created a flat Earth model with parameters that none of us have agreed to or even looked at, and then you say that model debunks the flat Earth, even though none of us agreed to your straw man model.
Okay, so let me try and think of wording this carefully. So
be sure to start with so.
Start with so
or if. Why not start with like? So you think the Earth is a globe? What does that mean? Just tell everyone what you think that means. Like, you want to tell people you got some insider secret king knowledge about the nature of creation. How? How do you know this? What, where, when, why, and how?
Okay.
Just start with that. Like, you're reporting what you know to a group of people, and you don't know where these people.
Speak to us assuming that we know you're full of shit.
If it's okay, if we can finish the last conversation.
Yeah, it's going nowhere because you're not understanding what flat Earth is, and I predict, based on that, you also don't know what globe Earth is. Because you would first have to understand flat Earth to get to your globe. The flat Earth model came thousands of years before anyone even suggested otherwise. So if you are brain farting flat Earth, I don't see how you got to globe Earth unless you grease the skids and you just started your understanding of human knowledge in the 1600s, and then, or just say, a photograph from space is all you need. So let's hear where you're coming from. What do you think and why? That should be the more telling part, because it will be able to troubleshoot you and see what happened and why you're so broken.
Yeah, because it really seems like you feel stuck, you feel cornered, and you're just kind of spitballing and making stuff up on the fly to validate this belief that you have that you yourself don't quite understand.
So I'm definitely low on my heels. I wasn't expecting to do what is science here. But
okay, well, to answer your question from earlier, sorry to cut you off, but to answer your question from earlier, all of you guys with who came up with the scientific method, it was Sir Francis Bacon. The unfortunate thing is the whole entire Western world gives the credit to Galileo. Okay, so that answers that question. Now,
we're circling back to an early. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So you just said, "What is science?" Right? Crit asked you, "What is the globe?" Is that your answer? It's science.
No. Sorry. Okay. So maybe we'll finish this dialogue then from like way earlier. So.
Yeah. Maybe we'll just skip past what just was said.
Circling back isn't going to help you. Start right now. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay.
Continue from where you were before I interrupted.
I can't finish any points, right?
No, just continue from where you were.
Guys, okay, someone on here was like, we're not trying to argue, we're trying to have a dialogue, trying to have a discussion. We can't have a discussion if we can't finish things.
Right, so I finished it by answering the question from earlier. So now we're past that. We're right back here
clearly
to before I interrupted.
Question, right?
So just go right back to here before I interrupted, okay? That's where we're at. I just wanted to interject that real quick. We're done with that. We're beyond that. We're here. So if you could please answer.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to, because I was asking that question for a reason, obviously, right? I wasn't just asking who defined the scientific method for no reason, right?
No, we're not going back there. Sorry, we're not going back there because we determined that what you're not
beyond that. I answered that question. It's fine. Continue.
Okay, so I'll open this to the floor then. So Sir Francis Bacon, apparently, defined the scientific method. Why do we care about his definition?
I'll answer that.
At best, I mean, to finally complete this, at best it's intelligible, it's justifiable, it's practical, it's informative.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
okay, which definition do you want to use?
He gave earlier was that you vary one thing with respect to another, and you find a cause and effect, right?
The problem is if you're not using the same method, you could use the same data points, but get to a different conclusion.
Yes,
the reason why you follow the method, because otherwise, that could be your error. Like you did X, Y, and Z setup, I did ABC setup, I determined something different because of your experimental model.
This dude slaps, he gets it. Yeah.
Okay, so...
Yeah, he's teaching you're wrong, by the way.
Okay, so here's the point, right?
No, listen. Listen to what Crit's telling you.
Method in 100 different ways, right?
No.
Crit wasn't talking.
No, you don't define the scientific method in 100 different ways. There's a very specific scientific method, and then you have all sorts of other methods which are not scientific. They're pseudoscientific, by definition.
That's why I don't use the term scientific. The term is vague. Right. That's why I use the term causation inquiry method.
Can Crit finish what he was going to say? Crit?
No, I mean, you guys are all over it. Yeah, the problem is if you start doing something that is like scientific aligned, it could be pseudoscience. It still is useful. It just means you have to explain what you did different and why. Why did you deviate from the normal method? It could be lots of different reasons. It could be access to the full world. It could be, your ability to manipulate variables. Lots of reasons, lots of things can happen to make you deviate. Just explain why. If it makes sense and it doesn't seem like you're trying to bullshit, then people can follow you. People use pseudoscience every day. Sometimes even because of superstition. I mean, you might say that seems weird to you, but people are superstitious. They're very spiritual, supernatural entities that exist in the world. They really can't explain it, but hey, I flipped that penny over. Now I had good luck. Cause and effect, but it was pseudoscience. It wasn't real. It wasn't an actual experimentation. You just have to explain to me why you think you flipped that penny over, and I'll try it and tell you what I get.
Okay, let him answer.
I don't know what the question was there, so it's hard to answer, but...
Okay, look. We have the so-called scientific method, which I more accurately refer to as the causation inquiry method. So, you saying no, not that method, then what method are you using, and why?
Okay. Sure. What method and why? Okay. So, as Critspiracy pointed out very well, there are different ways you could have defined a scientific method. and they would have given you different conclusions.
That's not what he said.
No, that's an accurate summary. That's correct. It depends which method you use, and you're going to get to different conclusions from different methods.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was different scientific methods. He just slipped that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to be charitable in interpreting one another, so obviously that is. So go ahead.
Okay. So, different ways you want to set things up, you get different conclusions. Specifically, I think where science goes wrong is it will never be logically sound to say, okay, I observed this in this condition, and I observed this in this condition, and this in this condition. Therefore, this is true in all conditions. That's never logically sound, right?
No, those would be laws. Those weren't. That's not adjudicated through the scientific method.
So that's
wait, you work on satellites. I don't understand how you make this error. Like, in my mind, I'm presuming that someone who's working on satellites has mastered understanding this method. You don't understand that the causation inquiry method, quote unquote scientific method, is informative on trying to ascertain what is the cause of this effect, which includes controlled variables, independent, dependent, and controlled variables. So, of course, it's never the conclusion, unless someone is just making this asinine conclusion, that this event happens in all situations, in all various kinds of situations. No?
Right. So you said a
that's not the method in principle.
Like the right step that people went in. So you're correct. So people said, okay, maybe we can't say this always implies this, right? As you were saying, we switched to saying essentially it's informative to the cause, or the wording people said is if this, all, and this, and this, and this, and all this, then this maybe generally implies this, right? This is the conclusion people came to.
In principle, at best, concerning the method, people are saying this caused that effect in this situation.
Right.
And so this behaves this way in this situation
most
at all times, or most of the time.
Right. Most of the times is how it becomes.
Okay, so
then here's the issue.
At all times, provided the conditions are the same. The experiment has the control variables, you have all the variables, so if the conditions are the same, you're going to have the same result.
But do you really have all the control variables? Are you certain of that?
Well, this is just hyper-skepticism of how comprehensive the interpretation is.
Okay, so I'll finish this point then maybe we can move on. So the softer thing people came up with was that, if this, then that, if this, then that, then if this, usually that. That's the soft claim. But why then are we okay with using the soft claim? What people would say is, well, we've used this soft claim in other experiments and it's given us good results, right? And we've used it in this other experiment and it's given us good results. And in another one and it's given us good results. And you do this a bunch, right? What does this look like? Well, now I have one experiment and I got the result. And I did another experiment and I got the result. And I used another experiment and I got the result. This is exactly the same claim we're trying to use, because now we're trying to say the soft claim usually works. We have a circular argument where we're using the same argument within itself. So this is not logically sound.
Wait, no. What are you doing? You do the experiment, you make the interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At best, it is a logically sound interpretation of the data, which is defensible. It's tenable under scrutiny of questions and arguments.
Can't be.
It is perfectly logically sound. What you used with your soft claim is illogical and irrational.
Hang on. But let's not trample on one another's words. I'm saying this deliberately. You do the experiment. You interpret the concluding results. At best, your interpretation is sound. It's true and valid and justifiable under scrutiny of questions and arguments. Now, we're not omniscient, so we're going to continue to do this method to gain more knowledge, so as long as we draw breath, at most. There's no fallacy in that.
Okay. So, right. So you do the experiment, you interpret the results, and at best it's true and valid, right? Is what you said.
The interpretation, yes.
Right. So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same result, right?
Say again, I'm sorry?
So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same 100 results, right?
Sure.
Are you guaranteed on the 101st time you get the same result?
Okay, so what you're talking about is the classic problem of induction. That's all you're talking about. Okay,
Yes.
so now I understand.
This was the classic issue with old science. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your critique?
I think that the old view of science, that we're just changing one variable for another, doesn't work. That's it.
Doesn't work in what sense?
I don't think you're going to ever get solid results and a solid interpretation of real life.
What do you mean by solid?
It's not an accurate depiction of the real life.
Yeah, you're missing.
Why do you say it's not accurate?
It's a starting point for debate and discussion. It's not the end point. Once you've got an experimental model, once you've got results, then you have got a shared reality, a shared baseline that you then begin deliberation on. If you're just out there willy-nilly doing what the hell you want to do and come back with a just so story, what's there to debate? You just got an opinion. What is your backing for what you're claiming?
You said it's not accurate. I hope you're referring to the interpretation. I hope you're not referring to the method, the interpretation of the concluding data, the resulting data.
Right. Yeah, the interpretation will not be valid. Yeah.
Well, are you saying will not be valid as in the sense of it cannot be valid?
It won't logically be a valid conclusion.
Well, that's... It's funny you say will not be valid, because to talk about the future presupposes the uniformity of nature. So, but you don't think you can have any knowledge about the future in general, that the future would generally be like the past. So that's the irony of your position right now.
So it could be the true nature of reality, but that logical steps that you were doing are not logical. They're invalid.
But where's the fallacy? We just went through this, so where's the fallacy?
We talked about it.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Andrew. Maybe even you'll believe it.
Andrew, you are like 1 hour here. Now, my question will be, what...
Is it actually, oh my god, fuck. Shit.
What, me, Gregory?
Is that actually Sasha who is speaking third language I cannot understand? You mean that?
No, sorry, I meant an hour.
Well, I'm saying, what do you think were these flat earth and making wrong things about?
Hang on, wait. I mean, that's a valid question, but let's not dart to another question. So, I'm trying to make sense out of you. Okay, so you're trying to critique. You keep hopping back and forth between the two. Either you're critiquing the method as being fallacious, or you're critiquing the interpretation of the resulting data.
If I could jump in very quickly, Gregory, which it sounds to me like what Andrew's trying to do is he's trying to validate or intellectualize the argument that the scientific method is not fit for figuring out truth about this world, because he's been here long enough to realize that adhering to the scientific method and science generally doesn't support the globe view. So ironically, as flat earthers are labeled science deniers, the globe argument is now reduced to trying to intellectually validate abandoning the scientific method.
Yeah, destroying the game after you make the game, and now you're being beat by your own game.
The globies are now science deniers. So, Andrew, you don't like the scientific method. Okay, well, we do, because there's nothing better. And it's besides the point. You've talked about observation multiple times. The only observation you have is a flat and motionless Earth. So anything assumed contrary to that is fallacious from the beginning. So if you ever actually get to making an argument for the globe, you will all instantly be in fallacious territory because you've left observation and reality. But I think the whole scientific method thing has been done to death. We should probably move on to another point. The globies are science deniers. We get it.
Okay, so yeah, in the field of philosophy of science, people...
Dude, we're done with that. Can you hear everything that was just said?
And so specifically,
we went back around the philosophy of science.
Well, I mean, if y'all don't want to talk to him about that, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, let Gregory talk to him, and then Gregory pivot over from that once you've done.
Yeah. Andrew, somebody unmute him, please, if someone will. So, Andrew, the philosophy of science, in other words, you're mentioning the issue of the validity of inductive reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do I say this? This is concerning, right? How do I phrase this? You're talking about the problem of induction. So what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Okay, so I'm a little torn on a couple stances. I think the best view is to go purely to experimentalism, which is just there are things that you can observe, and any statement beyond that is bound to be false, but you can use those probably false ideas to help find new observations that you can make.
That presupposes that induction is valid.
No.
It does. You're talking about doing observations to give you more information about the general operations of the universe. That presupposes that the future will generally be like the past.
No, they're just observations of things that have happened.
Okay, so how does that inform you that induction is valid?
It doesn't. You don't use induction.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction.
You just have a list of observations. That's it.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction, correct?
We're not using induction here.
That isn't... What? I just began this dialogue, this second half of the dialogue, asking you what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Yeah.
And then you talked about observation and experiment, which presupposes the uniformity of nature and that inductive reasoning is valid.
So,
and then you said no.
Okay, so these are different. I'm making an assumption here that I think everyone will make, which is that the universe is uniform. There is some underlying thing that is defining how everything works.
Okay, so how do you know the future would generally be like the past so as to justify inductive reasoning?
Where am I using inductive reasoning? I think I'm missing this.
I don't understand how you're missing this. You're talking. You mentioned the philosophy of science.
Yeah.
And your skepticism about inductive reasoning being valid.
Yeah.
Are you not familiar with the subject?
I would say I'm an amateur in it, but if you want to say what I'm missing here, that would be awesome.
I mean, relatively, I'm an amateur, but you say that inductive reasoning is not valid. You're skeptical about its validity.
Yeah.
Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
I think as a basis of rationality, as like my own ethics almost, in a way that I can't rationalize, yeah, I am assuming that there's a general underlying... Sorry, actually, okay, I guess I would say no to that statement. I don't think the universe is always going to be like the past, but I think there is an underlying structure that it's following.
I mean, you kind of gave me yes and no. It can't be both.
Yeah, sorry. I was answering the question I thought you asked, and then I started answering the question that you did. Sorry.
So, no?
So, I don't think that at any given point, the laws necessarily are always going to be the same, or the structure, whatever you want to call it. You don't have to say laws.
So yeah, because if they're not the same, then they're not law-like. So
well, they could be, because they could be a law that changes with time, per se. You know.
Well, I mean, you talk about could be, that you're supposing that it's logically possible either that it could or it couldn't. But I'm asking you, what do you believe?
This is what do I believe about?
I'll try again. Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
No.
Okay. So you must live in a whole lot of hopelessness and fear and torment.
Yeah.
Because if the future is not generally like the past, then copulation could feel like torture. Or the cold cup of ice could really be a hot cup of lava at any given moment.
Yeah, yeah.
The Earth could just disappear and stop existing at any given moment, as far as you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, could I just, Andrew? Where the hell is this taking us? How are we getting to a globe from this inane rambling?
Well, let me see. Because if you don't believe the future will generally be like the past, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge. And if you undermine all empirical knowledge, it also undermines our observations of the Earth being a stationary flat level plane.
So
right. So it's a degeneration into the knowing.
I hope that the universe will follow the same set of laws, but logically, I don't think it has to. Yeah.
So how does any of this get you to a globe, Andrew?
So what I was saying earlier is that my view of experimentalism is that you have observations, you make probably wrong theories at times to make new observations. And in my jobs, in my careers, using a globe Earth has...
You don't have observations of a globe, though. You don't have any observations of a globe. You only have observations of a flat Earth. How does this get us to a globe?
And then the even more fundamental issue is that this method, you in your mind, you don't believe the future would generally be like the past.
I don't think it has.
This approach logically presupposes that it will.
To him about the method. He's not. He can't get past observation. He's saying observation. He doesn't have any observation for the globe. You only have an observation of a flat Earth. If you're talking about the globe, observation can't be in your vocabulary.
Yeah, inside his worldview,
he gets to the globe.
Yeah, and also inside his worldview, he debunked observation as a possible method because he said he observes a flat Earth, then tested this observation and debunked it. So even his idea of observation is out the window.
You see, it's a death spiral of intellectual nothingness.
Did you say that you used observation to build a flat Earth model, and then you tested that model, and you came up with it not matching what the world was observed to be? So you used observations, repeated your observations, and came up with your observations don't match your observations.
Okay, so...
Yikes, dude.
Okay, maybe I'll restate that, and we'll see. So I used to work on some satellites, and they were the satellites that looked down on Earth. And we thought that this satellite was had a narrow enough field of view that when we shot the camera at the surface, everything that came up should basically be looking at a flat plane. When it came back and we looked at the data, the pixels near the edge would become very smeared. Like you would see buildings would become skewed, which they
Okay, yeah, I heard this as well, Andrew, but again, this doesn't tell you anything about the nature of the surface of the Earth. I mean, we're talking about something that can be verified or validated by the public. A story about you working on a satellite, getting flat data back, but it didn't work unless you turned that flat data into a curve, therefore ball, is just fallacious bullshit nonsense. We need actual, credible, discussable evidence. I mean, this story is literally just a story.
It's a story.
If that were true, you would have endless measurements and observations in reality of a globe Earth, a horizon that conforms to the geometry of the globe Earth. All of that would be the case if your story were remotely true. So instead of getting a vague anecdotal story about satellites, could you give us some real credible reason why anyone here should believe that the Earth is a spinning ball?
So now you've kind of painted me into
Before you continue, Andrew, in principle, before you say that,
my observation that I have experienced, and that will never be anything more than a story to you, right? As anything you do will never be more than a story to me.
No, your observation, Andrew, is a flat Earth. That's your observation. You talking about you sent a satellite up and have data on a flat Earth, which you then wrap around a ball for no reason, is not your base observation. Your base observation is a flat, motionless Earth.
No.
Is it not?
That's not what I was trying to describe, no.
No, I know it's not what you're trying to describe, but I'm getting to reality here because you're determined not to speak about reality, but that's what we talk about here. So, in reality, yeah, when you're living your life, you only experience a flat, motionless Earth, correct?
So I would say in my job is living my life. And
yeah, so when you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, yeah?
I see a horizon.
Just answer the question.
Is it a curved horizon?
I can't tell.
What do you mean?
Oh,
Okay,
really?
you can't tell if it's curved, meaning you observe it to be flat.
I see
But you think maybe there's a very slight curve that you can't perceive. So you observe it to be flat.
How are you perceiving horizon?
A horizontal?
I don't know what to tell you. It's a horizon.
Is the horizon horizontal?
I mean, let's just go with that. Hang on. Let's just go with that. He can't tell. So you don't know whether or not the Earth is convex in its surface or not.
He can't tell what the horizon is, but he works on machines that go into space, and he can tell the Earth is a globe because of those data interpolations of wrapping flat maps around a ball. He can tell that's a globe, but he doesn't know what a horizon is. Andrew, stop bullshitting us. We're not idiots.
Andrew,
when you see the horizon, Sasha, chill. I'm asking a question. The horizon, listen, if you can't comprehend or agree what the horizon is, how can we possibly hope to have any kind of honest conversation with you? Because this point is not in dispute, even on the globe side. It's a flat horizon. It's horizontal. Are you saying that's not the case?
I see a horizon.
And what is the horizon?
What is a horizon?
Or a horizontal line?
It's a vanishing point.
And
Andrew, is horizon not horizontal? That's why it's called horizon, right?
See, I'm having a trouble with this point because as a matter of perspective, it isn't horizontal, right?
Andrew, a vanishing point is not a line.
It's a set of vanishing points. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not looking at mathematical constructs, are you?
I just have one question. So the horizon is not the edge of a ball, right?
The horizon is not the edge of a ball.
I'm asking you. It's a question. Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Are you confused about my words? Am I speaking? Is this swaggy?
Sorry.
Am I
I'm just
speaking
trying
the wrong language?
It's all good. No, you're speaking fine, mate.
I think he's using Chat GPT.
Yeah. So, can you answer the question? You said the horizon's the vanishing point, but we've been told it's the edge of a ball that ships go under, and that the sun sets behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, is it a vanishing point or the edge of a ball? Because if it's a vanishing point, then the Earth is flat.
I see. I'm using a vanishing point, I think, different than... I guess they're kind of the same.
Like, the vanishing point is in art.
It's really not that difficult to interpret these phrases.
Yeah, so in art, you have the law of perspective, right? And there's a vanishing point. But in the globe Earth model, the Earth curves way before that vanishing point.
So, what I was trying to just say is that there is some clearly observable thing, a phenomenon of a horizon. That alone doesn't convince me one way or the other.
Okay, proof doesn't equal persuasion. The horizon is called the horizon because it is horizontal, is it not?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that wasn't the point of the question, Andrew. The point of the question was to determine if you are even capable of having an honest conversation about reality. Because if you struggle this hard just to agree upon what everyone already experiences and the globe side doesn't even debate, if you can't even acknowledge that, then you're far too emotionally invested in the globe to actually have an honest argument, discussion, to make any kind of progress at all. If you can't simply agree, well, yeah, we see it as flat and motionless, but I don't believe it is because blah, 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 how can we have the conversation? You can't even agree to what everyone experiences.
In addition with that, you are skeptical about inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines the law-like behavior of your mind to make intelligible any empirical data, and for your concepts in your mind to correlate to the empirical data. So you can't know anything at all.
Sorry, I think I lost you at the end there. So
if you don't believe nature is uniform, and which includes that the inductive method is invalid, then you can't gain any empirical knowledge, and the concepts, the abstract entities, the concepts in your mind, which you correlate to the empirical data, are also not going to be maintained. So you can't make sense of any empirical data at any point.
Right. So when I was saying nature is not uniform, what I was trying to be careful about saying is I think that there is something underlying nature that is fixed, but that fixed thing can change continuously with time. It might be time dependent.
That's analytically self-contradictory. Either it's fixed and does not change, it's immutable, and it forevermore consistent, or it's not.
So no. So when I'm saying it's constant, I mean it is predetermined in how it's going to change with time.
Okay, again, that's analytically false. It's self-contradictory. Either the entity is immutable, it is A, and it will forevermore be A, or not, and it will become non-A in some sense somehow.
No, this is different, because if something changes continuously with time, you could come up with predictions for how it's going to change with time. Whereas what you're describing is something where there might be like a discontinuity in how it changes with time, which is then something that you couldn't predict.
Well, then what is constantly making it change from non-A to non-this to non-that?
Why are any of the laws what they are? It's entirely something.
Exactly. So you can't maintain your position with this. Follow the premises to the logical conclusion.
No, I'm sorry.
If you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, if you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, but then say A is mutable and can change later on, and it does this predetermined in a very strict pattern, then what is regulating that pattern?
Okay.
So either you are going to go on this line of reasoning forevermore, or, which is an argument you cannot justify because the argument cannot ever end, or it stops somewhere, where something is immutable and maintains the uniformity of nature forevermore.
Okay, I think we agree then, because I'm saying something is uniform if it is changing constantly in nature in a fixed
What is maintaining the regularity of that change?
Okay.
Whatever is maintaining the regularity is itself not changing.
If I said nothing...
To be fair, he's just going to go on this for hours and hours if we let him. This is nonsense again. We get back to the horizon.
This is very cerebral and abstract. Most people don't ever think on this level.
Andrew, when they say boats go over the horizon, what do you think that means?
So that's a statement. It's not a fact. So
you don't believe that boats go over a physical horizon?
If I'm trying to work on facts, I wouldn't use somebody's statement of that.
So do you believe that boats physically
moves away and it disappears?
Do you believe that a boat physically descends over a physical horizon?
No, I don't believe a statement like that. No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
Either way, either you go the high cerebral route with me, or you go with the more basic level with him, and either way, you've undermined your position.
So
Andrew, why do you think loads of the media and stuff and the education system and all that constantly repeats this trope that you can tell Earth's a ball because the boat is going over the horizon? Why are they telling people that?
Because there's a collection of observations that are pretty easily justified by one.
But nature is not uniform.
We're talking about boats going over the horizon. You just said you don't believe that's true. So why are they teaching kids and parents everywhere, on TV, at school, that they can know they live on a spinning, tilting, wobbling ball of water in a vacuum because the boat goes over the horizon? So why are they doing that?
Okay, so what I was trying to say was the observation that is actually made is that a boat going for a while disappears, right?
No, they say, Andrew, the proof of the globe, you can tell the water is bending even though it looks flat, is that the boats are disappearing bottom up because they're disappearing down a physical globe horizon. Don't pretend you don't know that. That's what they say. Why are they saying it if you know it's not true?
Okay. I don't
just answer. Don't give me a... Oh, if I say... Just answer.
Is evidence.
What?
I don't believe that in itself is evidence.
Yeah, okay. I'm asking why...
But I asked you, why are they teaching that?
Because given enough evidence, you're going to tend towards a conclusion.
No, but why are they saying...
No, why are they teaching that premise?
If it's not true, Andrew.
Because school would be really boring if people just listed a bunch of facts to you.
Okay, so then they're not trying to educate the children about truth. So they're not trying to educate the children to know the truth. They're trying to just entertain the children.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they have to lie to children. Otherwise, it's boring.
Anything from a list of observations in class.
So, Andrew, you agree that the so-called education system, the so-called public school system, is really just a state indoctrination system that is not trying to tell children the truth? You agree with that?
I do not agree with that, no.
But you just told us they're not trying to tell the truth about the ships over the horizon. They're just saying that premise because it's fun, because it's entertaining.
I think we're giving them the best working model we have.
But you just said that's not necessarily evidence.
Andrew, you just said it's not true. How's that the best working model if they're just lying to them?
Falsehood is the best that you got?
I don't think that the conclusion is true given one piece.
No, you said it's not true in physical.
No, you said that premise itself is false.
Okay, then I'm sorry, and I spoke poorly.
Okay, so now you do believe that boats are going over a physical horizon.
I believe that there is an observation that things disappear if they travel away from a while.
Okay, let's go with that. Are they going over the convex surface of the Earth?
What they're teaching people is that the boat is going over a curve of water and disappearing bottom up so you can know you live on a ball. You said you don't believe that. Are you now saying you do believe that?
Okay. So what I'm trying to be careful about saying is that there is an observation, and then separate from all of the observations are models you build to try and describe things.
Okay, enough repeating this. We don't need you to repeat this vague premise over and over again. This is not informative. We're trying to move forward. Is the disappearance of the ship sailing away from us on the water indicative that it is being obstructed behind the convexity of the Earth's surface?
I'm blanking on indicative, but if it means implies, then no, it doesn't imply.
Wait, Andrew, I'm starting to doubt that you work on satellites. You don't understand what the word indicative means, but you have skepticism about the problem of induction?
Yeah, sorry, I forget words sometimes.
Andrew, why are you being so dishonest?
Words are so important, though. Like words are very, very important.
Serving as a sign of something. Man. I think that.
I think they have you working on satellites since you're forgetting your words.
Andrew, if you wouldn't concentrate on your feigned monotone doldrums, then maybe your brain and ears could function a little better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Andrew, I think you're bullshitting about satellites because, like, your concept, your understanding of this is just out of whack, man. Like, that's my opinion from, this side of the fence, if you will.
I wouldn't let you look at my broken remote control, to be honest.
Fucking A, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let them change the batteries.
Don't touch my remote,
Andrew,
man.
what we have so far
don't do
is
it, please.
what we have so far is a weak inductive appeal to distortion on the edge of pictures from satellites, which somehow indicates it's a globe and indicates that this cannot happen on a flat stationary Earth. And we also have appeals to ships going over the curve, but not. Either it happens or it doesn't. It does happen. It doesn't happen. And we also have skepticism about the validity of inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines all knowledge. But somehow we can make observations and experiments, and then that will somehow inform us about the world.
So when we say it either does happen or it doesn't happen, that is true. There is something that is happening that from one observation alone we can't make. So
let's try this one more time.
Going over the horizon, or it might not. We don't have access to that. The only observation we have access to is that something disappears. We have a lot of observations like this, and almost every observation.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's try this one more time.
The claim from the globe is that the boats go over
to come up with a
disappear bottom up.
A tool that is useful for you.
Jesus Christ.
Andrew, you're exposing yourself now. Andrew, we can't see 10 miles. We can't see past 10 miles. We can't know that. We have traveled all over the face of the Earth it was far more than 10 miles. Okay. We can know whether or not something traveling 10 miles away from wherever we're observing the ship from is going over a curve or not, especially if the entire Earth we live on is a sphere. Okay, so there's no justification to say that we can't know that. So, since we can know that, then we go out and try to know this. When you go and do the observations and make the measurements, we don't observe or measure any convexity of the Earth, especially over the oceans.
Okay, so I agree with some of what you're saying here, which is you're taking an observation you do have, you're trying to make predictions about it, and from those predictions, you're not seeing what you're expecting, especially over water. That's interesting. Do you think maybe something over water is changing dramatically the nature of things around it?
All right, that's it. I'm tired of tap dancing around this stuff.
That's an optical illusion. So no, it's not changing the noumenon of the physical entities themselves.
Right.
What you're talking about is an optical illusion.
Perfect.
So minus optical illusions.
How are you?
What is the noumenon situation?
Changing what though? What would it be changing?
How you're
whether or not we can see the ship.
Yeah, but what's actually there that's being changed?
That's what I just addressed. It's not changing the noumenon physical entities themselves. It's just an optical illusion.
Is there a physical ball edge there that's appearing somehow different to what you just described?
That's for me.
If so, how do you know that?
We don't. From that observation alone, we don't.
So we're back to them lying about boats going over the horizon. Why are people lying about that?
People aren't lying. They're trying to give people the best tool that explains various things.
But how come
lying? The best tool that we have is falsehood.
How come you know it's not true? And what, you assume they don't know it? Obviously they know it if you know it, so it is lying because they're knowingly saying something and teaching something that is false.
I'm saying
they're lying because they're lying because they're manipulating children and teaching them and affirming the consequent logical fallacy and telling them that that is the truth and proves the globe. So they're harming the children. And
Andrew, why don't they tell them in gym class to throw the ball up to the bottom of the hoop?
Okay, is anyone here? Maybe we can do an example. Is anyone here like a carpenter or something?
Yes, hi, over here, right here.
I work construction.
Okay.
Hi. I've built a lot of stuff. I'm very familiar with squaring and leveling tools and plumb bobs.
I'm a licensed builder.
I love working flat
every day, mate.
Okay, so I worked one summer once building some decks, right? And my boss told me that when we're putting boards together, I think you would put them like directly flush next to each other because they're going to dry up and there's going to be some gaps, right?
Yeah, it's called expansion, yeah.
Okay. Is that true? I actually don't know this, so maybe this is a bad example. Is that true for
expansion and contraction?
Do different types of wood
actually, yeah.
different amounts?
Everything. Can I just skip this? Expansion and contractions happens with all materials. So yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And when you're building a deck, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say when you're building a deck, you need at least a half-inch to inch gap between your boards for that shrinking and expanding.
Right. Okay. And I think Jenna, you were saying it matters the type of board, right? Like
no, I never said that.
Oh, okay, sorry. So maybe
I did
that example. Okay,
I did. I said that.
The amount it's going to contract depends on the type of board, right? So
yeah, you've got heat, moisture.
When he told me to space them this exact amount apart.
What do you mean? Was he lying to you? He's just telling you that they expand and contract, so you need to give them a little bit of room to expand and contract.
Right. Yeah, the product he was using had to be installed a specific way.
Yeah, and he told me the exact amount to spread them apart so that they'll contract the right distance.
Isn't that at all analogous to our point about the education system? Cut to the chase.
What are you trying to get at?
This is not at all analogous to the education system.
What I'm trying to get at is that my boss gave me a pretty good rule of thumb and explanation for why we did something one way.
Andrew, if what you say about the horizon and ships is true, it is not a pretty good rule of thumb.
What does wood soaking up moisture have to do with the Earth?
So, hang on. This is so where he gets that from is from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer have done tests on the material to see how much it expands and contracts. He didn't make that number up. The manufacturer gave him that number through testing and experimentation.
Yeah.
That is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system.
So then
No, stop.
My teacher
cut to the chase, stop.
Or was he?
This is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system, where the state indoctrination system tells children, as a supposed pretty good rule of thumb, that ships disappearing beyond the horizon at a certain distance, depending on your observation height, is indicative that we live on a ball. But you say that's not true. That's a falsehood. You say that is not a pretty good rule of thumb. Stop it.
Yeah, so now we've established, right, that the education system is just propagating falsehoods about the horizon. So you agree it's not the sign of a globe Earth when the ship disappears in the distance. So what other proof or observation do they give children in schools when they're telling them that they live on a spinning ball? Because that's probably the most common one. The boats are going over the horizon, but you agree that's not true. So what would you say is that we're proving to them in school about the Earth being a globe? What is that evidence?
Okay. So
a very direct question.
We can get into why these ones you don't like also, if you want.
Well, just
in schools, they're also going to point towards sticks and shadow measurements, and they're also going to point towards, if you use gravity, how accurately it describes movements of planets, the sun.
Now, do you believe any of those actually prove the globe? Or are those the same as the boats over the horizon, and when you actually look at them, they don't prove a globe?
I would say they make me more convinced than other ones, yeah.
But they don't... Okay, so let's take... What did you say was the most convincing one? Your sticks and shadows? You think the sticks and shadows proves a globe?
I think the orbits of planetary objects are probably the most...
Right, so not sticks and shadows. Okay, so now the proof that we're giving to the kids is the lights in the sky, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now how do the lights in the sky tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
How do you logically get from the appeal to the emotions of the celestial bodies to that conclusion?
I would probably talk about the northern and southern hemisphere stars.
And how do they tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
So what they tell me is that both in the northern and southern hemisphere, the stars are rotating around.
Wait, where are you getting hemisphere from? Because you haven't got anything beneath your feet yet. You're just looking at the sky.
Okay. They tell me that people in the northern and southern latitudes both see stars that orbit around a singular point.
Okay.
Right.
And that works very easily on a globe Earth model.
No, wait. What globe? No, we need to get, like, what point does... those don't tell you there's anything about a globe. How will you get into a globe from that?
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, I only believe in a set of observations. And
no, but I'm talking about what they're teaching at school. How are they proving to people in the mainstream that the Earth is a spinning ball? You said not the boats over the horizon, not the sticks and shadows, it's the lights in the sky. That's what's proving it. So how are the lights in the sky moving, proving that the observably flat and motionless ground we see is not that?
So I don't believe that you're ever going to be completely convinced of anything. I think you just have
irrelevant. Not the question.
Cop out.
Not the question. How are the lights in the sky telling you that you live on a spinning ball?
There is just the observations of the lights in the sky.
But that's not an observation of anything about the ground.
Right.
So they don't tell you anything about the ground.
As I've been trying
so you can't logically get to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere by appealing to the lights in the sky.
No observation is going to ever convincingly tell you anything.
You don't know anything about that. Your ad hominems are not valid here.
We're talking about the objective merits of your argument, regardless if it doesn't persuade anyone.
Yeah, so the lights in the sky don't tell you that Earth's a globe then.
Answer the question, Andrew.
Oh, sorry, everyone was yelling. I didn't hear a question.
No, answer.
Let's try this again. So you keep blurting back at us. People won't be persuaded.
Hold on,
everyone's talking again, guys. I'm sorry.
You just said the observation. You can never be sure of anything. But you just said the lights in the sky are the observation. But that means the lights in the sky, you agree, do not tell you that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So what is the proof that we are giving to the children, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball? It's not the boats going over the horizon. It's not the sticks and the shadows. It's not the moving lights in the sky. What is the proof?
What we are trying to give everyone is a tool that accurately describes things that they're seeing.
What proof are we giving to the kids, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Any proof for anything.
So there is no proof that the Earth's a spinning ball?
There's no proof for anything.
Right. So there's no proof that Earth's a spinning ball, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your attention, Andrew.
Yes, good night, folks.
That's it. That's it. Andrew is toast. Thank you very much. But your pseudo-intellectual mind couldn't wrap itself around empirical evidence, and that's okay. It might take some time, but you might want to sit here and listen to other conversations, Andrew. But thank you for trying. Although you just figured out that there isn't an answer to the unanswerable question, so might take you a bit. Might take some people a bit longer, but we get there either way.
Yeah,
this is the source of my contempt, at least. I'll just speak for me.
Gregory,
this is the source of my contempt when at the end of a scrutiny process where the conclusion from the dominant paradigm is really that there's no proof for anything, but they supposedly have known for centuries, millennia even, all this stuff here, just all of this. You see all this here, Gregory? We know all of this. And that Bible in your shelf, yeah, that's garbage. You say, when I'm told that, and then when I scrutinize that at the end of a scrutiny process, I'm told you can't prove anything. That's where my contempt inflames. That's where my indignation begins.
I feel like I was being strawmanned a bit there at the end of that speech, but yeah, Gregory, if you're ever around, man, I would like to talk with you some more. I think you're really smart.
It's righteous indignation, man, and it's justly said.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, if you're ever around, sometimes I'll hop in like voice chat too, because it's pretty hard, obviously, to have discussions here. But if you're
right
around,
now,
I'll ping you. And,
it's not hard to have discussions here. Stop mischaracterizing people here. Your ad hominems and repeated nonsense have no value.
Oh no, did I? Okay, come on, somebody bail me. Did I ad hom any of you? I don't think I talked.
Yeah, you did it earlier. Yeah, many times.
All you gotta do is be truthful. That's it. In this arena. Hey, Andrew, listen. In this arena, all you got to do is be truthful and be real. You don't need to like pretend to know things. If you don't know something, the intellectual honest position is to say I don't know. We respect that more in here than you to try to answer something that you don't know.
I think
you understand what I mean?
A lot, actually.
No, you were actually trying to give an explanation.
A lot of what I was saying.
Andrew, did you ever see, or did you ever made observation on the ground? Did you see any observation on the ground, or you are speaking about only observations like in the sky?
I mean, I was trying to say I don't think you're ever going to get that. Yeah.
No, did you ever seen any observation from the ground anywhere?
Again, I don't think you're ever going to see that. Yeah.
Hey, I'll do you one better, Andrew. I know it's never going to come. It's not there.
Yeah, from the ground. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, from anywhere.
All right.
How about we disagree that we're right. I'm right.
What was the height of this supposed satellite that you were doing your supposed observations from?
I think everyone's heard enough of that. If you want, I can tell you.
I just want the number.
Voice chat too. You want the?
I just want the number. I don't want anything else.
The number. Sorry,
the elevation.
The question.
The elevation at which the satellite was above the Earth's surface. What was the elevation?
It was a sun-synchronous orbit, so that would be like 17,000.
What? 17,000 what?
17,000 kilometers.
And you were seeing what? Buildings, you were saying, stretched?
Yeah, I was trying to keep it simple for the talk, but yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, you didn't provide anything to back your shit, so I just wanted to hear a little bit more details on it.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a tough room, Andrew. Trust me.
Yeah.
But if you're hearing you're truthful, it'll go well for you. Even though you seem to be like a bit on a corner right now. Just stick around. Stick around and learn. Just listen to like the conversations that happen here with other people that we may have conversations with, and you'll see what the culture is here.
So. Yeah, I gotta bounce, but yeah, Gregory, I'll ping you sometime if I ever see you in here. Maybe we can voice chat too or something. Yeah.
I got a dip too. See you guys.
Thank you for telling us what we already know.
Yeah, no problem.
The rigor that was just spoken in here in critiquing what I call the ACP is what should be happening in academia. That's what should be happening. What you just heard in here is what should be happening in academia, but it's not. Which is why these dogmas persist and deceive people into incoherent, gap-filled theories chock full of fallacy with no hope.
Okay, so just to be clear, I mean, so this was like my past job. I'm back in academia now. We have weekly journal clubs, and I'll say we're way harsher than what's going on in here. So
no, you're not. Because if you were, the globe model would not be held.
Yeah, if that were true, Andrew, you'd be challenging those people at that meeting about the same fallacious arguments that you just agreed with us are incorrect.
Actually, right? No, I picked my supervisor because he shares a lot of these similar beliefs.
So he agrees that there's no globe proof either?
Oh, well, the philosophy part, yeah.
I mean, you should tell these guys, hey guys, I went on the journey and I found out there's no globe proof. What do you guys think?
When you say no, the philosophy part, that just reinforces our point. Because if there is no justification for inductive reasoning, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge.
So
you've undermined the entirety of the uniformity of nature. And if you don't have uniformity of nature, then you can't know anything. I know you can hear me.
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So when you say no, just the philosophy part, that bolsters our point. That doesn't lessen our point. It isn't as though our point is not relevant to the point. No, it's directly relevant to the point. Philosophy is the foundation of any and all other distinct subcategories of knowledge.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's why I picked my supervisor, because he also kind of has this experimentalism view. of science.
So the point, right? If you don't have the uniformity of nature, you can't know anything. So your experimentalism, so-called approach, cannot inform you of anything if there is no uniformity of nature. I'm not going to let this go.
So, okay, I just wholly disagree on the idea that something changing normally with time, even if those laws are changing with time, that is uniform. It can change uniformly. Like we can.
What is maintaining that regularity? I've already asked you that question. What can we please cut to the chase? If that is regularly changing, what is maintaining that regularity?
It can be anything. It can be anything it wants.
It can be anything.
Yeah, we don't tell nature.
That's very informative. So I could be regulating the uniformity of nature?
Maybe, man. I hope not.
Maybe you hope not. You would rather not uniform be regulated? Nature be uniform? You don't want regularity to nature?
I'm saying it already would be if it's changing uniformly.
You just said anything. You just told me anything to maintain the regular changing of the laws, so-called, of nature. So could that be me? Because I know from the well I'm not doing that. I know from the well I couldn't do that. So it can't be anything, can it?
It might be God. I honestly, I'm not like an atheist or anything. The laws...
It might be God.
Can be changing in whichever way they want. What I'm specifically specifying is that if we want to make any sense of them, I think we need to assert ahead of time that they are changing in a uniform way. So there's no like spikes of like, there's electromagnetism.
You're kicking the can down the road, Andrew. Why are you insisting this? You can clearly hear my contempt for this approach. Okay? You're kicking the can down the road. If there is regularity anywhere to be found in nature, wheresoever, whatsoever, what is maintaining it? What is regulating the regularity?
I'm saying you have to just assume it, that there is. That's like the one thing that I will hard assume, because otherwise everything in life is nonsense, right? If there isn't.
Okay, what is it? I just asked you, what is it? What is the regulator of the regularity?
Probably God, whatever you want to call it.
Probably God. Now we know what that means, of course. You know full well that the appeal to the God, especially as it is explicated in the Bible, is the adequate answer that solves the problem of induction, but you don't want to say it fully because I assume you're not a believer.
I kind of have some...
Now you're talking to me now. That doesn't necessarily apply to everyone in here, but you're talking to me.
Yeah, I have spiritual beliefs. I'm not close enough to any faith.
Okay, so you have some vague metaphysic about so-called spirits, okay. So, I mean, until you get that cleared, I mean, you just conceded that it's some undefined metaphysic concerning so-called spirits, whatever those so-called spirits actually are, however you articulate that, which of course is not, in principle, when arguing, going to adequately answer that question. So as far as you know, you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity. So if you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity, you can't justify inductive reasoning. You can't justify believing the uniformity of nature. And if nature is not uniform, or at least if you can't justify believing that it is, you cannot know anything at all. This is what Bertrand Russell talked about. This is what all the philosophers talked about throughout the history of philosophy. Especially Immanuel Kant in the 1700s, 200 or more years before Bertrand Russell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Immanuel Kant failed.
Right. So this is...
I strongly recommend,
inductive,
but not to cut you off, I strongly recommend you do this. If you really are concerned about answering the skeptic, especially the problem of induction, read Dr. Cornelius Van Til and read Dr. Greg L. Bahnsen. You can start there. They're not the only ones. There are philosophers alive today who are Christians, Bible believers, who are respected, who talk about this so as to save knowledge. There is a reason.
Guys. Well, before we continue on down this road, Andrew, if you're still here, I think Jenna wanted to ask you a question.
If it's quick, I really do need to head off here.
Jenna, are you still there? I'm sure she can be quick.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey.
Do you want to ask Andrew?
So there are 6 basic questions that I'd like to ask. Okay?
Oh, are they
Absolutely. They are quick and they are basic. Okay. They're quick and they're basic. First one. Are you 100% sure that you're on Discord right now?
No.
Then we're done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that was quick. Okay, thank you.
So what is it?
Yeah. If that's the case, then we're not even going to go into the other 5.
Okay.
Now my question: how much you are?
Yeah, you got
here?
4 minutes. We only used 1.
Yeah, because if you are speaking with your 2%, what's that then?
Sorry, I was laughing at the start. I heard 2%.
How are you not 100%? How much you are here?
God, I actually don't know if I could quantify that.
And how we know that we are speaking with that 99%? We are not speaking with that 1% of somebody who is not here.
Well, if you know it's not 100%, can you ballpark it for us?
If you're not talking to us on Discord, then
maybe even give us a range.
Oh man, y'all are really gonna hate me after I say this. So in my opinion, there's like an infinite number of explanations for how I'm having this sensory response right now, right? And only one of them is that I'm actually here talking to you right now. So if I look at like
so the chances are
it's
the other
like
million
actually
things.
0, right? So it's really hard to quantify.
So what are you trying to convince us of then?
I don't know.
Like 99.9% sure the Earth's a globe?
I don't know. The question was just asked how likely I think I am to actually be here.
Yeah, So if you don't know, if you're not sure about your own existence, how are you sure about the shape of the Earth?
Exactly.
And then what are you trying to convince us of? To be also unsure like you? Or do you want us to take a position that you yourself don't take? Do you want us to be 100% sure of the goal, but not 99.9% sure about reality itself?
Yeah, so I've had this like issue for like a long time, and the thing I've always came to is that there's one probability where I'm actually here talking with you, then there's all the other ones where I'm like, it's nonsense, right? You're in like an insane asylum. For me, I don't see.
Oh, it's the latter, dude.
It might be.
It's the latter.
but for me, I don't see any use in even believing I'm in the crazy view, right? Because if the universe is nonsense and it is just random stuff going to my head, then it's pointless to even consider that, right?
Well, you're the only one entertaining it.
Yeah, so you are speaking to us on Discord then. Holy shit.
No, that's like, because this is my thing. Like, if you ask me how likely it is that I'm talking to you, I would say basically 0. But if you ask me what do I want it to be, I'd say I want it to be.
All right, so Andrew, based on that logic, Andrew, if you're not 100% sure of anything, but you're arguing that you're at least 99.9% sure of the globe, like how are you even doing this? If like you're saying from the whatever reality you live in that you're not sure of anything. That's what you're saying. You're not sure of anything, right?
Right. I'm assuming that we're living in the world where things do make sense. Yeah.
Okay. So that's ridiculous. You know that right now you're talking to us through this server called Discord. That's just based.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off.
Andrew, because if you're not talking to us, you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, sorry.
You realize that, right?
Yeah.
That you're having.
So if I can continue to my second question.
No, I really have to go now. It's been like 5 minutes now, so I have to
Are you sure?
Yeah.
100%.
Are you sure?
I hope so. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Are you sure?
I mean, like, I'm sure you can't stay in this reality.
Are you sure if you go that you will not stay here?
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, come back to tell
come back, man.
How you don't know.
Have
anything.
a good one, Andrew.
So is there still a 99%?
I hope you're sure of where you're going, Andrew.
Hey, I'm 99.9% sure he didn't even actually disconnect. He's still in the Discord, and it's just my user interface that's wrong.
Yeah, there's still a good chance. You have to entertain it. You have to entertain the possibility that he's still here. Yeah.
Wow. Yep. See, that's all I had. That's all that had to be asked. That's all that had to be done. I knew he would be. I knew he would be intellectually dishonest, okay? Like from the get-go, right out the gate. I'm pretty sure he was bluffing his balls off about working on satellites and all that other BS.
Of course.
Fucking ridiculous. Like, this dude doesn't even live in reality. He tells lies and he believes them. Like, it's complete. I was going to say it's complete and total intellectual dishonesty.
It's
this is the end result of the globe argument. No matter how lofty or intellectual they like to think themselves or what their background working on satellites, at the end of the day, after some questioning, their entire worldview boils down to nothing can be known, I might be a brain in a jar, nothing is real.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Good morning, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Is the music bot the only thing awake this morning? Well, it's a cloudy, overcast day this morning here in Los Angeles, California. I'm on my morning commute to work. There was an interesting debate going on just a few minutes ago from the Flat Earth Discord music bot. I guess nobody's manning the music bot. Nobody wants to speak. And I just talked to myself, but I'm afraid I might answer. And that'd prove I'm really crazy.
don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Gallop and wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, that's it. Welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated eight makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate, how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
Round and round on a sphere. Tell me, how do we get here? hurtling through space. Big and bang is what they say, but I think it's more the way. I used to pray every single day. Is it true what they tell you? Is it true I loved Did NASA make you smile? He was only a fool for a while. Now he is broke. It was a big joke. Is it true what they tell you? Is it true I loved you? Is it true? Is it true? Is it true what they tell
Mr. Justin Harvey.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
You just state your name for me and your...
My name is Justin Harvey. I live at 103 South Osceola, Orlando, 32801. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today I'd like to bring to your attention a potential fraud on an enormous scale happening in your county. There's now clear evidence of NASA using numerous methods to grossly mislead the public about astronauts being on the International Space Station. During interior ISS scenes from NASA's own live feed, the use of wires, harnesses, green screens, and virtual reality have been detected to achieve the appearance of a weightless environment. Examples of this include astronauts fading in and out of the screen, green screen glitches, grabbing objects that aren't really there, pulling on invisible wires, getting tangled in their harnesses, and even astronauts appearing out of thin air. This begs the obvious question. If they're really up there, why are they using Hollywood techniques to fake the footage? Now, unfortunately, I can't show you these clips in here today, but I will be sending them to you. Moving on, outside the International Space Station, during spacewalks, air bubbles have been recorded on numerous occasions. How is it possible for air bubbles to be present in the vacuum of space? I once questioned astronaut Scott Kelly about this phenomenon. His body language and answers only created more questions. In 2013, astronaut Luca Parmitano nearly drowned during a spacewalk when his helmet filled with water. This happened again just last year. Air bubbles, helmets filling with water, and drowning. Are they in space or are they underwater? Now, what's really interesting is that they trained for spacewalks in an underwater pool with a complete ISS replica. Now, surely they aren't filming these spacewalks in an underwater pool and then editing them to appear if they're in space, because that sure would be something, wouldn't it? I'm calling on the Brevard County Commissioners to open a full investigation into NASA's fraudulent practices and use of taxpayer dollars. It costs NASA $3 billion per year to operate the ISS, and if they don't have a darn good explanation as to why they're faking these videos, I and the public would like a darn good explanation as to where our tax money is going. And if they are indeed faking the funk, it is our duty to expose and eliminate this fraudulent and astronomically wasteful ISS program. And look, I know what you're all thinking. The NASA is part of the federal government, and you're just county commissioners. Even if what I'm saying is true, what can you do? But let me remind you, not only is this happening in your county, as public officials, you have the platform and the ability to make a statement or hold a press conference, alerting the public, state, and federal authorities to investigate further. You have the power to start the conversation. Video evidence of everything I described today will be emailed to you all, and I truly hope we can get to the bottom of this. I look forward to the day that $3 billion annual budget is put towards our veterans, our homeless, maybe some of that mental health stuff the young lady just spoke about, and the revitalization of Brevard County. Thank you for your time today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir.
This is a group of social criminals. These people in the space program. Nassholes, I call them. In case you haven't heard, the latest disaster for the rest of the universe is that the United States is going to go to Mars. Okay? Oh, yeah. We're going to go to Mars. And then, of course, we're going to colonize deep space with our microwave hot dogs and plastic vomit, fake dog shit and cinnamon dental floss and lemon-scented toilet paper and sneakers with lights in the heels. And all these other impressive things we've done down here. But let me ask you this. What are we going to tell the Intergalactic Council of Ministers the first time one of our teenage mothers throws her newborn baby into a dumpster, huh? How are we going to explain that to the space people? How are we going to let them know that our ambassador was only late for the meeting because his breakfast was cold and he had to spend half an hour punching his wife around the kitchen? Now, what are they going to think when they find out it's just a local custom that over 80 million women in the third world have had their clitorises forcibly removed in order to reduce their sexual pleasure so they won't cheat on their husbands? Can't you just sense how eager the rest of the universe is for us to show up? Can't you see them out there?
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It is Jaren from Jarenism, back with a live video for you. Thank you for joining me. I do appreciate it. Shout out first to all my patrons for making this channel possible. I do appreciate it so much. You guys are awesome. I've decided to call this video Quotes That Tell Us We've All Been Lied To. So, pretty simple little title. I was in the middle of making slides for each and every quote and sourcing each quote, and eventually I just realized it was simply taking too long, and it would be easier just to read all the quotes that I have gathered straight from OneNote and then maybe make some short comments on those quotes as I read them. So that will be what this live stream is all about. It won't be pretty or attractive like my normal videos, because basically I'm just using a window capture, the OneNote application, and then reading from there. So no normally gorgeous text slides as I sometimes make, so my apologies for that. Also, just to address some comments on a recent video that I did where I included several quotes, the criticism was that in the middle of the quote, I would begin making comments and then continue to quote as if this, left the listener confused as to which words I was actually quoting and which words were mine. And so I went back to watch the video, and wow. My apologies for sure, because they were exactly right. Sure, I knew which words were mine and which were part of the quote, but when I listened back and I kind of pretended like I was hearing the quotes for the first time, they were 100% correct with that criticism. So thank you for those who pointed that out, because they couldn't have been more correct. Really quick, let me show you an example of what I'm talking about, and this way you know what I will and will not be doing throughout this video. So on the screen you'll see a quote. It's an actual real quote that I, like one I'd read today. And it's like the ones I've read in my recent videos. But let's pretend like I was reading this quote, and I'll kind of read it like what everybody said I was doing that was wrong, and they're correct, because I said, quote, "I've already known for a long time that we do not have proof for the system of Copernicus." Oops, 1 second. All right, super chats, great. I'll be right back with those. Thank you guys so much for that. So anyway, if I was reading this quote, I would say, quote, "I've already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for the system of Copernicus, which at the time was one of a 3 million mile distant sun, and so much more fantasy nonsense that it's practically a joke. But I shall not take the risk of being the first one attacking it. Alexander von Humboldt." So you can see what I did there? Yeah, bad Jaren. And so my critics could not have been more correct in this regard. I did it on 10 different occasions. So I totally stand corrected. I apologize, and I promise not to do that again, as to everyone but me, I guess that can be quite confusing, and I now realize that. So throughout this video, I will just simply read the quote in full without commentary until I end the quote. So this quote and commentary will now be easily separated. For example, we can have the quote from Alexander von Humboldt. Quote, "I have already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for a system of Copernicus, but I shall not take the risk of being the first one to attack it." End quote. Alexander von Humboldt. Now, at the time of Copernicus, he had a 3 million mile distant sun and so much more fantasy nonsense, it feels like some sort of joke, etc., or something similar. So I'm just making an example case here. So anyway, thank you for that feedback. I stand corrected. I shall be severely punished for my transgressions. So now you know what to expect and how you'll know when I'm reading a quote and when I'm commenting on one. I'll try and keep my comments limited, but if anybody knows me, they know that I can't really say how successful I'll be at doing so. So you'll just have to bear with me. I'll also be creating a page on my website which will have all these quotes in a single post under this video when it finally posts to my jeranism.com website. All right, so let's begin with a question, and that question is, what is the point of this video? So, the point is that I think there are so many quotes, and so many, that tell us that we've all been lied to. Now, despite the current debate over the shape of the earth, the first step to waking someone up is showing them that we've all been lied to. So if I'm able to show that all of the real science and many of the greatest minds of all time, quote unquote, agree that all tests show that the earth is fixed, well, would you then realize that there's a problem? I hope so. I just want to show people what exactly led me to the understanding that for me is so clear, that the current scientific establishment has a certain worldview, and that worldview says that we cannot be in a central position in the universe, and the quotes will prove just that. That observationally, they cannot say that we are not the center, that they make their choices on philosophical grounds, and some of them say based on, quote unquote, modesty. It's not science. That is known as a worldview, and it steers their science and their observations in a direction, and people deserve to know that. It is the absolute definition of pseudoscience. It's being taught as actual science, and it's absolutely far from it. So, because in my opinion, it should show you what is going on and what we're dealing with, but really it's up to you. You've got to decide what to believe. So, in my opinion, the entirety of astronomy and cosmology is actually built upon this mediocrity assumption, this worldview that Earth cannot be central, it cannot be important. We must be no different than the lights in the sky. It's full of presuppositions, assumptions, begging the question, and in actuality, it's all just pseudoscience. But my hope is simple here. By the end of this video, you can realize that we are not taught everything, but we're just taught a one-sided, convoluted, concocted model that's built on assumptions and philosophical beliefs, and that any and all observations that show otherwise get buried or explained away using, of course, mathematics, metaphysical theories that allow them to keep this worldview and to maintain their status as the heliocentric, quote-unquote, geniuses that they are. And the choice is yours, to see them that way or to see them as I do, as priests of a religion who have devised clever explanations and basically mathematical formulas to hide the truth from you, me, and the entire world. So just imagine for a second, maybe close your eyes if you want to get in touch with your inner self, and think for a second, if you realized today that the Earth was in fact still, that it was in fact fixed and of prime importance, if it was the apple of God's eye per se, would that change your worldview? Well, it absolutely did mine. It changed my entire life and my world profoundly. So my hope is that you hear these quotes and decide for yourself if you'd like to continue the belief centered around these forced explanations of these men to explain these anomalies, or if by chance, maybe you now realize, like I do, what's actually going on. And maybe you open your mind for possibly the first time to what is a myriad of other possibilities and various conceptions and ideas that better explain the world that we live in. So the choice will truly become your own, and you aren't cornered into a belief system that is taught to children before they can even understand or possibly question the worldview that is about to become part of their belief system. I think nothing is important as where you live, right? If the Earth is central and of the utmost importance, then I believe all humans deserve to know that and to operate their lives within that enormously important understanding. So let's get to the quotes. There are many more than I've assembled here today, so many more. I just tried to maybe touch a little bit of everything and tried to corral them. But I'm only pointing to quotes about this particular worldview and subject, so I won't be reading quotes today about the Earth being flat. You won't hear any quotes like that. You won't hear any evolution quotes. You won't hear quotes about the age of dinosaurs or those kind of things. No, today is just going to be about the Earth. We're going to be looking at the Earth, its location in the cosmos, its centrality, its fixed position, and the tests and opinions regarding relativity and why it is that all tests, at least all tests that I've been able to find, prove that the Earth does not move. So in the end, when you hear the quotes and contrast them with what you were taught and what's being taught to our children and your grandchildren, perhaps then maybe you will see the issue and understand why so many of us are absolutely against what's going on and what's being taught. So the truth is that it is not science. It's pseudoscience. It's not reality. It's a mathematical conception, and it's not fact, but simply it's theory. And if, it's not the correct view of the world, but rather it's like a worldview pushed onto everyone through public and also, social indoctrination, as we've seen of recent. So I've got my OneNote opened here where I keep all my notes, and we can start to go through some of them. And I'm sure that there are many, many more, like I said. So if I've missed some, or maybe you find a quote that I have missourced or something's wrong with it, please leave a quote in the comment or leave a comment saying that I did so. Or if you have any other quotes that maybe I didn't include that you want other people to see, you can leave those as a comment as well. And this way more people can see it. My quotes are kind of arranged in a way that makes it easy for me to kind of tell a story. So I'm going to get to those in a second. But before I start, I want to cover one thing that, seems to me that all heliocentric religious zealots want to try and tell me when I say that the Earth does not move and that there's no tests that prove it. What do they always say? They say Foucault's pendulum. Well, you should notice that all of these quotes by Einstein and many others, not all the quotes because some are by Copernicus and people that were before Foucault, but I'm talking about all the quotes that I read that are after Foucault. Why would it be that Einstein would say that there's no experiment that can prove the Earth moves if he knew about the Foucault's pendulum, which he absolutely did. He knew about the Foucault's pendulum. So that's one thing I think people miss or that they don't really quite understand about Foucault's pendulum. And if you don't know about it, we'll talk about it real quick just because it is the one answer that I get where, this Foucault's pendulum proves that the Earth spins. Okay, let's talk about it real quick. So we have these pendulums everywhere, right? And these pendulums are basically attached to this presupposed spherical spinning Earth, which supposedly rotates once every 24 hours. But the Earth also goes around the sun once yearly, and the sun goes around the galaxy, and the galaxy goes around the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour. And these are all local motions. So somehow the Foucault pendulum ignores all the local motions but one. It only recognizes the spin of the Earth. Well, the Foucault pendulum miraculously stays lined up with the rest of the universe. And some try and say that it's inertia, but what exactly is inertia? Nobody even knows. I'll get back to that real quick, but I do want to show you, if I can get this up here, 1 second. I do want to show you a live stream of a Foucault pendulum. Let's go over there. All right. So this is a live stream of the Foucault pendulum. I don't know where it's at, but where is this at? Ludwig University something, Geophysics, Department of Earth, Environmental Sciences. The web address is geophysics. I'll actually copy this and put it in the description, so if anybody wants to see this. But here you can see, and they've got these 24-hour snapshots, so you can see that the pendulum actually moves around this little thing. But here's the thing that people don't really recognize. Remember, how often does the Earth spin? It spins, once a day, right? But no, you've got to do all these mathematical equations again. The definition of pseudoscience. Bring in these mathematical equations so that you can actually be correct. Because if you look here, the direction of the plane of oscillation of a pendulum with respect to the Earth rotates with an angular speed proportional to the sine of its latitude. Thus, one at 45 degrees rotates every 1.4 days, and one at 30 degrees, which is about where I'm at, thereabouts, every 2 days. So it takes 2 days to rotate all the way around, but the Earth takes 1 day. You can read a little bit further here. It says, so many people have found that the sine factor difficult to understand, which prompted Foucault to conceive the gyroscope in 1852. The gyroscope spinning rotor tracks. Oh, good. I was hoping that I didn't accidentally not bring you over. I did. Continuing what I was reading. We're here. A Foucault pendulum is tricky to set up because imprecise construction can cause additional veering, which masks the terrestrial effect. Air resistance damps the oscillation. So Foucault pendulums in museums usually incorporate an electromagnetic or other drive to keep the bob swinging. This is an absolute lie because it says usually. So what, is there a museum somewhere where the Foucault pendulum swings by itself forever? No, sorry. You need an electromagnetic drive to keep the bob swinging. You have to have a magnet underneath it to keep it going. That's how things work. You can't just spin a pendulum and it go forever. That's against the laws of motion. So anyway, this is just, I wanted to show you this nonsense here, and we'll talk further about it. But like I said, a lot of people will tell you that it's inertia that causes this to happen, but nobody even knows what inertia is. All explanations about inertia involve circular reasoning. Usually it'll sound something like this, like a body keeps doing what it's doing because it has inertia. Okay, so what is inertia? Well, inertia is the tendency of a body to keep moving. Okay, that's great. But why does it keep doing what it's doing? Well, because it has inertia. What? But what is inertia? Well, it's the tendency of a body to keep doing whatever it's doing. Okay, but why does it keep doing whatever it's doing? And so on and so forth. It's just circular reasoning. You'll never get an answer. So perhaps inertia is a universal property. That's possible. And if so, then the ether or the firmament could be the very source causing the Foucault pendulum and the Coriolis effect. And this is why people like Einstein and others can't use Foucault's pendulum as proof that the Earth spins. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying here. You might hear heliocentrists tell us that the entire atmosphere and everything in it, talking about birds, butterflies, clouds, balloons, planes, helicopters, whatever you want to say, are all magically velcroed somehow to the Earth, spinning perfectly in sync with its axial rotation, and it actually reduces its speed also. The atmosphere reduces its speed as you head towards the poles, so it's going 1,040 miles per hour at the pole, and as you walk north, it'll eventually be 0 miles per hour at the pole. That's what, of course, they tell us. But where does this atmosphere even stop spinning? At what altitude? Nobody knows. If we could get up in a balloon, let's say we all get in a balloon and we travel upwards to the upper limits of the atmosphere, what would happen up there? It's utter nonsense. I mean, to think that the atmosphere, the air, is somehow attached and totally synchronized to perfection from 1,040 miles per hour to 0, and yet somehow we have clouds, we have winds, they all blow in every direction. This is a problem, folks. This is pseudoscience by its very definition. It's never shown, never detected, never proven, or scientifically shown in any way. Just absurdities that are required to save the heliocentric model. Like you can add a little theory here and some math there, and you can continue to have people believe that your little worldviews are fact. And, I certainly don't agree with that at all. Basically, for me, heliocentricity is not even logically plausible, let alone irrefutable. It's a theory that we are taught is based on scientific data, but it's actually purely based on a series of assumptions that were built up over the last few hundred years. For example, many of the assertions regarding these astronomical distances between lights in the sky are completely invented, and they're put into calculations on the a priori assumption that the Earth must be revolving around the sun, while at the same time, these assumed distances have another function where they're used as some sort of, petitio principii device, to, indicate that the sun must be at the center because of that distance. Go figure. Here's an example of how it's done. We're told that the sun is too big to revolve around the Earth, right? But wait a minute. Isn't the sun's size determined in the first place by assuming how big it must have been in order for us to have a heliocentric model? Well, of course it is. Go figure. Other assumptions might include the alleged tilt of the Earth, the tilt of the Earth's axis at 23.5 degrees, an absolute desperately needed heliocentric variable that has no basis in the real world, where the sun simply orbits from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn annually. But of these tropic latitude lines, they're not tilted. They're at an angle of 0 degrees. Both circles are parallel to the equator. In fact, the very word tropic itself comes from the Greek term tropos, which means to turn, referring to the fact that the sun turns back at these lines and they aren't tilted in any way at all. Or the Earth supposedly darting around the sun at various speeds. It orbits, right, at a faster speed at the northern winter and a slower speed at the northern summer, then back faster again, back and forth. But somehow all of this alleged speed change remains unnoticeable. Well, of course they like to say, well, we don't feel constant motion or speed, and yet the Earth we are on is changing speeds constantly, basically at every single second. Sorry, I'm going to have to get a drink here already. All right, where was I? So, not to mention the fact that the moon is also being dragged around at exactly those same speed levels. It's just, I don't know. How could it be in full, complete synchronization with the wobbly Earth, despite being 250,000 miles away from it? It's all such nonsense. So, what do I have on the screen here? Let me get over here to OneNote. First, I did want to say thank you to the Super Chats. Somebody left one before we even got started. Leaf Eaters, your work is great. I've been watching your videos since you began. I think you should repost some of your older videos for some of the newcomers. Very entertaining. You are an inspiration. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Rhino, just a regular guy who owns a P900 who wants to help shoot across the bay. Yes, I got you. That's going to come up fairly soon. I do have one observation I'm going to make at the canal as soon as I get my camera and before I take it to the Monterey Bay to do that observation. So, Rhino, I will let you know. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate it. And if anybody else wants to send a super chat, I will read those in due time. But like I said, we're going to move over here to OneNote. Let's see here. Hopefully you can see my OneNote. I don't know. Oh, great. Why do you not see the text on the screen? 1 second. This could prove to be catastrophic. What is going on? There's no over here. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it. Sorry. I had it on a blank page. That's probably why you couldn't see anything. So, okay, so we're just going to go through some of these quotes. I've kind of got them sectioned off. Please forgive me if I make any pronunciation errors or I don't say somebody's name right or get a word wrong. I'm only human. I don't proclaim to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I probably make more mistakes every minute than anyone else, to be honest. But let's go ahead and just start out with something simple. This is theoretical physicist Michio Kaku telling us about cosmology. Hopefully you can hear this, and I'm not sure you will be able to, but we'll go ahead and try it.
Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Okay, so thank you, Michikaku, and hopefully you heard that. I think it might have been a little on the quiet side, but yeah, he basically tells you right there that they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power in regards, and he says it's the largest mismatch in the history of science. Hopefully people get the importance of that quote and understand what we're dealing with, and then you can decide if these are really the people that you want telling you where you live when they just admitted to be off by the largest factor in the history of science when you're looking at experiments versus theory. That's because the experiments do not show at all what these theories are that they've been telling us about the universe forever. And I described it last night, but I thought I just mentioned it again real quick before we get to some of these other ones, that to me science is like a tightrope walker. Because the goal when you're a tightrope walker is to never look at your feet, because as soon as you do, you realize how high up you are, you realize you're in midair and that you may fall a long way down. But as long as you look straight forward, if you're walking a tightrope, you usually can walk safely across. And the reason for that is because you don't want to look down. You need to just keep looking forward, keep plugging ahead, and that's what science is doing. Science does not want to look at its foundations. They don't want to look at, and you can call it the body of science if you want. I'm talking about the people involved in it. They certainly don't want to look down. They do not want to explore their foundations, because if they did and they found a crack, that could collapse the entire thing. So they don't want to look down. They're just like a tightrope walker. But let's get on to the quotes, okay? So I started out with some that I'm just calling prime importance. And by the way, this video might be long. I've got over 100 quotes to read, and some of them are quite long. So either bear with me, or if you need to watch this in segments, you can do that. But my goal is to hit every one of these quotes today, and that's what we'll be doing. And then we'll read some super chats, and then we'll go to bed. So let's go to the first quote I thought was interesting here. Nietzsche had to say, quote, "Where has God gone?" He cried, "I shall tell you, we have killed him. You and I, we are his murderers. But how have we done this? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What did we do when we unchained the earth from its sun? Whether it is moving now, whether we are moving now, away from all suns, are we not perpetually falling? Backward, sideward, forward in all directions? Is there any up or down left? Are we not straying as through an infinite nothing? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is it not more and more night coming all the time? Must not lanterns be lit in the morning? Do we not hear anything yet of the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we not smell anything yet of God's decomposition? Gods, too, decompose. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we, the murderers of all murderers, console ourselves?" End quote. Let's go on to the next quote. Just some little topic quotes here. Like I said, prime importance quotes. This is Leo Tolstoy. Quote, "I know that most men, including those at ease with problems of the greatest complexity, can seldom accept even the simplest and most obvious truth, if it be such as would oblige them to admit their falsity of the conclusions which they have delighted in explaining to their colleagues, which they have proudly taught to others, and which they have woven thread by thread into the fabric of their lives." End quote. So, comment on this quote here is just simply exactly what I say about people like Neil deGrasse and Bill Nye. These men who have the ease, the greatest of ease at explaining the great complexity of the universe. They make it sound so simple, so easy. Oh, we figured it all out. But they can seldom accept even the slightest and most obvious truth, if it would be one that would oblige them to admit the falsity of their conclusions, which they have delighted in. They explain it to their colleagues, and they've taught it to others. They go to auditoriums and speak about it, and they have, had it woven thread by thread into the fabric of their lives. Leo Tolstoy. So, again, hopefully you understand why that quote is there. Let's get into a little more detailed ones. We got Fred Hoyle here, who said, "The history of science shows that each generation finds the universe to be stranger than the preceding generation ever conceived it to be." Next, we have Phil Platt. Many people have heard of him, right? The bad astronomer. What did he have to say? Well, you might take note here. He said, "I have two things to say that might surprise you. First, geocentrism is a valid frame of reference. And second, Heliocentrism is not any more or less correct. Stop and think, ladies and gentlemen. Think to yourself, if one cannot be more correct than the other, why are you laughed at if you say the earth stands still? Why is it being taught to children every single day in this world that the earth absolutely goes around the sun? Let's continue reading, and by the end of this, you're going to be baffled with the amount of scientists that say the exact same thing. It's the exact same frame. It's just a different frame of reference. There is no better model than the other, and yet one is being taught as absolute, complete, and total fact. Why? Because the other one might invoke a creator, might explain creation, might place importance on the earth. Let's continue. We've got George Ellis, and man, have I read this quote a million times. Let's read it again. Quote, people need to be aware that there is a range of models that can explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on your observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. End quote. George Ellis, a premier physicist in the world. And let's just comment on this real quick so you can go back and understand what he's saying here. This was a huge quote to me. People who have listened to me know that I read this every other show I do, because I was taught in school, science is all about truth. So, science doesn't lie. Science just is an unbiased observer. It's observations. But yet we see George Ellis tell us that he wants to bring out into the open that the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology, which is science, this is a branch of science, tries to hide that. So there's a branch of science out there trying to hide something from people? What do you mean? How could that be possible? Why is science trying to hide anything from me? Well, he's explaining exactly what he's telling you. They are choosing which model based on philosophical criteria. And he says, now, to him, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, great. That's his opinion. I don't care what he thinks, whether or not there's something wrong with that. But he tells people, what I want to bring out in the open is the fact that we're using this in choosing our models and that we're trying to hide that. I mean, you're going to learn by the end of this video the exact reason why. And the reason why is these guys cannot stand, and I don't want to say these guys because George Ellis is different. George Ellis is somebody who does try and place the Earth back at the center because, well, all observations show that it is. Yeah, pretty brilliant, right? I mean, that's what an unbiased science observer would say. When all the tests prove that the Earth is fixed and that things are moving away from us and that we are the center of the universe, then that's what it is. Except for if you have a worldview that says, no, we cannot be the center. I hate that idea. I can't stand it. It goes against everything I am. I don't want to be important. I don't want to have a God. I don't want to be part of creation. And then all of a sudden, you will have cosmology trying to hide the fact that there is no difference between the two models. Okay, let's continue. Another George Ellis quote. Quote, this assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe. End quote. Okay, comment on that. Again, we just talked about this. It's the assumption. Okay, so remember, we're talking about science. Why are we making assumptions? The assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe. Who cares what you believe should be unreasonable? No, they just choose that because they're afraid of the fact that we could be the center. They would rather anything else be true, and they will use any other concoction or formula or hypothesis they can, as long as it means that the Earth is not the center. Let's continue. And we've got Arthur S. Otis in his book, quote, in the effort to explain the Michelson-Morley experiment, the thought was advanced that the Earth might be stationary. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all other heavenly bodies paying homage by revolving around it. Again, this is why I loaded the beginning of this these quotes with these, just so you could see exactly what I'm trying to point out here, that these guys said not such an idea was not considered seriously. Why? If all the observations, if you're a scientist and the tests and experiments and observations tell you that you're the center of the universe, it is not okay to say, well, we're not going to consider that seriously. because we don't want to be the center. Ridiculous. Let's continue. We got a Stephen Hawking quote coming up next. Quote, "The universe might look the same in every direction as seen from any other galaxy too. This, as we have seen, was Friedman's second assumption. We have no scientific evidence for or against this assumption. We believe it only on the grounds of modesty." End quote. Stephen Hawking. Hopefully you understand what's going on here again. Stephen Hawking explains it on the grounds of modesty. But if you're choosing your worldview, then that is the opposite of modesty. You're choosing what you like, not what science is telling you, not what experiments are showing you, not what observations are showing you. You're choosing instead, well, we change what we see based on the fact that we want to be modest. That's not being modest. That's the opposite. That's being holy hell conceited like I've never seen before. That you are able to change science? You are able to change observations and experiments? Crazy. Let's continue. Edwin Hubble. I've read this many, many, many times too. Let's read it full. Quote, "Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomenon. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, it must be compensated by spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape." Now remember, Edwin Hubble, the one who coined the phrase the Big Bang, the one who told everybody, oh, all these galaxies are moving away from us, which certainly places you in the center of the universe. How else could everything be moving away from you? Well, what did he come up with? He said, well, wait. What if the universe and the planet and everything that we know is on a balloon? And as you blow up the balloon, technically, everything on that balloon gets further away from each other. Picture a balloon, put a bunch of dots on it, and start to blow it up. Now, pay no attention to who's actually blowing up the balloon of space, because that's what they call the expanding universe, and people might understand where that came from. This is why the universe has to be expanding, is simply because otherwise we're at the center of the universe. But they don't want that. So they say, no. We're in a balloon. We're on a balloon. It's being blown up. We're all moving away from each other, and everyone, no matter where you're at in the universe, would all see the same thing, everything moving away from you. Again, never been proven. Never been shown. It's pseudoscience. Hopefully you understand that. That's Edwin Hubble and his book from 1937. But again, look at how many... This quote is just so full of nonsense. Remember, this is a scientist who's making observations and saying, well, this condition would imply that we occupy a unique position. This hypothesis cannot be disproved. Okay? Remember what's being taught in school. Remember what you get laughed at for saying. If you dare say the sun goes around the earth, you will be laughed at. However, I'm about to read you 100 quotes that tell you that we're right in the center. Okay, so this hypothesis cannot be disproved. Okay, so why is it laughed at? Well, because it's unwelcome. Okay, good for you. What the difference does that make? Therefore, we disregard this possibility. What do you mean you're disregarding? If something cannot be disproved and you're disregarding it? Holy smokes. Why are you disregarding it? Because it's the unwelcomed position of a favored location, and it must be avoided at all costs. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to my words here and understand what's going on. You have to look at this and you have to understand that they're saying that the hypothesis cannot be disproved, that we're the center, but it's unwelcomed, and we're going to disregard it because it's an unwelcome position of a favored location, and it must be avoided at all costs. This is not science, ladies and gentlemen. This is the opposite of it. Such a favored position is intolerable. It's intolerable. What is that word when we're talking about science and observations and, oh, well, I don't want to be in the center. It's intolerable, so let's make up whatever other nonsense. And what other nonsense do I mean? I mean the whole universe model that they've given you. This is what they've come up with. Because why? Because the alternative, saying we're the center, must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, this is science. This is what scientists believe, that we have to escape the horror of a unique position. So let's just make up a bunch of shit like we're on a balloon. Let's just do that. There seems to be no other escape. Wow. Let's go to Einstein from The Evolution of Physics, page 212. Quote, "The struggle, so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus, would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. So there's Einstein telling you that, well, whether the earth is the center or whether the sun's the center or whatever, it doesn't matter. You could pick Mars, you could pick whatever you want. You could pick any light in the sky and say, oh, now this is the center. Big deal. But what do they choose? They choose the sun. Why? Well, they worship it. Let's go to the next one. Quote, there is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. End quote. Physicist I. Bernard Cohen. Again, what more do I need to say here, folks? No explanation needed here. There's no planetary observation which can prove that we move around the sun, but it's taught in schools as fact, and it's called science. And people will run around and tell you it's scientifically proven. Good for them. How about Sir Isaac Newton? Quote, Plato is my friend, Aristotle is my friend, but my greatest friend is truth. Truth is ever to be found in simplicity and not in the multiplicity and confusion of things. Oh boy, would that guy be turning in his grave today. They've simply destroyed anything simple and come up with the biggest nonsense theories and ad hoc explanations and pseudoscience that you've ever seen in your life. Let's go with Kepler here. Quote, I demonstrate by means of philosophy that the earth is round and is inhabited on all sides, that it is insignificantly small, and it is born through the stars. End quote. Johannes Kepler. I just thought it was funny to point out here that the words philosophy is in there. You demonstrate by means of philosophy? Way to be a scientist, guys. Way to go. It's the best science term I've ever heard. I demonstrate by means of I demonstrate by means of philosophy. Oh boy, this is classic. This is good stuff. We're barely probably 10 quotes into the 100 that you got coming. Enjoy yourselves. Let's go with Edwin Hubble from the Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, 1937. Quote, if the redshifts are a Doppler shift, the observations as they stand lead to the anomaly of a closed universe, curiously small and dense, and it may be added, suspiciously young. So, very interesting, and no real comment needed there. I mean, his redshifts that he said are the reason is because galaxies are moving away from us, but if instead they're a Doppler shift, well then all of a sudden we live in a closed universe. It's small, it's dense, and suspiciously young. What are we told today? Oh, the universe is 14-point-something billion years old, and this is fact. We can rewind the clock of the sky. Just rewind it. Rewind it back to 1/10 of a 1,000th of a millionth of a second, and we could see how everything came into play. This is great. Let's go to the next one. Another Edwin Hubble from the Observational Approach to Cosmology on page 63. Quote, thus the theory might be valid provided the universe were packed with matter to the very threshold of perception. Nevertheless, the ever-expanding model of the first kind seems rather dubious. It cannot be ruled out by the observation, but it suggests a forced interpretation of the data. The disturbing features are all introduced by the recession factors, by the assumption that red shifts are velocity shifts. The departure from a linear law of redshifts, the departure from uniform distribution, the curvature necessary to restore homogeneity, the excess material demanded by the curvature, each of these is merely the recession factor in another form. If the recession factor is dropped, if redshifts are not primarily velocity shifts, the picture is simple and plausible. There is no evidence of expansion and no restriction of the timescale, no trace of spatial curvature, and no limitation of spatial dimensions. Moreover, there is no problem of internebular material, and for those who don't know, internebular material is considered today's dark energy, dark matter. So if you understand this quote, you basically will understand that he's saying that, yeah, if we drop these recession factors and we don't consider these red shifts to be velocity shifts, then all of a sudden there is no evidence of expansion. There is no restriction of the timescale. There's no spatial curvature. There's no limitation of spatial dimensions, and there is no dark matter or dark energy. But all those things are included in the current model because they have to be if you want to believe what you're told about the universe. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Again, I love to read things like this. The disturbing features are all introduced by the recession factors by the assumption. So again, all of their science is based on assumptions. And if they're faulty, then what? Well, we'll find out as more quotes come along. How about physicist James Coleman? Quote, the easiest explanation was that the Earth was fixed in the ether and that everything else in the universe moved with respect to the Earth and the ether. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all other heavenly bodies paying homage by moving around it. Again, it's telling you what the easiest explanation is for the data, for the observations, for the real science, for the tests, for the experiments. However, such an idea was not considered seriously, since it might mean that we're the center. We might mean we're important. When guys look around the universe, even if you believe like the heliocentrists believe and all these other, there's no life anywhere. There's nothing going on anywhere. And yet he says it's not considered seriously because it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe. Well, what's wrong with that? What? It's your worldview. It's their worldview. Let's go on to the next one by Ernst Mach. Quote, all masses, all motion, indeed, all forces are relative. There is no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and the Copernican are both equally true. End quote. I don't know what else I need to tell you besides they're teaching one in school. They do not even fathom the thought that we could be the center, and everything I'm about to read to you tonight will prove otherwise. It will tell you that it's an equally true position to place yourself in, but look at the nature of our world. Look at what's happened to our world, and then think, well, what if everybody knew that we were the center? What if everybody knew how important Earth is? Would that change their perspective? No, people just care. I'm going to go with Elon Musk to Mars. This is going to be great. And they can't put a camera on the moon for God knows what reason. But again, let's just continue on. Here we go. This is, we'll just read the whole quote. Quote, it is shown that the cosmological interpretation of redshift in the spectra of quasars leads to yet another paradoxical result, namely that the Earth is the center of the universe. End quote. Got another quote from the same person. The Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to the Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that a coordinate system fixed to the Earth will be the preferred frame of reference in the universe. Consequently, both the special theory and general theory of relativity must be abandoned for cosmological purposes. YP, end quote. YP var Schnee. Give you the book here. You need to read this quote again. I'll be here all night if I go through each quote word for word, but you just need to understand what he's saying here, that based on the observations now all of a sudden, it means that the cosmological principle will have to go. And we're about 2 quotes away from getting to the cosmological principle and the Copernican principle. I'll be reading those for you. And, it just tells you right here. And consequently, all the theories of relativity must be abandoned, but yet today it's being taught as fact. Let's go to the next one. Physicist Richard Wolfson, quote, if it, the Earth, isn't moving relative to the ether, then Earth alone among the cosmos is at rest relative to the ether. Now, that may be an absurd possibility, but maybe it's true. I think you can see that this is not going to be very philosophically satisfying, and it isn't satisfying physically either. But it violates the Copernican principle that the Earth isn't special. It is particularly absurd in light of what we know from modern cosmology, namely that there are places in the universe, distant galaxies in particular, that are moving away from us at speeds very close to the speed of light. It's absurd to imagine that everything in the universe is pinned to Earth when there are such a wide range of speeds relative to Earth throughout the universe, but it suffices to rule it out on this philosophical ground. End quote. So again, this is a very important quote, and we're going to be talking about the Copernican principle here shortly. And again, this is just funny what they say. I think you can see that this is not going to be very philosophically satisfying. And again, now this may be an absurd possibility. Why is it absurd? Because of the worldview of these scientists. Again, if you want to believe in them and their worldview, be my guest. I choose not to. One more quote of prime importance here. This is Albert Einstein in his Kyoto address, How I Created the Theory of Relativity. He says, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. End quote. There's no more definition of pseudoscience than this right here. Okay? There's no experiment. However, my belief. That's what he's saying. Yeah, well, I've come to believe that there is no motion, there is no experiment that can prove that the Earth moves. However, the Earth revolves around the sun. Oh boy, it's pseudoscience. That's all it is. All right, let's move on to the Copernican principle. And I'm going to be reading this from Wikipedia. The Copernican principle. In physical cosmology, the Copernican principle is an alternative name for the principle of relativity, stating that humans on Earth or in the solar system are not privileged observers of the universe. Named for Copernican heliocentrism, it is a working assumption that arises from a modified cosmological extension of Copernicus's argument of moving Earth. In some sense, it's equivalent to the mediocrity principle. Let's read what the mediocrity principle is. The mediocrity principle is the philosophical notion that if an item is drawn at random from one of several sets or categories, it's likelier to come from the most numerous category than from any of the less numerous categories. The principle has been taken to suggest that there is nothing very unusual about the evolution of the solar system, Earth's history, the evolution of biological complexity, human evolution, or any one nation. It is a heuristic in the vein of the Copernican principle and is sometimes used as a philosophical statement about the place of humanity. The idea is to assume mediocrity rather than starting with the assumption that a phenomenon is special, privileged, exceptional, or even superior. But again, as I just stated, look at the universe around you, look everywhere, and where do you see life? Where do you see importance? Where do you see nature? Where do you see growth? Where do you see all these things happen here on Earth? So when someone says there's nothing very unusual about the evolution of the solar system, Earth's history, the evolution of it is, what is it? What are you talking about? It's extremely unusual. It's of prime importance. Let's continue. This is the back to the Copernican principle from Wiki. Hermann Bondi named the principle after Copernicus in the mid-20th century, although the principle itself dates back to the 16th and 17th century paradigm shift away from the Ptolemaic system, which placed the Earth at the center of the universe. Copernicus proposed that the motion of the planets can be explained by reference to an assumption that the Sun and not the Earth is centrally located and stationary. He argued that the apparent retrograde motion of the planets is an illusion caused by Earth's movement around the Sun, which the Copernican model placed at the center of the universe. Copernicus himself was mainly motivated by technical dissatisfaction with the earlier system and not by support for any mediocrity principle. In fact, although the Copernican heliocentric model is often described as demoting Earth from its central role it had in the Ptolemaic geocentric model, it was successors to Copernicus, notably the 16th century Giordano Bruno, who adopted this new perspective. The Earth's central position had been interpreted as being in the lowest and filthiest parts. Instead, as Galileo said, the Earth is part of the dance of the stars, rather than the sump where the universe's filth and ephemera collect. In the late 20th century, Carl Sagan asked, "Who are we?" We find that we live on an insignificant planet of a humdrum star, lost in a galaxy tucked away in some forgotten corner of the universe, in which there are far more galaxies than people. I'm going to end that quote there. Just because I want to make a comment on this. Of course, we've all heard Carl Sagan say this, but even after just the few quotes I've already read, do you understand the problem here? That scientifically speaking, you can't discount the Earth being the center. Yet here comes Carl Sagan, the science pusher, the science popularist, who says, who are we? We find ourselves that we live on an insignificant planet of it. No, that's your worldview. So thank you for pushing your worldview on us, on me, on my children, on all children across the world. It's beautiful. Really, really tremendous for you. In cosmology, if one assumes the Copernican principle and observes that the universe appears isotropic, or that the same in all directions from a vantage point of Earth, then one can infer that the universe is generally homogeneous, or the same everywhere at any given time, and is also isotropic about any given point. These two conditions make up the cosmological principle. In practice, astronomers observe that the universe has heterogeneous or non-uniform structures up to the scale of galactic superclusters, filaments, and great voids. It becomes more and more homogeneous and isotropic when observed at larger and larger scales, with little detectable structure on scales of more than about 200 million parsecs. However, on scales comparable to the radius of the observable universe, we see systematic changes with distance from Earth. For instance, galaxies contain more young stars and are less clustered, and quasars appear more numerous. While this might suggest that the Earth is the center of the universe, the Copernican principle requires us to interpret it as evidence for the evolution of the universe with time. This distant light has taken almost the age of the universe to reach Earth and shows the universe when it was young. The most distant light of all, cosmic microwave background radiation, is isotropic to at least 1 part in 1,000. Modern mathematical cosmology is based on the assumption that the cosmological principle is almost but not exactly true at the largest scales. The Copernican principle represents the irreducible philosophical assumption needed to justify this, when combined with the observations. Michael Rowan Robinson emphasizes in the Copernican principle as the threshold test for modern thought, asserting that it is evident that in the post-Copernican era of human history, no well-informed or rational person can imagine that the Earth occupies a unique position in the universe. Unbelievable. This is all from Wikipedia, Copernican Principle. You can read it yourself. I just copied it over and highlighted a few important parts. Again, they say, oh, well, this might suggest that the Earth is at its center. The Copernican principle, the principle itself, this is not scientific, this is an assumption. We saw earlier George Ellis saying that the assumption is made because they don't want to be in the center, and it's saying the Copernican principle requires us to interpret it as evidence for what? The principle of something requires us to, oh boy. It's crazy here. This last sentence here, talking about the Copernican principle, represents the irreducible philosophical assumption needed to justify this when combined with the observations. Notice it's irreducible philosophical assumption. This is not science. This is pseudoscience. The beliefs that we have been taught are not actual science. They're not scientific. Let's continue on here. This is just no particular quote. I think I wrote it, or no, I had a, so I said, what is the basis of the modern science and technology? Because according to science establishment historians, heliocentrism is of course the cause. An online encyclopedia put it this way, quote, the scientific revolution can be roughly dated as having begun in 1543, the year in which Nicholas Copernicus published his De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium. However, the origins of much modern technology can be traced back, end quote. That was the end of the encyclopedia quote. Now I'm speaking. However, the origins of much modern technology can be traced back to the elaborate mechanical devices that sprung up in post-medieval Europe. Those toys are an outgrowth of medieval craft of clockmaking, and that craft, in turn, was an offshoot of the craft of applying complex mechanical technology for the purpose of astronomy-related needs. These devices were unambiguously geocentric, every one of them. This is something that even the researchers of the Antikythera mechanism, which you can see pictured below, who mostly are believers of a heliocentric model of the universe, assert, perhaps grudgingly. They obviously don't want everyone to know that devices like this ancient piece of clockwork expose the ancient roots of modern technology. This Antikythera mechanism is based off a geocentric model. Okay? So they don't want you to know that they were able to predict everything from eclipses to equinoxes, everything from a geocentric point of view. They had no idea that, oh, we're flying through the endless space and nonsense. So now I want to read, as we continue on, about the Copernican principle. This is the very interesting thing, and I think did I include pictures here? Yeah. Just to show you, this is the actual pictures from Copernicus's book on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, or whatever you want to call it. But there's a very interesting passage at the beginning of this book, and you'll see here it says ad lectorum de hypo, which means basically to the reader of this hypothesis, I believe is probably the correct translation. And you'll notice down here, it gets down here, and then it's signed vale, okay, which means goodbye in Latin. So the weird thing about this is it appeared in the beginning. It's the preface of Copernicus's book, but now we're told it's written by Andreas Osiander. The story is ridiculous. The story is that Copernicus, on his deathbed, gives his book to be published now. Okay, you can publish my masterwork. You can publish it now. And the person he gave it to went in, supposedly this Andreas Osiander, who happened to be stepping in for the real book publisher at the time. He steps in and writes a preface to the book, doesn't sign his name, makes it look like it's by Copernicus, and then publishes all the copies of the book, and Copernicus never knew that this statement was in the book. That's the actual belief nowadays. You got to be kidding me. And look, there's even a little drawing of the beginning of it, just like there is throughout the whole book. So, I mean, he went and did an additional drawing. He drew this when Copernicus drew the rest. It's just such a joke. But let's read what he said, because a lot of people quote this to Copernicus, and I can see why. But really, if you're quoting this, you should quote it to Andreas Osiander, because that's what we're told. That's what history says, that it was not Copernicus who wrote this, that somebody else was able to write the preface to his book, and he didn't know about it. Give me a break. All right. To the reader, concerning the hypothesis of this work. There have already been widespread reports about the novel hypothesis of this work, to which declares that the earth moves whereas the sun is at rest in the center of the universe. Hence, certain scholars, I have no doubt, are deeply offended and believe that the liberal arts, which are established long ago on a sound basis, should not be thrown into confusion. But if these men are willing to examine the matter closely, they will find that the author of this work has done nothing blameworthy, for it is the duty of an astronomer to compose the history of celestial motions through careful and expert study. Then he must conceive and devise the causes of these motions or hypotheses about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true or even probable. On the contrary, if they provide a calculus consistent with the observations, that alone is enough. Perhaps there is someone who is so ignorant of geometry and optics that he regards the epicycle of Venus as probable, or thinks that this is the reason why Venus sometimes precedes and sometimes follows the sun by 40 degrees or even more. Is there anyone who is not aware that from this assumption it necessarily follows that the diameter of a planet at perigee should appear more than 4 times, and at the body of a planet more than 16 times as great as the apogee? Yet this variation is refuted by the experience of every age. In this science there are some other no less important absurdities, which need not be set forth at the moment. For this art, it is quite clear, it is completely and absolutely ignorant of the causes of the apparent non-uniform motions. And if any causes are devised for the imagination, as indeed very many are, they are not put forward to convince anyone that they are true, but merely to provide a reliable basis for computation. However, since different hypotheses are sometimes offered for one and the same motion, for example, eccentricity of an epicycle for the sun's motion, the astronomer will take his first choice, the hypothesis which is the easiest to grasp. The philosopher will perhaps rather seek some semblance of truth, but neither of them will understand any state of anything certain unless it has been divinely revealed to them. Therefore, alongside the ancient hypotheses, which are no more probable, let us permit these new hypotheses also to become known, especially since they are admirable as well as simple, and bring with them a huge treasure of very skillful observations. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as truth ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered it. Farewell. Or goodbye, based on I think vale is goodbye in Latin. Anyway, when you find this online, you'll see it signed XX, and then it will say that it's Andreas Osiander, but just read the book. It's not signed by anybody. It says goodbye, and then Nicholas Copernicus begins his book. So I guess somebody snuck in, put this preface in there, and then didn't tell Copernicus, and he died on his deathbed, which, my beliefs on that, I don't think at all anybody publishes a book on their deathbed. It's just ridiculous. All right. So, you can go through and read that again. There's so much in this that would take me forever, but I think the most important part is simply the end. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as truth. So are you somebody who accepts what Copernicus said is truth? Most people are. 99% of the world are. And the book tells you itself that if you accept it as truth, ideas conceived for another purpose, you will depart from this study a greater fool than when you entered it. 99% of the world fall into this exact statement right here. Sadly, I was one of them too. Man, I grew up my whole life believing that these things were true until I did the research, looked into it myself, studied these quotes, looked at what we're told, looked for the experiments, looked for the proof that we spin around the sun, and all of a sudden I realized exactly what you'll realize by the end of this video. There is none. Let's continue. I read this at the opening of the show. Quote, I have already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for a system of Copernicus, but I shall not take the risk of being the first one to attack it. End quote. Alexander von Humboldt. Let's have the next quote here. Quote, dark energy is problematic. No one really knows what it is. We can make an educated guess and use quantum theory to estimate how much of it is there, and there might be, but then we overshoot by an astounding factor of 10 to the 120th. That is grounds enough, says George Ellis, to take a hard look at our assumptions about the universe and our place in it. If we analyze the supernova data, by assuming the Copernican principle is correct and get out something unphysical, I think we should start questioning the Copernican principle. Whatever our theoretical predictions are, they will in the end have to give way to the observational evidence. End quote. Real quick, I just want to comment on that part. George Ellis is basically saying if we get something unphysical, which is what dark matter is, which is what dark energy is, things that we can't observe, things that have never been noticed, but again, called scientific, But if these things are out there, then we need to look at the actual starting point. The starting point is exactly what we're discussing right now, the Copernican principle. We need to reassess it. Let's start a new quote. So what would it mean? The outcome were that the Copernican principle, So what would it mean if the outcome were that the Copernican principle is wrong? It would certainly require a seismic reassessment of what we know about the universe. If the Copernican principle fails, all that goes with that, the Big Bang, goes out the window too. Cosmology would be back at the drawing board. If we are in a void, answering how we came to be in such a privileged spot in the universe, it would be even trickier. And this is what you will learn by the end of this video. End quote, Marcus Chown is the earth at the heart of the cosmic void. Let's go to the next quote. Timothy Clifton from Oxford astrophysics member, PhD, quote, a fundamental presupposition of modern cosmology is the Copernican principle, that we are not in a central or otherwise special region of the universe. Studies of type 1a supernova together with the Copernican principle have led to the inference that the universe is accelerating in its expansion. The usual explanation for this is that there must be a dark energy to drive the acceleration. Alternatively, it could be the case that the Copernican principle is invalid and that the data has been interpreted within an inappropriate theoretical framework. If we were to live in a special place in the universe, near the center of a void where the local matter density is low, then the supernova observations would be accounted for without the addition of dark energy. End quote. So again, I've talked about this before, and I've had people come at me and say, oh, prove what you're saying, prove what you're saying. I say, I'll show you several quotes that all admit that if the Earth is the center, it gets rid of everything, dark energy, dark matter, which currently is said to be 97% of the universe, or 95%. And it's never been observed. Guys, we're at what, 20 quotes now, 25 quotes? Is it obvious yet that we are being handed pseudoscience? I don't think there's any question about it. Again, what he's saying here is, well, it could be the case that the Copernican principle is invalid, which it absolutely is if you're basing it on observations, and that the data has been interpreted within an inappropriate theoretical framework. So let's continue. Remember, we're talking right now about the Copernican principle. I do have these things kind of separated out. We haven't even got to the experiments yet. We haven't even got to the fixed Earth yet. We haven't even got to the centrality of Earth yet. We still are on the Copernican principle. Let's continue. Jonathan I. Katz from The Biggest Bangs. His book is listed below here. Quote, the uniform distribution of burst arrival directions tells us that the distribution of gamma ray burst sources in space is a sphere or spherical shell with us at the center. Some other extremely contrived and implausible distributions are also possible. But Copernicus taught us that we are not in a special preferred position in the universe. Earth is not at the center of the solar system, the sun is not at the center of the galaxy, and so forth. There is no reason to believe we are the center of the distribution of gamma ray bursts. If our instruments are sensitive enough to detect the bursts at the edge of the spatial distribution, then they should not be isotropic on the sky, contrary to observation. If our instruments are less sensitive, then the end of the S3/2, I don't know what that is, law should hold, also contrary to observation. That is the Copernican dilemma. To this day, after the detection of several thousand bursts, and despite earnest efforts to show the contrary, no deviation from a uniform random distribution, which is isotropy, in the direction of gamma ray bursts on the sky has ever been convincingly demonstrated. Again, these guys are admitting that there is no experiments or tests that prove what they're trying to prove. Okay? They just are able to explain it away, and we'll talk about that here shortly. Physicist Richard Wolfson, quote, so if the Earth is at rest relative to the ether, then it alone is at rest. That makes us pretty special. Do you really want to return to a parochial pre-Copernican ideas? Do you really think you and your planet are so special that in all the rich vastness of the universe, you alone can claim to be at rest? End quote. Well, I particularly do, because this is all I've seen. All I get from you is pictures from space of Pluto with the dog Pluto on him. I mean, what are you talking about? The Earth is all there is, folks. Let's continue. Richard Liu, here's his quote. Quote, cosmology is not even astrophysics. All the principal assumptions in this field are unverified or unverifiable in the laboratory, and researchers are quite comfortable with inventing unknowns to explain the unknown. How then could, after 50 years of failed attempts in finding dark matter, the fields of dark matter, dark energy have become so lofty priorities in astronomy funding to the detriment of all other branches of astronomy? I demonstrate in this article that while some of this is based upon truth, at least just as much of the, I believe that's cosmic microwave background, I might have wrote that wrong, cosmology has been propped up by a paralyzing amount of propaganda which suppress counter-evidence and subdue competing models. I believe astronomy is no longer heading towards a healthy future unless funding agencies rethink their master plans by backing away from such a high emphasis on groping in the dark." End quote. Let's move on here. We got Hawking and Ellis when they wrote their book in 73. Quote, "We shall interpret the Copernican principle as stating that the universe is approximately spherically symmetrical with every point since it's approximately spherically symmetrical around us." Again, just more evidence. End quote. My bad. Jeez. Bad, Jaron. I should be punished. People are just joining me. The problem is I keep commenting in the middle of quotes, and I'm trying not to do that, so I'll be more careful going forward. But anyway, I do want to comment after them, and again, this quote is just saying that we are the center. Let's go on to the next one. This is George Ellis in his book. Quote, "Additionally, we must take seriously the idea that the acceleration apparently indicated by supernova data could be due to large-scale inhomogeneity with no dark energy. Observational tests of the latter possibly are as important as pursuing the dark energy exotic physics option in a homogeneous universe. Theoretical prejudices as to the universe's geometry and our place in it must bow to such observational tests, precisely because of the foundational nature of the Copernican principle for standard cosmology. We need to fully check this foundation, and one must emphasize here that the standard cosmic microwave background anisotropy studies do not prove the Copernican principle, they assume it at the start." End quote. Hugely important, begging the question. They're assuming it at the start. Presuppositions, again, how many quotes have we gone through, guys? 30? I don't know, but it should be clear here that we're dealing with pseudoscientists. Let's read the next one. Alan Hirschfeld in his book, 2001, quote, "In Newton's day, the Ptolemaic system and the Keplerian version of the Copernican system were taught side by side in universities of the world, but the pendulum of belief had swung irreversibly to the Copernican side. In the minds of most scientists, the heliocentric universe had become fact, yet there remained a crucial missing element in what was otherwise a complete and compelling picture of the universe. Not one shred of indisputable observational proof existed that the Earth moved through space. Here, then, was the holy grail of many of an astronomer, to prove that the Earth, in fact, revolved in a wide orbit around the Sun. The parallax of just one star, any star, had to be detected. The hunt for stellar parallax was on." End quote. Very important here. A lot of people might be jumping out of their seats saying, "But we have shown parallax. There is parallax on the stars. They've shown it now. It's a little tiny bit that nobody can actually see, but some guys with a telescope and a hill can do it." We'll get to that. Remember that? I promise you we'll come back to that fact, and I'll show you why it doesn't matter. Let's go with Max Born in his book, Einstein's Theory of Relativity from 1962. Quote, "Thus, we may return to Ptolemy's point of view of a motionless Earth. One has to show that the transformed metric can be regarded as produced according to Einstein's field equations by distant rotating masses. This has been done. By Thuring, he calculated a field due to a rotating hollow thick-walled sphere and proved that inside the cavity it behaved as though there were centrifugal and other inertial forces usually attributed to absolute space. Thus, from Einstein's point of view, Ptolemy and Copernicus are equally right." End quote. Next one. This is Otto Neugebauer, 68. Quote, "The popular belief that Copernicus's heliocentric system constitutes a significant simplification." Okay, let's start over there and grab a drink of water here. All right, I'm back. All right, let's try that again. Quote, "The popular belief that Copernicus's heliocentric system constitutes a significant simplification of the Ptolemaic system is obviously wrong. The choice of the reference system has no effect on the structure of the model, and the Copernican models themselves require about twice as many circles as the Ptolemaic models and are far less elegant and adaptable. Modern historians, making ample use of the advantage of hindsight, stress the revolutionary significance of the heliocentric system and the simplification it has introduced. In fact, the actual computation of the planetary positions follows exactly the ancient patterns, and the results are the same. The Copernican solar theory is definitely a step in the wrong direction for the actual computation as well as the underlying kinematic concepts." End quote. Hugely important quote there. Hopefully you understood it. But again, if you understand that we're talking about a worldview, then these quotes start to make sense. Then you understand, well, wait a second, if the actual computation of planetary positions follows the ancient patterns, and the results are the same, then why go look at all the heliocentric globies out there that will go around and tell everybody that science has already proven it. That science, well, how do we know when the eclipses are? Where's your flat Earth or your geocentric proof that the eclipses work that way? By the way, you may not know this, but all of NASA's computations for eclipses are done by a man named Fred Esperneck, and Fred Esperneck uses geocentrism as his base. But yet the heliocentric model is true, even though you can't use it as a basis to figure out when the eclipses are. Oh boy. Let us continue. We've got 3 more quotes within the Copernican principle. So here we got Wessel Valkenburg. Let's go ahead and quote this. Quote, "The Copernican principle states that humans are not privileged observers of the universe and provides our philosophical basis for assuming that on the largest scales the universe is spatially homogeneous. While it is one of the foundational aspects of modern cosmology, this assumption remains untested outside of the standard paradigm. Though it may seem pedantic to test something so obvious, the standard paradigm itself is built on shaky foundations, relying on an unexplained, gravitationally repulsive, dark energy component for observations to fit the model. The implications of this cannot be overstated. Assuming that the laws of physics do apply equally everywhere in the universe, the only non-Copernican configuration possible is one in which we live in a place that originates from the special initial conditions." Okay, end quote. Very important quote. So much there. I could just read it again. Hopefully you got it. But what else do you need to see? That again, we're seeing this over and over again, that they're basing all of their science, what they call science, on philosophical criteria, a philosophical basis. That, folks, is philosophy, not science. Okay? And I don't mind if they want to philosophize. I do all the time. I actually prefer philosophy than I do to science. I'd rather sit and listen to somebody tell me how they feel and how they look at the world and what they gather from it. That's great. That's what I want. But if I'm told something is science, then I'm pretty much going to accept that as being true, right? That's what we're taught. But now I can never think that way anymore. Never. Why? Because I realized science operates within a preferred. They have a deeply philosophical bias, deeply severe philosophical bias. Why? Because philosophically, these guys don't want there to be a center, let alone it be us. I mean, again, go back to that Hubble quote, intolerable. Stephen Hawking saying it's a modesty. I mean, if we allow Earth to be in the center, they think it's prideful. So what do? They figure out a way that fits their worldview. There's nothing more prideful than that. Okay? Anyway, let's continue on with the next quote. Excuse me. This is from a science article, September 26, 2008, called Dark Energy, Is It Merely an Illusion? Quote, "Although dark energy may seem a bit contrived to some, the Oxford theorists are proposing an even more outrageous alternative. They point out that it's possible that we simply live in a very special place in the universe. Specifically, we're in a huge void where the density of matter is particularly low. The suggestion flies in the face of the Copernican principle, which is one of the most useful and widely held tenets in physics. Copernicus was among the first scientists to argue that we're not in a special place in the universe, and that theory suggests that we're special is most likely wrong. The principle led directly to the replacement of the Earth-centered concept of the solar system with the more elegant sun-centered model. Dark energy may seem like a stretch, but it's consistent with the venerable Copernican principle. The proposal that we live in a special place in the universe, on the other hand, is likely to shock many scientists." End quote. So yeah, these guys were just talking about, the fact that observationally, we might be the center. It's so upsetting because we know that the Copernican principle is the most useful and widely held tenets in physics. No, it's not. Give me a break. That's what they teach you. That's what they want you to believe, that this belief that we travel around the sun is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Give me a break. Got one more quote for the Copernican principle. Here we go. It's by physicist Hans Reichenbach, and this is 1970. Quote, "It is very important to acknowledge that the Copernican theory offers a very exact calculation of the apparent movements of the planets, even though it must be conceded that from the modern standpoint, practically identical results could be obtained by means of a somewhat revised Ptolemaic system. It makes no sense, accordingly, to speak of a difference in truth between Copernicus and Ptolemy. Both conceptions are equally permissible descriptions. What has to be considered as the greatest discovery of Occidental wisdom, as opposed to that of antiquity, is questioned as to its truth value." End quote. Sorry. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that they come out and say these things. And that's why, some of them are actually out there really trying to do science, but it's pseudoscience. They have a worldview. We've already gone through this many times over. But again, this is a great sentence here at the end of it. What has been considered as the greatest discovery of Occidental wisdom, which is that we go around the sun, as opposed to that of antiquity, which was a flat or motionless geocentric earth, is questioned as to its truth value. But yet it's the greatest truth that's ever come to mankind. Let's go on. All right, so now we're on to experiments. And I just have a couple quotes about that. And most people know about the Michelson-Morley experiment, right? That it failed to detect any movement of the Earth around the sun. This had to be overcome, so they invented the Fitzgerald-Lorentz shortening of the apparatus. This is what was proposed. And eventually the paradoxical relativity theory was invented by Einstein to overcome the problem. However, there are 3 other experiments that have been deliberately ignored by universities because they support a central and a non-moving Earth. Just again, if you don't realize what's going on here, they've done tests, Michelson-Morley, because they can send lights around, bounce them off mirrors, and they said, hey, if the Earth is moving, then these light beams will arrive at different times when they get back, because if you're moving in the direction of the Earth's spin or moving against it, and we're about to find out that they could never find any change. So what did they do? They say that the reason that we see that is because of the Fitzgerald shortening of the device. So the apparatus actually shortens, and that's because, the apparatus shortens when it's going in the motion of the Earth. Absolute and total nonsense that has never been proven. Again, the very definition of pseudoscience. So the first experiment is the Michelson gale. You may not know about this one. This one detected that the ether passing the surface of the Earth with an accuracy of 2% of the speed of the daily rotation of the Earth. Thus, the Michelson-Morley experiment detected no movement of the Earth around the sun. The test after that was Airy's failure. Telescopes have to be very slightly tilted to get the starlight going down the axis of the tube because of the Earth's speed around the sun. Airy tried this test. He filled a telescope with water that greatly slowed down the speed of light inside the telescope and found that he did not have to change the angle of the telescope. This showed us that the starlight was already coming in at the correct angle so that no change was needed. This demonstrated that it was actually the stars moving relative to a stationary Earth and not the fast orbiting Earth moving relative to the stationary stars. If it was the telescope moving, he would have had to change the angle of his telescope. That was experiment number 2. Let's talk about experiment number 3, the Sagnac experiment. Sagnac rotated a table complete with light and mirrors, with the light being passed in opposite directions around the table between the mirrors. He detected the movement of the table by the movement of the interference fringes on the target where they were recombined. This proved that there is an ether and that the light has to pass through this completely destroys Einstein's theory of relativity that says that there is no ether. It is for this reason that this experiment is completely ignored by scientists. More recently, Cantor has found the same exact result with a similar apparatus. All these tests and experiments are never taught in universities, so consequently, scientists are ignorant to the evidence of a stationary Earth. Let's just put these up real quick. They're also in the description. These are the links to each paper if you want to read about Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, Sagnac, and Airy's failure. Again, these are links that you can just click in the description of this if you want to go read, because a lot of people just don't know that they even exist. They don't care about those tests because they don't align with the worldview. And again, let me just stop here real quick and state something simple. You have to understand why the idea of geocentricity, the idea of a flat Earth, anything other than a heliocentric model is absolutely untenable. It's disgusting. It's gross to anybody that's an atheist. Do you understand that? If they've gone around bashing, how about the godless engineer? Like that joke. If that guy goes around bashing, do you think he'll ever look into flat Earth or understand it or even try to? No, because the guy's gone around bashing God forever. I'm a godless engineer. Well, congratulations. I guess you're accidental. You came from, an amoeba. Yeah, right. The whole world is evidence of creation. All of it. Everything that you see. The sun, the moon, the fact that we have eclipses, life, trees, plants, the complexity of the human body, everything. Evidence of design. And yet, we've got atheists out there. You think they'll ever look into this? You think they'll ever accept any of the words I'm telling them? They don't care. They are the ones just like these scientists. It's the absolute horror of being in a unique position. It must be avoided at all costs. If you're Red's rhetoric, it must be avoided at all costs. You can't look at this stuff. You must go against it because of your worldview. Do you guys see what's going on here? I certainly do. Let's look at some quotes around these experiments. And we're probably more than halfway done, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, we still haven't got to centrality, fixed Earth, axis of evil. We haven't got to dark energy and dark matter. We haven't gotten to Newtonian physics. We haven't gotten to relativity. We haven't gotten to ether. Got a lot of way to go. Let's go to, these are quotes about the experiments. So Bernard Jaffe, quote, "The data were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. This, of course, was preposterous." End quote. I don't need to even comment on that. You should start to see a pattern here. You should start to recognize what I'm trying to show you. And again, the choice is up to you. I'm certainly not saying you have to believe what I do, because that's what I hate about what's being done in schools. That's what I hate about what's being done and what's being called science. Okay? I don't have to believe what you say just because that's your religious belief. I don't care. And that's the same for you. You do not have to believe what I would never tell you to believe what I do. My goal is that all these things were so eye-opening to me, they changed my life so profoundly that I want to offer them to you, and it's up to you. If they don't change your life, if you spit on me and call me a moron, go ahead. See if it bothers me. It doesn't. It doesn't even change a thing for my life. Okay? But these quotes did, and the stuff that I put in my videos did. And so my hope is by sharing them with the world that at least you have the opportunity to consider for yourself, because it makes a big difference if we're the center of the earth. If we're the center of the universe versus if we're some random speck in the endless vacuum of space. It's so totally ridiculous. Let's go to the next one. This is scientific historian Lincoln Barnett. Quote, "The Michelson-Morley experiment confronted scientists with an embarrassing alternative. On the one hand, they could scrap the ether theory, which had explained so many things about electricity, magnetism, and light, or if they insisted on retaining the ether, they had to abandon still more venerable Copernican theory that the Earth is in motion. To many physicists, it seemed almost easier to believe that the Earth stood still than that waves, light waves, electromagnetic waves, could exist without a medium to sustain them. It was a serious dilemma and one that split scientific thought for a quarter century. Many new hypotheses were advanced and rejected. The experiment was tried again by Morley and many others with the same conclusion. The apparent velocity of the Earth through the ether was 0. End quote. Again, I shouldn't have to read more of that. We'll just move on. The experiment was tried again by Morley and others. So if we're talking about science, which is based on experimentation, hypothesis-based experimentation, and they keep coming to the conclusion that the velocity of the Earth through space is 0, but what do they teach in schools? What did you grow up believing? Hopefully you see that this is the reason why, the name of this video is very simple. Quotes that tell us that we have all been lied to. Let us jump back over here. Let's continue. We've got Wolfgang Pauli. Quote, "The failure of many attempts to measure terrestrially any effects of the Earth's motion on physical phenomenon allows us to," and then he goes on, and thank you very much for the super chat. I'll read those at the end here, 1 second. At this point, Wolfgang, he stops talking about the experimental evidence and then goes on talking about all the theories of Einstein, which are mathematics and formulas and Lorentz contractions, and it becomes pseudoscience. But he starts out by saying that, we couldn't measure the effects of any motion of the Earth, but based on these formulas and these mathematics that Einstein gave us in relativity, we can say that it does move. But again, tests don't show that, and that is the definition of pseudoscience. Sir Arthur Eddington, Space-Time and Gravitation, page 20, quote, "The Michelson-Morley experiment has thus failed to detect our motion through the ether because the effect looked for, the delay of one of the light waves, is exactly compensated by an automatic contraction of the matter forming the apparatus," end quote. Again, you have to go back and listen again, that because they're not seeing the shift in the light that they expect, they then came up with the theory, the apparatus, the testing apparatus, the one arm that's going in the direction that the Earth is spinning is shortening. And that's why the light rays are getting back at the same time, when clearly that proves that the Earth does not move, folks. Let's go to the next one. This is James A. Coleman, professor of physics and the chairman of the Department of Physics at the American International College in Springfield, Massachusetts. Quote, "The explanation which had the most appeal in accounting for this negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment was one that literally was dreamed up for that purpose. It is the so-called Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. In 1893, Fitzgerald suggested that all objects contracted in the direction of their motion through the ether. He reasoned that if ordinary objects flattened out upon impact with other objects, a rubber ball hitting a wall or a ripe tomato dropped on the floor, for example, then why would it not be possible for objects that move through the ether to have the force of the ether push them in or contract them? This would adequately explain the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The arm of the interferometer moving against the ether would be shortened, so that even though the light was traveling in that particular arm might have slowed down by the ether wind, this would be compensated for by having its path shortened. Objections to the Lorentz contraction hypothesis were rampant, as was to be expected, not only because there was no evidence to prove that such an effect took place, but particularly because Fitzgerald could not explain why objects would contract due to motion through the ether. The contraction hypothesis was originally advanced only as a possible explanation for Michelson and Morley's results, providing such an effect existed. Then, too, the theory said that all materials traveling with the same velocity with respect to the ether would contract the same fractional amount. Since iron is much heavier and stronger than wood, for example, one would expect a greater contraction for wood than for iron, but this, too, went unanswered. End quote. Again, just a fantastic quote here telling you exactly what's going on, showing you exactly that this is a worldview, that these guys are willing to make up anything. But this is what a heliocentrist would tell me if I said, well, what happened with Michelson-Morley? Well, you don't know about length contraction? You don't know that the arm of the apparatus was shortened during the test? Oh, can you show that to be proven? No, you cannot. It is an ad hoc explanation, excuse to cover up the results of an actual scientific experiment. Let's continue. Physicist Richard Wolfson, what happened when the experiment was done in 1887? There was never, in any orientation at any time of year, any shift in the interference pattern. None. No shift. No fringe shift. Nothing. What's the implication? Here was an experiment that was done to measure the speed of the Earth's motion through the ether. This was an experiment that was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. It could have detected speeds as low as 2 miles a second instead of the known 2 miles per second that the Earth has in its orbital motion around the Sun. It didn't detect it. What's the conclusion from the Michelson-Morley experiment? The implication is that the Earth is not moving. End quote. Very important quote. We got Ronald W. Clark in his book Einstein, The Life and Times, 1971, quote, "The problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only three alternatives. The first is the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. The second was that the ether was carried along by the Earth in its passage through space. The third solution was that the ether simply did not exist, which to many 19th century scientists was equivalent to scrapping current views of light, electricity, magnetism, and starting again. And so because they didn't want to start," end quote, sorry. And because they didn't want to start again, they just carried on with the belief. So it's ridiculous here again that you read, let me see the exact part that I was interested in. So the problem which now faced science was considerable. Three alternatives, standing still, which meant, so this part. The first was that the Earth was standing still. So this is one of the possibilities, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. Science, ladies and gentlemen, right here for you. Andre K.T. Assisi, quote, "In the Ptolemaic system, the Earth is considered to be at rest and without rotation in the center of the universe, while the Sun, other planets, and fixed stars rotate around the Earth. In relational mechanics, this rotation of distant matter yields the force. Now, the gravitational attraction of the Sun is balanced by a real gravitational centrifugal force due to the annual rotation of distant masses around the Earth, with a component having a period of 1 year. In this way, the Earth can remain at rest and is the essential constant distance from the Sun. The diurnal rotation of distant masses around the Earth with a period of 1 day yields a real gravitational centrifugal force, flattening the Earth at the poles. Foucault's pendulum is explained by a real Coriolis force acting on moving masses over the Earth's surface. The effect of this force will be to keep the plane of oscillation of the pendulum rotating around with the fixed stars," end quote. Excellent quote there. This is a quote from Robert Sungenis that I thought was pretty good. Let's see if we can read through this whole thing. Here we go. So quoting, "One can imagine why many who were looking for proof of a rotating Earth would appeal to the Foucault pendulum. It seems logical to posit that the reason the plane of the pendulum appears to be moving in a circle is that the Earth beneath it is rotating. In other words, the heliocentrist insists that the pendulum's circular motion is an illusion. The pendulum is actually moving back and forth in the same plane, and the Earth is turning beneath it. Since the Earth is too big for us to sense its rotation, we instead observe the plane of the pendulum rotate. All one needed to do to prove the Earth is rotating, he insists, is to reverse the roles. That is, imagine that the plane of the pendulum is stationary and the Earth beneath it is moving. This particular logic, however, doesn't prove that the Earth is rotating. One can begin the critique by asking this simple question. If the pendulum is constantly swinging in the same plane while the Earth is rotating beneath it, what force is holding the pendulum in that stationary position? In other words, if the plane of the pendulum is stationary, with respect to what is it stationary? This is understood as the unresolved force in physics. The only possible answer is, it is stationary with respect to the rest of the universe, since it is certainly not stationary with respect to the Earth. With a little insight, one can see that this brings us right back to the problem that Einstein and the rest of modern physics faced with the advent of relativity theory. Is it the Earth that's rotating under fixed stars, or do the stars revolve around a fixed Earth? As Einstein said, the two sentences, the sun is at rest and the Earth moves, or the sun moves and the Earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. As such, it would be just as logical, not to mention scientifically consistent, to posit that the combined forces of the universe which rotate around the Earth are causing the plane of the pendulum to rotate around an immobile Earth. In other words, in the geocentric model of the movement of the pendulum is not an illusion, it really moves. According to Einstein, there is no difference between the two models. Ernst Mach, from whom Einstein developed many of his insights, stated much of the same. He writes, "Obviously, it doesn't matter if we think the Earth is turning around its axis or at rest while the fixed stars revolve around it. Geometrically, these are the exact same case of relative rotation of the Earth and the fixed stars with respect to one another. But if we think that the Earth is at rest and the fixed stars revolving around it, there is no flattening of the Earth, no Foucault's pendulum experiment, and so on." Robertson Jenis, well, that was Ernst Mach speaking there. Robertson Jenis continues here. Barber and Bertolotti prove that a large hollow sphere representing the distant star field rotating around a small solid sphere inside, modeling the Earth, produced exactly the same patterns of Coriolis and centrifugal forces that are claimed as proof of the Earth spinning in space. If the hollow shell of matter accelerates or rotates, any objects inside the shell will tend to be carried along with the acceleration or rotation to some extent. Well, Robertson Jenis, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about begging the question, just so you understand some of these answers about the Michelson-Morley. This is from a cosmoquest.org forum that I found. How to commit the fallacy of begging the question when a conclusion to be demonstrated is assumed into a premise. Okay, so we got number one, an experiment is set up to demonstrate the motion of the Earth through space. Number two, a positive result is expected from that theory. Number three, the experiment produces a null result. Number four, the null result has a cause. Number five, the cause of the null result is not a stationary Earth, but because the Earth is moving. Number six, the cause of the null result is a moving Earth. Number seven, therefore, an experiment on the moving Earth has demonstrated that C is constant in any internal inertial reference frame. 8. Therefore, C is constant in all reference frames. Well, line 8 implies a moving Earth as part of the conclusion. Yet, line 5 merely asserts that the Earth is moving to conclude to line 8. Therefore, the constancy of C is invalid according to the fallacy of begging the question. 1 second. Excuse me. The only way science can conclude to one of the special relativity's postulates is to beg the question of the motion of the Earth as shown above. The constancy of C in any inertial reference frame is known from a logical fallacy. The constancy of C in any inertial reference frame is a postulate of special relativity. Special relativity uses four-dimensional space to mathematically explain the Michelson-Morley null result. Minkowski space is four-dimensional and is used to explain special relativity. But as special relativity is founded on a fallacious postulate, then so too is Minkowski space is also founded on a fallacious postulate, and as a fallacy invalidates a theory, then guess what? Both special relativity and also Minkowski space are invalid. But again, you can look for yourself and you'll see that those things are considered explanations for the Michelson-Morley null result. All right, we're moving on to the centrality of Earth. Why do I have nothing here again? Okay, here we go. All right, so from George Ellis, quote, "This assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe." So, end quote. Just point that out again. Very important one there. Let's go to the next one. Thomas S. Kuhn from the Copernican Revolution from his book 1959, quote, "Now imagine that the whole mechanism is picked up and put down again with the sun fixed at the central position formerly held by the Earth. All of the geometric spatial relations of the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved. And since only the fixed point of the mechanism has been changed, All the relative motions must be identical. The Tychonic system is transformed to the Copernican system simply by holding the sun fixed instead of the earth. The relative motion of the planets are the same in both systems, and the harmonies are therefore preserved. End quote. Let's go on about the centrality some more. That's it. This is the editor of Nature magazine, Paul C.W. Davies. Quote, often the simplest of observations will have the most profound consequences. It has long been a cornerstone of modern science, to say nothing of man's cosmic outlook, that the Earth attends a modest star that shines in an undistinguished part of a run-of-the-mill galaxy. Life arose spontaneously, and man evolved on this miscellaneous clump of matter, and now directs his own destiny without outside help. This cosmic model is supported by the Big Bang and expanding universe concepts, which in turn are buttressed by the simple observation that astronomers see redshifts wherever they look. These redshifts are due, of course, to matter flying away from us under the impetus of the Big Bang. But redshifts can also arise from the gravitational attraction of mass. If the Earth were at the center of the universe, the attraction of the surrounding mass of stars would also produce redshifts wherever we looked. This argument was advanced by George Ellis in his article, is more complex than this, but his basic thrust is to put man back into a favored position in the cosmos. His new theory seems quite consistent with our astronomical observations, even though it clashes with the thought that we are godless and making it on our own. End quote. Astronomer J.L.E. Dreyer. Quote, the Earth-centered system is in reality absolutely identical with the system of Copernicus, and all computation of the places of the planets are the same for the two systems. End quote. What more do you need to hear, folks? It's being spelled out for you over and over again. We're probably at 60 quotes at this point, and is it sinking in yet? That's the question. Let me continue. We got Fred Hoyle from his book Nicholas Copernicus, pages 82 and 83. Quote, we can take either the Earth or the Sun, or any point for that matter, as the center of the solar system. This is certainly so for the purely kinematical problem of describing the planetary motions. If we wish to consider the Earth to be at rest, it will be necessary to give an annual epicyclic motion to every object in the distant universe, as well as to the planets of the solar system. We can't dismiss such a procedure simply on the grounds of inconvenience or absurdity. End quote. Thank you very much for Fred Hoyle actually admitting that. However, he would be turning in his grave as well. Stephen Hawking, in A Brief History of Time, quote, all this evidence that the universe looks the same whichever direction we look might seem to suggest there is something special about our place in the universe. In particular, it might seem that if we observe all other galaxies to be moving away from us, then we must be at the center of the universe. End quote. But again, as I read earlier, Stephen Hawking changed that and says, but we dismiss this based on modesty. How scientific is that? Dismissing something based on modesty is scientific? Let's continue on the centrality of Earth. Y.P. Varshni, quote, the Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to the Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that the coordinate system fixed to the Earth with a preferred reference frame in the universe, consequently, both the special and general theory of relativity must be abandoned for cosmological purposes, end quote. I put this one in here again just because we're talking about the centrality here, and what he's saying is the complete opposite of what we're taught. We're taught that no matter where you're at in the universe, that they would all see the same thing. And yet, he's telling us, and he is astrophysics, I don't know what he is, I think he's maybe just wrote this book, The Redshift Hypothesis for Quasars, but he's telling us that these shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar, which completely means that we are in a very unique observing position, folks, in the universe. We are of prime importance. We are the apple of God's eye. Let's go to the next one. The Earth-centered system. J.L.E. Dreyer again. I think we already read this one. The Earth-centered system is in reality absolutely identical with the system of Copernicus, and all computation of the places in the planets are the same for the two systems. Next one. Henry Poincaré. Quote, a great deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of the Earth's movement. The results were always negative. We do not have any means of discovering whether or not we are carried along in a uniform motion of translation, end quote. Again, we've got another person telling you that we don't know whether the Earth moves, but it's being taught in schools to your children. How about Adolf Baker from Modern Physics and Antiphysics? Quote, always the speed of light was precisely the same. Thus, the failure of Michelson-Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of year suggested that the Earth must be at rest. It was therefore the preferred frame for measuring absolute motion in space. Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Why should it be at rest in space? End quote. Well, this is the way these guys think, you know? Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. So why should it be at rest in space? So they're discounting what the observations are telling them. They're discounting what the science tells them, what the experiments say, and say, but we've known since Galileo that the Earth's not the center. Next one on centrality. But what is less known is that, quote, but what is less known is that Tycho Brahe, Kepler's tutor, developed a geostatic system that was just as accurate and as elegant as Kepler's. The sun orbits the Earth, and all the other planets orbit the sun. The trajectories are ellipses, and all of Kepler's laws are satisfied. We can therefore conclude that the sun's orbit in the Earth's pseudo-potential is equivalent to that observed from the Earth in the heliocentric system. The analysis of planetary motions has been performed in the Newtonian framework with the assumption of Mach's principle. The kinematical equivalence of the Copernican, the heliocentric, and the Neo-Tychonian geocentric systems is shown to be a consequence of the presence of pseudo-potential in the geocentric system, which, according to Mach, must be regarded as the real potential originating from the fact of simultaneous accelerations of the universe. If one could put the whole universe in accelerated motion around the Earth, the pseudo-potential corresponding to the pseudo-force will immediately be generated. That same pseudo-potential then causes the universe to stay in that very state of motion without the need of any exterior forces acting upon it. End quote. And that's Luka Popov. Got another quote on the centrality by astronomer Gerardus D. Bow, Ph.D. Quote, again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence of evolution. End quote. Okay, let's move on to fixed Earth. Got a few more here. Let's see how much we're doing. How we doing here? Good. All right, we're on to fixed Earth quotes. Okay, here we go. This is Dennis W. Schema, The Unity of the Universe, 1961 book. According to his wiki, by the way, he is one of the founding fathers of modern cosmology. Quote, whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomenon will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption which can never be proved or disproved by observation. End quote. One of the most important quotes of the entire night, right there. Again, so important. Okay, here we go now. Let's move on. All right. Physicist Julian B. Barber, quote, thus, even now, 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the Earth moves, end quote. Again, and you know, here's how somebody might refute these, is they're going to come to me and say, yeah, but Julian Barber believes in the universe. He believes that the Earth does move. Yeah, I know that. Thank you. I understand the worldview of scientists. I've completely been explaining it the entire show. But also, he tells you right here that it's still remarkably difficult, because there's no experiment that's ever shown it, to say categorically whether the Earth moves or not. I know what they believe. I'm not confusing that. All right, let's go back to Fred Hoyle in his book. He says that, quote, we might hope, therefore, that the Einstein theory, which is well suited to such problems, would throw more light on the matter. But instead of adding further support to the heliocentric picture of the planetary motions, the Einstein theory goes in the opposite direction, giving increased respectability to the geocentric picture, end quote. Again, this is Fred Hoyle. You know, I think a one-time astronomer royale. Let's continue. This is from Einstein's Ether. It's a book from 2001. Quote, according to Einstein, the argument over whether the Earth turns around the heavens... According to Einstein, the argument over whether the Earth turns around or the heavens revolve around it is seen to be no more than an argument over the choice of reference frames. There is no frame of reference from which an observer would not see the effects of the flattening of the poles. Thus, in frame number 1, the Earth turns around while the sky is at rest. The centrifugal force is a consequence of the Earth's motion, uniform acceleration, relative to the heavens. This causes the flattening. In the latter frame, number 2, the sky rotates and the Earth stands still, while the centrifugal force should be understood as being an effect of the rotating heavens, which is generating a gravitational field that causes the flattening at the poles. The two explanations are equivalent, as there is an equivalence between inertial and gravitational mass. So, end quote. See, almost did it again. Very important quote there. Let's continue on. We're talking about the fixed earth now, remember. This is from Martin Gardner. Quote, do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless. A waitress may just as sensibly ask a customer if he wanted ice cream on top of his pie or the pie placed under his ice cream. End quote. Very important quote here. Just, what are we at? 70 quotes now. I don't know what we're at. But whatever it is, are you starting to see what's going on here? They are identical systems. They're all just a model. We don't live on a model. Okay, we don't live in the geocentric model. We don't live in the Copernican model. We don't live in the heliocentric model. We live here on Earth. We live in reality. And yet these guys have devised a way of explaining the world by giving you, all these distances, and that the Earth is just a tiny little speck. Even in the solar system, the Earth occupies 0.0000001% of the entire solar system, let alone if you look at the universe. And in my opinion, the Earth is all there is. So they've taken something that is 100% of importance and diminished it to 0.00001% of even the solar system. Who did that? Men with a worldview that say we cannot be the center, even though I'm reading quote after quote after quote after quote that says it's the same no matter what. So what are we doing teaching our children of the worldview of some men who hate God, their creator? Come on. Let's continue. Douglas C. Giaconoli said, quote, this null result was one of the greatest puzzles of physics at the end of the 19th century. One possibility was that the velocity would be zero and no fringe should be expected, but this implies that the Earth is somehow a preferred object. Only with respect to the Earth would the speed of light be c as predicted by Maxwell's equations. This is tantamount to assuming that the Earth is the central body of the universe. Again, no comment needed, just more quotes from physicists that are telling you that the evidence shows us to be in the center. Here we go. We've got Fred Hoyle in his Copernicus book again. Quote, let it be understood at the outset that it makes no difference from the point of view of describing planetary motion whether we take the Earth or the Sun as the center of the solar system, since the issue is one of relative motion only. There are infinitely many exactly equivalent descriptions referred to different centers. In principle, any single point will do. The Moon, Jupiter. So the passions loosed on the world by the publication of Copernicus's book De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium were logically irrelevant. End quote. Again, were logically irrelevant. Let's go on. Bernard Cohen, quote, there is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the Sun. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries can be accommodated to the system in which the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the Sun and the planets so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit, end quote. Again, it might be getting annoying for some people. I'm sorry, I'm just putting these all together. Don't kill the messenger. It's going to be quote after quote after quote. We might be, I don't know, maybe we're more than half done, I hope. Let's see here. Fred Hoyle. Quote, we know that the difference between a heliocentric theory and a geocentric theory is one of relative motion only, and that such a difference has no physical significance, end quote. I mean, folks, what do you not see the problem yet? I'm not making these things up. That's what these guys are saying. If you want to believe them, if you want your children to learn the worldview of Fred Hoyle and the worldview of Einstein and these guys who hated the idea of being a creation, that's fine. That's fine. You can believe that if you want. For me, I think every human deserves to at least hear these things so that maybe they can change their worldview, maybe they can change their belief system. And I know it's hard. I'm one who knows how hard it is because we were all sat in a desk and handed prepackaged answers from teachers that we respected, teachers that we believed. Our parents told us that we were going to school to learn, and so every one of us sat there and did exactly what we were supposed to do. Learned the answers for the test. That's what we did. If you want to believe those things are true, even after everything I'm reading to you, it's on you. Let's go to the next one. Fred Hoyle again. Today we cannot say the Copernican theory is right and the Ptolemaic theory is wrong in any meaningful sense. The two theories are physically equivalent to one another. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try and get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against a paradigm and the editors will turn you down, end quote. Unbelievable quote right there. That's what we've all been saying. People say, well, why is there no papers about this in the science journals? Well, why don't you ask Fred Hoyle? He'll tell you right there. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every single avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try and get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against a paradigm and the editors will turn you down. Lincoln Barnett, quote, no physical experiment ever proved that the earth is actually in motion, end quote. I don't know what else I need to tell you about that one. Let's continue. Albert Michelson, quote, this conclusion directly contradicts the explanation which presupposes that the earth moves, end quote. Beautiful. Next one, from a book cited in Stephen Hawking's A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, 2007, quote, to the question of whether or not the motion of Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result, end quote. I mean, well, boy, folks, what else do you want to see? What else do you want to see? Think of what science is. They're doing a bunch of tests, experiments, to prove that the earth moves. Then he says, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature have led to a negative result, meaning all scientific tests and experiments have proven that the earth does not move. Then he says, before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled with this negative result. Again, go back and listen to me talk about the transform equations, which are what were employed in the special relativity theories. So now we have to believe that testing apparatuses are shrinking. Oh boy. Thank you, Einstein, for the theory of relativity, because this theory, that's real good science. The theory of relativity, great science for your mental conceptions. Kitty Ferguson, quote, it is possible to describe the entire universe using any chosen point as the unmoving center. The Earth will do very well, and no one can prove that choice is wrong. Scientists today prefer to picture everything in motion and nothing as being the center. If you haven't given much thought to the implications of 20th century science, you may be chagrined to realize that because of the concept of relative motion, no one can prove that the Earth moves, end quote. I don't know what you want me to say. Is it getting to be just too heavy on your shoulders yet? Because that's what happened to me. It got to be too much. It's too much. When you realize that we're dealing with the worldview of men who are forcing their beliefs on you and your children, your grandchildren, then you might start to wake up. I think I skipped too far. What did I do here? Sorry, I lost myself. Here we go. Excuse me. Thomas S. Kuhn here says, quote, ironically, the holy grail of many an astronomer to prove that the Earth is in fact revolving in a wide orbit around the Sun is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax, which is adequately explained in a neotychonic geocentric system with the stars aligned on the Sun, which revolves around the stationary Earth. Now imagine that the whole mechanism is picked up and put down again with the Sun fixed at the central position formerly held by the Earth. All of the geometric spatial relations to the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved, and since only the fixed point of the mechanism has changed, all the relative motions must be identical. The Tychonic system is transformed to the Copernican system simply by holding the Sun fixed instead of the Earth. The relative motion of the planets are the same in both systems, and the harmonies are therefore preserved, end quote. Again, I put that quote back in there. You might recognize this part, but maybe not this part. The reason I claim or put this later is because I wanted to show that he's talking about, as we spoke about earlier, when people say, oh, but the parallax of the stars, what you don't realize is they've already tested this and they're identical. It's the same. So keep coming with those arguments and you just look to be more of a religious zealot than before. Let's continue. Arthur Eddington, quote, there was just one alternative. The Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil, end quote. If you don't know what nil means, it means zero. None. Zip. Sorry. Let's go to the next one. G.J. Whitrow, 1959 book says, quote, it is both amusing and instructive to speculate on what might have happened if such an experiment as Michelson-Morley could have been performed in the 16th or 17th centuries when men were debating the rival merits of Copernicus and the Ptolemaic systems. The result would surely have been interpreted as conclusive evidence for the immobility of the Earth, and therefore as a triumphant vindication of the Ptolemaic system and irrefutable falsification of the Copernican hypothesis. The moral of this historical fantasy is that it is often dangerous to believe in the absolute verification or falsification of a scientific hypothesis. All judgments of this type are necessarily made in some historical context, which may be drastically modified by the changing perspective of human knowledge, end quote. Again, beautiful quote there. Well said. And if you understand it, you'll realize that if the test that they did in the early 1900s, late 1800s, was done back in the days when people were questioning Copernicus, they would have trashed the Copernican model at its outset. Would have been gone. Would have been easily proven, but they weren't able to test that. And so those tests came along after they had already accepted scientifically all of Copernicus's ideas. So do you think they're going to go back and admit they were wrong in the face of everything that happened with the church? Come on. Absolutely not. Let's move on to the next one. This is from Darcy Pettyhoff. She is at the Royal Air Force College in England. Quote, "One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that beliefs correspond to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to a celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth, and around which it rotates in accordance with the laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and the moon move across the inner surface of this sphere, and hence, perforce, go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy, because dogma is as it may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look into the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest." End quote. Beautiful quote here by somebody telling you, I don't know if she's a teacher at this college, but she's telling you, just come and look. We teach navigators that the Earth is fixed. We teach them that it's centered and that everything goes around us. That's what they teach. So for people who say, well, the geocentricity nonsense and Earth-centered nonsense, well, why is it being taught to Air Force pilots? Come on. James A. Coleman, quote, "The easiest explanation was that the Earth was fixed in the ether and that everything else in the universe moved with respect to the Earth and to the ether. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean, in effect, that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all other heavenly bodies paying homage by moving around it." End quote. I believe I already read that one. I knew that would happen somewhere. Too many quotes to go through and see if I had them matched up. All right, here we go. Next one. Quote, "The ancient argument over whether the Earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the Earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the Earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening. The Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the Earth rotate? The question is meaningless." End quote. Martin Gardner, 1976 book. Again, if the question is meaningless, why is it that if I ask any scientist or any atheist or any science backer, hey, do we go around the sun or does the sun go around us? They will laugh at you. Lawrence Krauss has, I don't remember where it was it in one of my videos, where Lawrence Krauss makes a joke to a crowd about how insane it is that what people believe that the sun goes around the earth. Well then, what am I reading? What are these quotes? They're nothing? They're just meaningless? No. The question is meaningless of whether the heavens rotate because it's all the same. But again, what is being taught? What is being forced down your throat at 6 years old? You tell me. All right, let's go on to the next one. This is Luka Popov again. Quote, "Abstract, using Mach's principle, we will show that the observed diurnal and annual motion of the Earth can just as well be accounted for as the diurnal rotation and annual revolution of the universe around the fixed and centered Earth. This can be performed by postulating the existence of vector and scalar potentials caused by the simultaneous motions of masses in the universe, including the distant stars." End quote. Let's go here. Adolf Baker. Quote, "Always the speed of light was precisely the same. Thus, the failure of the Michelson-Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of the year suggested that the Earth must be at rest. It was therefore the preferred frame for measuring absolute motion in space. Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Why should it be at rest in space?" End quote. Okay, let's see here. Quote by Martin Gardner here. Quote, "One could just as legitimately assume that the Earth to be fixed and the entire universe within its great spherical cloud of black body radiation to be moving. The equations are the same. Indeed, from the standpoint of relativity, the choice of reference frame is arbitrary. Naturally, it is simpler to assume the universe is fixed and the Earth moving other than the other way around, but the two ways of talking about the Earth's relative motion are two ways of saying the same thing." End quote.
Hello.
I don't know how many more you need to hear, but we're going to keep reading. Let's go. Ronald W. Clark. in his book from 1971, quote, "The problem which now faced science was considerable,
You
for
can
there
just
seemed to
turn
be
on the
only three
bot.
alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable." I'll end the quote there because we've already read this one, but again, let's move on here. Next one.
Hold on. Did you say something, Brandon?
Oh, I was just coming in to say, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're not interrupting.
Alright, cool. I just came in to see what was going on. That's cool.
Nothing much. We're just listening to the bot.
Alright, sorry, I won't interrupt again.
What?
So go ahead, play the bot.
What's everybody doing in here? We got Fisherman 101, Mike Power Swan. Who's up right now?
What's up?
What's up, Dave?
Another day on the level stationary plane. What's up with you?
Nothing much. Getting up myself. It's gonna be a great day.
I have to say today's a beautiful day here in Kentucky. Like 75 degrees, sunny skies, beautiful day.
I think I spoke to Fisherman 101. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up?
It looks like you're flat Earth. Okay.
Mm-mm.
So, yeah, when did you join the server, man?
Oh, some months ago. I don't get on here very often, but I'm just here at work. Thought, you know what? I'm gonna check in on the boys and see what's going on.
That's cool. I've been telling people that it's flat Earth is actually getting more and more prevalent in the social media. So
Not
word's
really
getting
on
out.
social media much anymore. But where are you seeing it? All the socials or anyone
TikTok's
specific?
really bursting with it. Actually,
You think that's
algorithm.
why they're attacking it?
No, I guess the algorithm's being kind of kind to flat Earth on TikTok.
That's good.
Oh, Ether Grass, you here? You might not be here.
Let's invite anyone listening on YouTube or wherever come in and discuss the shape of the Earth, please. Thank you.
How's it going? I hope all is well with everybody.
What's up, AG? What's going on, man?
I made something a little bit funny that I kind of want to share. Took a clip from one of NASA's trailer things that they shared and mixed it with another clip.
We are NASA. And after 60 years, we're just getting started.
But for the record, you don't have to go that slowly.
I don't think it played the end of it. It's supposed to say you don't have to go that slowly. Maybe I should add on some more empty space at the end of that clip.
That's how after 60 years, we're just getting started? That's hilarious.
Yeah. And then I took a clip from GLaDOS saying, but for the record, you don't have to go that slowly. There's just going to be more cartoon balls and weird space drama. It's a soap opera. It's a celestial soap opera.
Give credit where it's due. They have been probing Uranus since 1958. They're saying.
Well, at least they're calling it what it is. They're saying the quiet part out loud. The government is literally... Never mind.
They've been deeply probing Uranus. Most people don't know it, right?
Yeah. It's weird how they're now looking for alien life forms and so on the moons of Uranus, amongst other things. Now they're claiming they've never actually been to outer space. Like they've been to space, but not outer space or deep space. That they've just been to space, but not actually space. Whatever the hell that means. You're roboting just a little. Well, that might be me. I have one bar too. So I could be lagging.
No, he's roboting. Aren't they saying that like the atmosphere goes out past the moon, and so that's why they haven't really gone into space or whatever?
I think that's what they're expanding upon, is since the atmosphere of the Earth reaches beyond the moon, they've never technically left the Earth.
I can't wait for this new Artemis
It makes
2
it more dramatic.
2024.
Oh, dude, yeah.
It's going to be just priceless. I am just so excited to see that shitty computer graphics. And you think with all the money they have, they could actually create something a little bit more believable.
Well, if it was more believable, then it wouldn't be realistic. Because you can tell that it's real because it looks so fake.
It's going to be great.
Hopefully Dale comes back. I reckon he's resetting his phone or something, trying to fix his connection. There he is. think I'll scroll up and check the lobby and other rooms out and see if there's anybody up there chatting. Maybe somebody needs to get VC verified.
Am I still a robot?
Just a little bit, but you're actually clearer now than you were before.
Wow. I just wanted to ask any heliocentric believer listening to me right now, why do you persist in believing something you have no evidence for? Just a question.
Because my kindergarten teacher told me it, and it was in a book.
Some dude just claimed that...
Makes sense, man.
Some dude just claimed what?
He's basically claiming that paying scientists to figure things out is how science works, and that's not at all. No. He doesn't understand. Lobbyist scientism works that way. But true science anybody can do. And you pay yourself by just learning things. The entire point's to know. Science isn't about why, it's about why not.
Man, you're just coming out with the portal quotes. I love it.
I've been editing the audio. I've been editing the files from every quote from GLaDOS and from Cave Johnson. So yeah, I've got all the quotes in my head right now.
Brilliant.
What's funny is he mentions Senate hearings for missing astronauts, and it lines up perfectly with the combustible lemon incident of 87. Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, because he hung the lemon on the thing, and then they ended up, If you listen to the interviews, though, those dudes had some interesting things to say right before that event happened. I decided to kind of time travel back before the audio clips of their death and listen to the actual interviews that were on TV. And they were saying some pretty interesting things regarding researching creating high-altitude aircraft.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. Sounds interesting.
The one dude that actually announces that they're on fire, the guy who you hear screaming in the background, isn't Gus. It's one of the other guys who's with him. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But he basically points out that it's their job to find out whether it's even possible or not to go to the moon. Gus also points out that if we get too, I'll say it in my words, basically if Americans get too squishy and comfortable, that they won't do much, and they get stuck in a downward spiral of nothingness. And then he points to space and acts like that's the final frontier, we should be going that direction. I get where you were trying to do, man, but that's why they burnt you. He had too much hope. And he would critically think about stuff too and call things out when it was some bullshit. Like smart mouth. They don't like people like that. Seems like they prefer useful idiot versions of astronauts that don't really know shit, but they'll just be like, yeah, I'm a space scientist because I do science in space. Like that one. Great reasoning there, buddy.
Isn't the playbook of the communists to like kill, like they radicalize people that really believe in it, and then once they take over, they kill all the people that are the radicals because they're the ones that are gonna like really think critically and like actually challenge them. Kind of reminds me of that.
I'm not jumping in that rabbit hole.
But you know what I'm saying? Like NASA is kind of like that, right? With that guy, like he actually really believed in it, but then was like questioning things, so they offed him.
Well, it's my belief that in every company there are good and bad people, and there's some folks that are always a bit ruthless, a bit cutthroat about their business dealings, and to the point where they don't care about other people's lives. It's not just NASA; it's companies in general. Just greed and power control type stuff. Anybody who feels like that's threatened, they're going to retaliate and defend themselves from their perspective, because they're people of material. I'm certainly suspicious of NASA, though, that's for sure. And not just because of the Gus Grissom incident with combustible lemons.
Yeah, there's so many things to be suspicious about. The more you look, the more you find. It's nuts.
Yeah, that's it. Like, the Challenger's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing.
What disturbs me the most about all of this is most people would actually rather watch entertainment or play video games than research anything at all. And they, while they're playing their video games or watching their entertainment, they want to act like anybody who does study anything at all is a complete idiot and they're stupid for not just trusting whatever the hell the TV tells them. They worship electronic scrying mirrors. But if you think critically, they'll call you an idiot.
Yeah, I think we've all been there with a friend or family member trying to talk some sense into them, and then they just look at you as an idiot, but yet they've done zero research, looked into it.
Instead of calling you an idiot, they'll just ask you why you're doing that, or why, like as though what you're doing is a waste of time.
Right.
You have no idea what I'm doing then. I've had somebody ask me why I spend so much time talking to you guys on here. As though I could offer any form of simple explanation.
All right, I gotta jump on a client call. Peace out.
All right, man. See you around. Unfortunately, most folks don't want to hear anything about the world that they live in that conflicts with what everybody that they know and love has told them. Because surely those people can't be wrong. Like a child getting pretty angry at another child for trying to say that Santa Claus is not real. No, my mommy and daddy would never lie to me. They love me. They would not tell me a lie like that. You're the liar. You're bad for saying my mommy and daddy are liars. God. I don't know why I even look into the lobby. I have to, but I don't know why I do it. You're still breaking up a bit there. Trying to get some people to come chat in here about their various beliefs and worldviews. Got a couple of lobbyists hanging out, talking to Wolfgang.
Robot check now. Should be in a good area.
You sound clear now. I guess I spoke too soon. You were perfectly clear a second ago, dude.
floating through space, an infinite void expanding at the seams. The universe, the galaxy, formed from nothing to reality. Look at the stars and see like a forest of trees, star cycles. Though we live on the globe, but when I look up at the stars I see circles. You dream about space, the day you'll escape the terrain that supports your frame. Sought fame, and now you want stardom on travel the sky to find a place to put your flag on. Maybe fly through the dragon constellation. Maybe there's a place you can make a name in. Space is not a place for the layman, it's only found in your imagination. You're imploding your mind, but you say it's fine, cause you're unemployed in a vacuum. And your proof is what they told you, so they continue to implode you. You disown truth, disregard proof of anything that truth, but the world has been duped. Cause they would never lie to you. No, they would never lie to you. Why would they lie? How could they hide something so big and so obvious simply by saying, don't trust your eyes, listen to us, give us your trust and obedience. They're depleting us to vow free for, but they won't exceed us, for they have no truth. And there's a remnant of us clinging to what's true. I believe what my eyes behold, not the things that the world's been told. My senses have not been seared to desensitize me from this realm. With the aid of a sci-fi film that killed the mind of many. If you love me to the moon and back, you must not love reality. So we've never been in the moon, never been there before, and we're not getting there soon. You just assume it's a physical, landable object, but all you really know about it is that it's optics. So stop the assumption, do you know where you got them? Straight from the temple of NASA's doctrine. Straight isn't straight, sorry, should have said curve. May have lost your perception, but you gain a new world. Murdered whoops and trip, but compromised in its lies. They devised a model that could pardon our eyes by twisting our minds enough to let us go blind of our own accord. We don't use souls anymore when a mental slicing does just the same impact. It increases the game, cancels out God even more in a craftier way. Why would they lie? What's there to hide? Something so big and so obvious. So they blind us with layers of randomness to hide something that is much more glorious. So for now just believe you're an accident, and you're spinning on a planet on its axis, and keep telling yourself all of this makes sense. But does it? You believe that you're spinning in space, but you perceive none of the face of the supposed pain. You even go as far as to say the notion of perceiving emotion is superhuman. So I'm disillusioned to trust my perception, so let's just trust NASA's declarations, and to them let my senses stand corrected. They're destroying your sense to render it useless among all their other abuses. If the truth is malleable, you can turn every lie into something factual. It's not practical, but it's a status quo. Just look at any theory for an example, and they would never lie to you. If the truth is malleable, why would they lie? How could they hide something so big and so obvious simply by saying it is only for a model such as the one that's heliocentric? Make the geocentric seem eccentric, and do it make sense? Call it senseless, trade observational academics and an enclosed system with one that's endless. Why would they lie? What's there to hide? That is a God on high. Maybe that's why.
I've been trying to help stop the crickets, but all I am is.
Yeah, I understand, man. How could they make a call from the moon if we can't even talk clearly through Discord?
It's called real good engineering.
Yeah.
We are NASA. And after 60 years, we're just getting started.
But for the record, you don't have to go that slowly.
You might know us as a vital participant in the 1968 Senate hearings on missing astronauts.
Hey, how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
This on? Hey, listen up down there.
I can't hear a thing you're saying. Jesus Christ.
That's not part of the test.
Again? But how are we gonna get to the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings?
Don't stress yourself thinking about it. That's normal.
You just plan as best you can to take care of all of these eventualities, and you get a well-trained crew, and you go fly.
There's a lot of unknowns, of course, and a lot of problems that could develop or might develop, and they'll have to be solved. And that's what we're there for. This is our business, to find out if this thing will work for us.
All right, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these?
We're not going to progress as a nation.
Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Finding people. He said what we're all thinking.
Decided to cut that one short because the actual ending of that clip is kind of disturbing. Like the actual scream of pain, that goes far. Like that's dark, but then it goes darker, and yeah, that's a bit too dark for me. So I figured I'd stop it. If that makes any sense. The rest of it lines up with pretty much exactly what the hell happened. And now we have astronauts that don't ask many questions. Oh, wow. I see where they're going with this. So, Ildiko shared a link to a YouTube channel, I guess called Redacted. Head of Russia's space agency drops bombshell claim. Acting like they know for sure that America faked the moon landing. Russia's demonized right now in the news, and they're treating Ukraine like it is a victim and Russia is attacking them and blah, blah, blah. But whatever, that's not the point. So you've got this right here, and you can have flat earthers who are like, hey, look what Russia guy says. And so now people go, oh, so you're siding with Russia? The straw men will start being formed. No, that's not what any of us said. But you know how it's going to go. You know where this is going with this shit. The mainstream media is going to say some dumb shit. Even if they don't mention FE, they'll say something stupid about this. Or double down on Russia bad, Russia bad. It's weird. It's so stupid and weird. I didn't realize that the minute that the entire world decided to wage war on somebody, then a whole nation just suddenly becomes evil. Like all of them, with no redeeming qualities. I guess I forgot that. Yeah, I'm sure it does, because they still want to have the opportunity of being able to go off and... You could consider this kind of like a second space race, but more with billionaires racing with one another in a joking fashion rather than Russia and America having a pissing contest. I think it's funny that SpaceX can't launch a freaking rocket without it exploding, and people think that they actually got a effing car into space.
this story, this is like a palate cleanser story for the day. This is a crazy, crazy story. But here's a question for you. Did the United States land on the moon? Just drop it in the comment right now. Just let us know in the comments field here. Did the United States land on the moon? I already see hundreds of people saying no. Okay, just let us know your thoughts on this. Seems like an easy thing to prove, right? We know the landing site. We know exactly where they apparently landed, right? Show us the landing sites. Show us the evidence. And yet the former head of Russia's space agency and certain Russian academics can't seem to find any evidence at all that the United States actually landed on the moon. Oh boy, this story is going to piss off a lot of people. So here's the guy by the name of Dmitry Rogozin. There he is. That's Dmitry. And he worked at Russia's version of NASA. Not only did he work there, he ran it. He's like the Bill Nelson of Russia, running NASA. So Dmitry was the head of Russia's space agency. He later became the prime minister of defense and ambassador to NATO. He has a degree in journalism, so he knows how to ask questions, pertinent questions, and a degree in economics, a graduate degree in economics. His parents were scientists, and he's not afraid to ask actual questions, as good scientists do. Well, he just posted something on his Telegram channel. He has almost 90,000 subscribers on his Telegram channel. And I've gotten the translated version of it from Russian, but he posted it, and it's very fascinating. So here's his Telegram channel, and it's Rogozin at the front. That's what he calls his Telegram channel. And he says he admitted that about 10 years ago, while he was the head of the agency, he went on a bit of a spirit quest. He was trying to understand something that didn't make a lot of sense to him. You see, he was trying to understand how Soviet cosmonauts did multi-day expeditions in order to land on the moon, but when they returned, they could barely stand on their feet at all, almost like they were handicapped. They had to undergo very long recovery times. And he couldn't understand then how the Americans emerged from the lunar modules, looking like they had just stayed at the Four Seasons.
Because they're Nephilims.
It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make any sense to him that they were they came back refreshed. You know, when they landed in those modules and they got out and they looked all refreshed.
You know the theory of Nephilims from the Bible, like the angels came down and made superhumans, basically.
Yeah.
So it could be that.
Maybe it could be. So he started asking some questions like, why would, you see the videos of these guys landing on the moon, right? You see these videos of them, the lunar modules landing in the ocean, and they get out and they looked like, they had just stayed at a Four Seasons. Like they're all refreshed. It didn't make any sense to him. So he started asking some tough questions at the space agency.
Four Season moon.
Yeah. So he started asking some tough questions at the space agency that he was in charge of. He wanted to know where the evidence was that the Apollo 11 moon mission ever reached the lunar surface. Surely, we have, as a competing space agency, we would have overwhelming evidence. We would have photographs of the landing sites, right? You would absolutely have that. You would know with pinpoint accuracy where the Americans had landed. Materials, scientific reports, all of it. We were in a Cold War with these guys. They would know every movement. And sorts of studies. How did the Americans do this? And yet he found nothing at the space agency. Nothing. I'm going to quote him now. This is Dmitry. About 10 years ago, when I worked in government, I sent an official request to the Roscosmos, which is their version of NASA, to provide me with documentary evidence of the Americans' stay on the moon. They were there for days, right? Which at the time was still at the disposal of the federal agency, he says. He continues, I was painfully embarrassed by the fact that the Soviet cosmonauts returning from multi-day expeditions could barely stand on their feet and underwent a long recovery after such flights. And the Americans crawled out of their lunar ships like cucumbers from the garden, he says. He kept pushing his government, give me the evidence that the Americans landed on the moon. And finally, he got a response from a Russian cosmonaut who basically told him to go pound sand for even asking the question. And he sent him a book. He sent him a book called Conquest of the Moon with a comment written by the cosmonaut Leonov that he said the Americans were there because they told him themselves that they were there. That's literally the only evidence he received. That a cosmonaut says they were there because an American told me they were there. Okay.
Who was that, Zanuck?
So the only evidence he got from a cosmonaut was an American who spoke to him. Yeah, we were on the moon. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, great. So this guy, the former head of the space agency, didn't give up. He says he continued to search for this evidence, but he found nothing. The only thing he got was anger from within his own space agency because of the relationship with NASA. They had a good relationship with NASA. And they didn't want it to be compromised.
Everybody in this
they told him to drop it, basically,
because
and
the Russians
he would
were
quote
telling the
aggravate
truth.
an international situation. So shut up. Don't ask questions. Don't ask anything. But he didn't stop there.
Don't ask, don't tell.
He then started asking Russian academics about it, who were in the know.
That's how their whole
And they all but stonewalled him. We know this is true because in November 2018, academic E.B. Alexstronov from the Russian Academy of Sciences gave a really weird interview on Russian radio called Moscow Speaks radio show. And he admitted that, yes, Dmitry did ask him for evidence that the Americans had landed on the moon. So he confirmed the story. And he was put off by the question he described in the interview. And he admits this on radio. There he is. That was the academic who was put off by this. That how dare you ask me this question? And he said basically he was asked, Dmitry then confirmed he wanted him to show him the landing sites. Because clearly you're part of this. You're an academic who worked at the agency. You know where these landing sites are. You have the materials, the evidence, the studies, all of it. And he said he wouldn't look. He wouldn't look. And the reason he wouldn't look, according to this author, and you can speculate, but according to this author of this piece, says that they would find virginal sites. Nothing there. No evidence that the Americans had landed in those sites at all. If they examined them, there wouldn't be debris. There wouldn't be boxes left over. There wouldn't be a rover that they left behind. There wouldn't be golf clubs. There wouldn't be anything that they purported to have landed there with.
You said golf clubs.
The MTV flag. That wasn't there. But the American flag, like they would be able to find this stuff easily. But he said he was told, no, don't ask questions. Stop asking questions. I think this is an amazing story. So what do you guys think? Let us know in the comments below. What do you think about this? Head of the Russian Space Agency saying, I would just love to see some evidence of it. I'm just asking a simple scientific question. How are our cosmonauts coming back from these missions and can't even walk?
And they're wrecked.
And we have video footage of them coming down in the water, and they're like, doo-doo-doo, and, a little rough, a little rough.
And you would think, because, the Russians, their disinformation, that, they'd be motivated to
show that Americans didn't land on the moon.
to disrupt this story.
Right.
But so then why are they protecting America?
Well, again, I think because the space agency is sort of like extracurricular. It's like the space agencies really are like,
I wonder why they're protecting
whatever you guys governments are going to do and fight a war, like with the space agencies are kind of like this, like it's like a really tight knit community of scientists and stuff, and maybe they're just defending who they think are their brethren. I don't know.
Tight knit retards. Well, I was going to say, I feel like all of these issues, if we had data to back up these questions that people ask us, we would be proud to be able to give it to them. We'd be proud to give them that info. Here's all the data you want. We were first, all this other stuff. It's like all the softball questions they get, that they can't answer. It's like if they could answer them truthfully, they would be happy to answer them, but they never can. So if they can't provide data, that leads me to question.
And all we have then is the film footage, right? And we have a lack of data. So we don't have it. We don't have there's no we have super telescopes that can with pinpoint accuracy and satellites and get amazing resolution. We have the Hubble telescope.
We can see into other galaxies.
Yeah, we can look at the Andromeda galaxy, for crying out loud. You mean to tell me we can't zoom in on a crater? And show us the stuff. Like, wouldn't that be a great thing? Hey,
Unfortunately,
by the way, he also brings up the point. I forgot to mention this part of the piece. This is a big part of Dimitri's point here, which is we haven't been back. He said he couldn't understand how the Americans were able to get to the moon with technology that you couldn't even power a USB-C drive today. How in the world did they get to the moon and they haven't been back for 56 years and they don't even have the technology today to get back to the moon? It's a great question. Why haven't we been back?
Those are big questions.
Yeah,
Those
we don't
are
even
big,
have,
legitimate questions. You're blowing my mind.
We don't have the technology. We didn't have it then. Why don't we have it now? And we still can't go back? These are great questions. I'm fascinated.
Poor, unfortunate souls.
There was one final thought I had on
where's all the archives of this most important event?
Zooming in of this.
No, listen.
All we have then, of course, is like the video evidence. And remember when Neil Armstrong...
Oh, yeah.
We're sitting there at that press conference. People always remark how bizarre...
There we go.
They forgot their pitching wedge on the moon.
It's just them afterwards. They just end up like chit chatting about it. It's not important what comes next.
Well, I mean, it's cringe, man, because like they want to sit there and talk about this topic when it's easy to come in as someone who's gonna lie about it and just be like, dude, we went there. Here's how they done it. They're just gonna lie about some shit because that's what like. Don't Globers do that?
Yeah,
they just make some shit up. They're like, oh well. You know, at that time, the economic situation was such that we couldn't let the information out. So therefore, we hid this information. And lo and behold, in the archives, if you look deeply, it does say so. And then these characters that are talking about it like it's a mystery, they're going to be like, oh, we didn't know that. Now that this new information has come to light, we change our minds. That's just that easy. Because that's what, if you're on their playground, it's their... Like they can spin it any way they want, and these idiots are going to be just like, "Oh, okay."
So here's what I found funny, Miggy, is that okay? So it's been a long time since people doubted the authenticity of the moon landing. Now all of a sudden they're like, "Wow, it really might be fake." But why? Why are they questioning it now? Because some fucking other authority said yes, it's fake.
Yeah.
Not because of looking at the evidence, not because of, all the issues that we know about that are with the moon landing, but because of some other authority. Their brain is fried. This is the way they think. Like, whatever the highest authority is in their mind, that's what they're going with.
Didn't they use the term scientists and shit, like when they were talking?
Well, it's because the head of the Russian space agency, he said he has no evidence, and because he said it, now it's in doubt.
Yeah,
but if we say it, it's bullshit, and we're conspiracy theorists.
What year was it? What year did this Russian come out with this? Is this fairly recent?
Like 3 days ago or a week ago or something.
Just really recent. Okay, yeah, interesting.
So stupid, man. And then if that even is the case, then some of the ones who are in TikTok are going to be like, "Oh shit! Did you guys hear? They're doubting the moon landings. Let's go look at flat Earth."
And then they get slam dunked in the head.
Yeah, still the thought process is still wrong. It doesn't matter. Like people come on here like trying to convince me the Earth's flat. No, dude, I gotta convince you how to think, man. Your thought process is wrong.
That ain't never gonna work.
It's not that your belief is wrong. Your thought process on how you reach that belief is wrong. We need to fix that first. Otherwise, you're just going to continue through your whole life with, appeals to authority.
That's all they have. Like that's what we're dealing with, really, in all reality, every single time. All they have for a foundation is that someone else said so. That's it.
I know.
That's all they have.
But we said so. Plenty of people have said the moon landing's fake. But nobody took it seriously because they didn't have a big enough fucking credential.
Well, it's like Alasma.
Their dick wasn't big enough, basically.
Alasma comes in here and he's being stupid, but he's saying...
I banned him, man. I had enough of him.
But he was saying, why don't you guys convince me that the Earth is flat? Man, fuck off, dude. We don't have to convince you of shit. Because he's coming in here, and people mostly, when they're listening in, they're thinking that we have to convince them that the Earth is flat.
Who was this?
Alasma. He's the guy that got banned.
But did you hear why I banned him? He says you guys haven't presented any evidence for flat Earth. I said, okay, look in the live stream. I'm going to post it right now. And he said, don't bother.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Just get the fuck out. Like, see you later.
Yep.
Yeah, bye. That's ridiculous. Wow.
Yeah, you didn't show me any evidence. Yeah, well, your eyes are closed. Literally, your eyes are closed. You close your eyes, you tape them shut, you put a blindfold on, then you put a fucking helmet on backwards, and you're like, you didn't show me any flat Earth evidence.
Mm-hmm. Definitely have blinders on every single time.
Dude, like triple bagger blinders, man. He's got like 3 layers of blinders.
That's the world. I was gonna tell. I was listening to the stream yesterday, and Kel was on here, and he was like, I got family members, and it's hard to have family, meetings and stuff, and I just have to act like a Glober, just to get along. I'm like, my man, how many times have I been giving you guys the 3 points, which is not an invasive way to talk to somebody about the Earth, but really just asking them for how they know it's a globe. It's like, it's a really easy way to present to them that it's just a belief. Screw all that other shit of like trying to argue with them, because really you ain't going to be able to, because they're set in their ways. They think that space is real and shit. But at least you can get them to admit that they don't know. And that's the very least. You don't have to go into like the different points and like really discuss them if you don't want to, but just you can get a crowd together, be like, all right, I'm going to do a little exercise here. Can you guys tell me the truth about what, and then have them answer how they know. And then once you hear them struggling, you're like, yeah, you really don't know, right? And then just harp on that point that they don't know and just leave it at that, because you are the smartest one in the room. Like, why would you feel like you have to be a Glober just to get along? That's just, I don't know. I was really like saddened when he said that, because it's like, I don't want anybody to feel like they have to be a Glober around their family members. That's not right. You know what I mean? And then to be shunned by the public because of this, like, that's the reason why I think these points are, kind of helpful in that way. You don't have to outwardly like argue with someone. You can just tell them, hey, what do you know about the Earth being a globe? Just tell me. If it's true, then we could follow up with a citation, with primary source, with a method, and then we'll know. But if you don't know, then you don't know, right? That's pretty basic. I don't know. I just felt for him because he said like he had to pretend to be a Glober around him.
I mean, why even bring it up, man? Like, if you feel that way, why bring it up? Like, you don't have to pretend anything. If they bring it up, flat smack them. Otherwise, just mind your business. Like I said, what I do is I just, like, someone brings up anything like that, I just start, laughing at NASA.
Shit.
I'm trying to, because, like, you try to plant that, that seed of, like, doubt in their head. Because anyone that's talking about space shit, right, they're already bought in. You're not going to, like, how we do here, man. From experience, the hardest core space believers are the hardest people to not to deal with, but you know what I mean? They're dug in. They're not going to, like, the only way they would, think the Earth is flat is if NASA came out and said it. NASA came out and said, yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. We haven't been going to space. Elon Musk says the same thing. Even if NASA said it, they might not believe it. They're like, well, Elon Musk,
Who's he?
They'll run to Elon Musk, right? And if like Elon Musk admits it, then they'll run to Professor Phil and his Indian Space Agency. They'll run to somewhere, right? Their mind will. So who hasn't denied it yet? Like, and they'll shack up with whatever space agency claim that someone says they went to space. That's where their psychological refuge will be. So, like, the only thing you can do with that is like plant the seeds of doubt with their common sense, right? It rains diamonds, like, especially the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere. That makes them spiral. That because that is so crazy to them. Because they don't believe you. They think it's some shit that you made up. Like, no, I didn't make it up. They made it up. And because you have to take them as truthful to have for all your other beliefs, you have to believe this now too. Otherwise, you have to say, they're lying about this and telling the truth about that. And like you have to justify that somehow. Why would they lie about this and not all the other things? All the other things are just as fantastic claims. They're not any different than this. The only difference between this is that for decades they've been saying space is a vacuum. Decades.
It's funny, Indio, how many people are so invested in this story of vast nothingness, and they cling on to it. It's hilarious.
Well, I'm just cringing because this information just came out, and now everybody's talking about it like it's something to say. Oh, did you hear about that, man? Even the Russians are saying that they didn't land on the moon. And then I'm like, so? If that guy said it and you guys believe him, why were you not believing that they didn't do it in the first place?
Yeah, because what proof did they have in the first? What proof did they have in the first instance? What proof did they have at all? Which they had none. So,
So really, you're saying basically because someone said something of authoritative position, that's not why you believe this. Oh, that's not.
Yeah, he said he don't have proof, so now you just realize that you don't have any proof either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the way it goes with hearsay.
Think for me, Daddy. That's basically what it is. Just think for me. I don't want to think. Thinking hurts.
Yeah, let someone else do it more qualified. They're always coming in saying, "Oh, I'm not smart enough." Yeah, you know what? You're probably fucking not.
But then you get the other side. Everybody's like, well, why don't we just take that win while we can and just harp on that point and stuff like. But think about it. It's like Indio said. We want people to think about stuff, not just to come in here blindly. Oh, did someone say that they didn't land on the moon? Okay, cool. Check off flat Earth. Like,
think for yourself. So
you want to convert like that? Like that's you want somebody to actually assess what was being said, who said it, and why did they say? Like think about it. Like
what's the evidence for it, man? Really, that's what it all boils down to. What's the evidence for the claim? Period. That's the only real standard. And can that evidence be tested? Right. Can you verify it? Can you check it out? Is there something you can do? Or is it just something you have to source, trust me, bro. You know what I mean?
There's
yeah,
no
think
way
about it.
for them.
That guy could recant what he said. You know what, guys? I said this shit. My bad. Now that new information has come to my desk, I changed my mind. And then what? Your mind's going to change too? Because they just double down and said, "Oh, sorry."
Of course,
you sent me a moon rock, and now I believe it.
Yeah, it'll just be that one until the next one comes along, and then they'll just skip over to that one. They're like leapfrog to the next appeal of authority.
Yeah. So what? Yeah, you're right, Maggie. What if he recants because he got a moon rock in the mail?
Don Pitt is going to call that guy and explain to him how they lost the technology, and he'll be like, "My bad, guys."
Let me put it.
Never mind.
Let me put it to you another
Apparently,
way.
he lost the safety manual of the ISS wherever they lost the technology for the Saturn V.
Let me put it to you this way. I have a perfect analogy. Joe Rogan. So against the moon landing, so against that. We got to look into this and all this other shit. And here comes later on in his podcast, he starts talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson and how he's wrong and shit. And then what happened to all the truthers that were following his podcast? Are like, man, why did Joe say that? But anyways, Joe must have some good information. That's why now, you know what I mean? Like he's making those people who are following him now really look at, because that's all this shit is, man. Looking at people who are prolific in society, and then depending on their opinions, that's how they're going to sway their mind. It's like there's no critical thinking here. Everybody's just bandwagon, believing. So that's the issue right there. That's the problem we have with people coming in here, coming off of we can just use this. No, we can't. No, we can't. Because look at what happened to Joe Rogan. When he changed his mind, everybody was like, well, Joe's got it. He's in touch with all the big guys. So he must have heard something that changed his mind.
Well, I mean, it was probably a business decision, right? He's sitting there denying the moon landing. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox and Mick West and all these people that he's had as guests wouldn't go on there, right?
Yeah.
So he's had Mick West on there. You know that Mick West has been on Joe Rogan?
No shit.
Huh. Yeah. What do you think he did? Pumping his own book and saying stupid shit. Joe Rogan, if you're listening, man, go on our live stream channel and check out Mick West. You interviewed a retard. Sorry.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, this information comes out and everybody goes bananas. But we've been talking about flat Earth forever, and everybody doesn't bat an eye on that shit. That's weird.
Yeah, like I said, he can recant at any time and say, yeah, the evidence that I asked for, they provided it.
But you know what? It seems like a social experiment to me, though, Indio. Because it's like, hey,
I think everything is a social experiment at this point.
Yeah, it's just like let's let some of this information come out, and then let's see how fast we can recant, and see how let's take some analytics of the public, see what happens, and they'll do some charts and seeing how fast that they can recover from damage control and shit. It's like, yeah. Meanwhile, back at band camp, dude, everybody's mind is like a wet noodle. Nobody can understand how to discern shit because they've been fed by the social medias all this information. And that's all they rely on. So really, it's a great way to show how these control methods are being done. What information can go out, how precise it can be. Like it can be easily gauged because now you have a tool that can gauge that with social media. It's a great way to understand what the public is thinking when some information comes out. And so once something does, you see spikes in algorithms and whatnot. And then you can start predicting what can be said and how can you say it and what the effectiveness is for the public. And the easier you're able to manipulate and control them, the better that you can be effective in rolling out new propaganda. It's like it shouldn't take a genius to actually see the psychology behind this because people are predictable dumb animals. Like when you just leave them to their own devices without a critical mind. People are going to be just lambasted with they're just going to be like robots, basically. Oh, here's this new agenda. They're saying that they didn't land on the moon. And Ross Cosmonaut was saying that. And everybody's like, oh, at a gasp and shit. And just, come on, man. It's some bullshit right now. It really is. And then getting people coming in here, man, we got to put this out there because that guy said so. Yeah? What about you? What do you say? Are you saying that you believe now just because some idiot said it? You need to start thinking about how you think, man. I don't know. That's what gets me gets me going, bro. I see it from a different angle all the time. Everything.
Well, it would be a cool social experiment if they polled people okay, and they asked them, okay, now that the Russian guy came out and said there's no evidence for the moon landing, do you now doubt it? And then a week later, you trot out Anthony Fauci. He said, and then you asked him, is the moon landing real? And he says, yes, the moon landing is real. Trust the science. I am the science. And see the amount of people that put back because of Anthony Fauci said it.
Yeah. Well, he must have been right because, he's right on everything else. Shoot.
Yeah, Anthony Fauci wouldn't lie. He's here to save us from ourselves. Mask up, bitches.
I swear, bro. Oh my god.
Roll up your sleeves, boys. The doctor is coming with the needle. Just roll up your sleeves. Turn your backs.
I know some people
touch your toes.
Yeah. Grab them ankles. Because I guarantee this is gonna hurt. Shit, dude.
Hey, Doc.
Clown world.
Why are both hands on my shoulders?
Is this a normal procedure?
Trust me, I'm the science, man.
Yeah, something's not right about this.
We're doing this so you don't kill grandma. Yo, when people will then buy anything, it's so sad. Go ahead.
That guy that's gonna be like, oh, don't worry. If you complain, are you doing something wrong? 2 hands on my shoulder? No, don't worry. I'm transsexual. Oh, okay. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Hell yeah. You can't say nothing because you know we're a bit of a protected class not these days.
Yeah, I'm giving you a prostate exam with my mangina.
That's it. I never thought about that. Oh my goodness, stop it. Come on, guys, move on.
Making an India with the jokes. Oh my god.
They write themselves, man. Like it's clown world. Like you don't have to do much. You just like observe reality, like the clown world, and just comment on it. Exactly, man.
That's what yeah. Because you could hear, like, you know, even in the interview that you were just playing a while ago, and they're talking about it like it's the best shit ever. Like, oh, did you guys hear that? And I'm like, fuck off, dude. Like, why is anybody going to be sitting there listening to you guys jibber jabber about something you guys just believe because that guy said so? What about your minds? Like, have you thought about it anything before? Like, I don't know. I get pretty upset, man.
Well, the thing about these shows like that, right? So it's a YouTube channel called Redacted, and they're contrarian from the mainstream media. They kind of like, you know, debunk me. But as you could see with that audio, right, on the moon nonsense, is that they'll only go so far, right? It's almost like a limited hangout. Now they might actually think other things, but they're centering themselves. They're not going like. They're still believing space is real and that the James Webb Telescope can see galaxies away and back in time and every other thing, right? They still believe all that stuff.
We were talking about that shit last night, me and Flat Earth Dude. And I was like, can you imagine just a story about the ISS? You got a 17,500 mile per hour fart can that's been up there for 20 years. And you mean to tell me that when they go up there, their body isn't like subjected to like all kinds of weird shit because you're floating, dude. You're not okay. You know, like what is on Earth, you have pressure. When you sit down, when you lay down, you know, your inner ear, the fluid in there, the way it operates to keep you balanced. Imagine if that was in disequilibrium the whole time. You know how weird that would be for you to be eating and sleeping and doing all that kind of normal shit when you don't have equilibrium? I mean, just that alone, right? Not having that equilibrium.
Everything is messed up. It's not just your inner ear. That's one problem. But like production of tears, you know, your digestive system, your blood pressure, like everything is messed up. So I've watched video of like, you know, people that just got to the ISS and they come out of the capsule, right, onto the ISS, and they're just moving around just like the people that have been up there for 9 months. It was kind of weird. Like, you just got here. You think you need some time to acclimate. These guys are just like...
They stayed at the...
Yeah, just like they've been there the whole time. And it's not like you can train for that. Yeah, you can go in a zero-G plane and be weightless for, like, what? 90 seconds tops? But, like, you know... Okay, in their paradigm, they took a rocket. They went up to the ISS. They've been weightless for, like, 20 minutes by the time they actually dock with the ISS. So that's right there. That's a record, like 10 times longer than the longest they've been weightless. And then they get on the ISS, right? A completely different environment, right? And like, you got to remember, like, what happens, like, okay, so like when, this is a common thing, when you get disoriented from like your inner ear being fucked up, it fucks with your vision because your eyeballs orient themselves by your inner ear. They actually rotate in your skull. There's a rotation that your eyes do to stay upright. Your eyes will try to stay upright to like whatever down is. Your eyes actually rotate in your skull. Like round, like sideways, like left or right. A little bit. It's not like huge where your eye is going to like flip upside down. So like when you're disoriented from your having an inner ear problem, it screws with your vision. It's not just like, that's why people get car sick. You know why people get car sick? It's because their inner ear is sensing motion, but their eyes, they're inside of a vehicle, and their eyes are telling them they're not in motion. So you have two different signals going to your brain, and that's what ends up making you car sick and throwing up. plane sick, seasick, right? I'm sure Sonny knows all about seasick. So like, it's because your ear and your eyes aren't in sync. So now think you're on the ISS, like your ears and your eyes are not going to be in sync, dude. Like they should, like the first thing that should happen is like pass out the barf bags, right? Oh, we're on the ISS. Here's your barf bag.
Yeah, Andy, that's what I was going to say. You apply the same logic to digestive system. How does it, if everything's just floating around in your stomach, how are you digesting anything?
Exactly. That's what I was telling that other dude last night. And we're just talking about just basic understanding.
Serious acid reflux, man.
Well, yeah, because you don't have that doesn't settle. Usually, when you after you eat a meal, the food settles. How does it set? How would something settle if there's no settling? It ain't just your muscles that's expanding and contracting and moving the food in your stuff. It's knowing that there's orientation. Could you do that shit if you were upside down?
Well, your stomach squeezes the food, but it doesn't squeeze it to the point where it's like extruding it like a tube of toothpaste. You know, so-called gravity is helping it out. It's like just pushing it down a little bit. It's not like squeezing it like that.
Well, and I'm just examining.
What I'm saying is, the food in your digestive tract doesn't get squeezed through your digestive tract. It gets moved, right? So your bowels, your intestines, they shift, right? So they expand and contract and move the food down your digestive tract, but they don't squeeze it like you'd squeeze a tube of toothpaste. It's not like that. So, like, how would any of this work? And why aren't there like gazillions of published medical papers on what happens to the human body in space? Right? Why aren't they sending up medical doctors? Right? Why aren't they doing it? Don't you think that would be the first thing they did? They wouldn't like go up to like play around with the crap they play around with. They'd send up a team of like, medical technicians, right? And all they would do initially, like at the beginning of the space program, are medical tests in space. Not after the fact, right? So you'd hook them up to all the equipment, EKG, maybe even do some VO2 max. You would test everything, right? Their blood pressure, their heart rate, their you give them EKGs and everything. You would do that in space. It would be the first thing you would try to figure out. Is this a survival environment? Exactly. You wouldn't go up and like, oh, we're gonna freaking look a pocket of gravity, and I'm gonna screw in my playing card.
That's a good point. The only medical thing I can recall them saying is they had those twins, and they claimed that one of them's DNA changed while they were in space or something.
That ended up not being true or whatever.
Yeah.
That ended up being. But they did claim like one was shorter or something, or one was younger than the other because of general relativity. But that's all like theoretical nonsense, right? They did the calculation.
Hey,
I'm 8 seconds older than my twin, and I came out second.
We got Has a bad rep that just joined the server. Has a bad rep. I just unmuted you. Looks like you were muted. You have VC verified.
Hi. Am I unmuted now? Okay, cool. I've been in the server for a while, actually. I just don't think I see any of the same faces in here as I usually do. And I don't usually join voice chat often. So I'm just here to listen to what you guys are saying, and it seems interesting, so I'm paying attention.
But the question would be just to get to know a bit about you. Like, what position do you have with the topic of the shape of the Earth that we discuss in here? How's it better?
Listen, my I don't know if it's changed now, but it used to be chill. But my opinion on the shape of the Earth is that we only have a model, right? Everybody we used to think that the Earth didn't even include the Americas on the planet. So there was one model of the Earth where everyone believed that the Earth was complete, and we hadn't even discovered America yet. So all we can ever really have is a model, right? Okay, so I choose to believe that there's two models of the Earth that I'm being told to believe in. I'm being told to believe that the Earth is flat by my senses, but I'm also being told by the media that the Earth is a sphere and is a globe, which is just not true.
What you have is people moving away from the real thing, looking away from the real thing, and looking at the model, and the model is not the real thing. That's what you have.
Yeah, but so like, okay, so say we had somebody with the perfect model, right? And the Earth is huge, like the Earth is fucking gigantic, right? there's so much undiscovered shit. All you can ever have is a model. You can't ever have reality. You can have that the Earth is gonna be what it is, a flat plane of existence. But you can never know all the nooks and crannies of that model. So
where do you build this model, in reality or in fantasy land? Where do you build that model?
You build the model in reality, but your model.
And then you describe in the model whatever fantasy land you can describe, right?
Yeah, but it seems like I'm just going to get trolled here, so I don't really want to go on talking.
No, I mean that the model, it's not what you actually. You if you want to describe something, it's one thing, but building a whole model of the whole concept.
You're moving towards a conversational piece that involves conviction, and I just don't want to do that. So what you're telling me is that you can create a model that's going to be 100% accurate, and you're telling me that model is something that I should believe as reality, and that's the same exact thing that Globers do. So I just refuse to accept that. Yeah, it is.
Damn, Jency, you trolling? Jency, you trolling, bro?
I might be trolling the model because there's so many models, but moving away, looking at the model and say, hey, this model, this model, that, but you looking away from the real thing just by talk about the model.
No, and you're right. And you're right about that. We are looking away from the real thing. That's 100% true. But you can't like say that people have. Well, I shouldn't say you can't, because you can, but you shouldn't say that people's. Well, I don't know. You should. Whatever I just said is whatever I just said, and I thought it was pretty good. I don't really have anything else to say. You can't. I don't know if you listened, but I was hoping that you were, because what I said was you can have a model, and I think I said all you can ever have is a model. Okay, you can't ever have reality. You can build it out of fantasy. You can build it out of reality. Some people, they just choose to believe in the globe. They build it out of fantasy. Some people, they believe in flat Earth. They build it out of reality. But I'm telling you that every single nook and cranny on this planet, you will never be able to find. So you're never going to have a model that's 100% accurate. So you shouldn't criticize people who use models, because using a model is all you can ever have.
That's utter garbage, bro. To be honest,
why do you need a model? I just want to ask you one question. What's the necessity of a model? Just because we can't explain the entirety of existence.
In the model, you have someone. On the model, you usually have an explorer who went out and made the model and said, "Hey, here's everything that I found. Here's this, this, and this. There's going to be trees here. There's going to be a desert here, and there's going to be a tundra here. This is what I found, and this is what you should believe because I went out and found it, and you're going to pay me money, and you pay me money to do that."
So who's done that?
Model comes from the word modulus.
Somebody did that for flat Earth or for globe. I'm not really sure which you're citing for right now. Did somebody do that for the flat Earth?
Talking about globe? Listen, are you confusing like a representation with a model?
I don't know what he's talking about, though. To be honest, is he talking about the globe or the flat Earth?
Okay, so you guys think of models like model airplanes, like the exact.
That's a bad rep. I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question, bro. Are you talking about the globe or the flat Earth? Like, I'm confused. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the flat Earth.
Let me ask you a question: is a map a model or is it a representation?
Is a map a model or a representation? That's a good question. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and say it's a representation on behalf of this Discord, but I think that most people would say
no, not on behalf of this Discord. No, you think for yourself, bro.
So models are for phenomena, right? So I drop something. I can model mathematically that behavior, right? That phenomena that I observe. We can model that and make predictions on what's going to happen. Now, when you have an object, there's no model of an object, right? I can have a table and have no model of the table at all, and the table still exists.
Yeah, please don't do it on behalf of the Discord. You do it on behalf of yourself.
And I can make an orthographic representation of that table.
On behalf of myself.
Thank you.
But I can make an orthographic representation of that table, but it's not a model of the table, right? So no representation of anything can ever be 100% accurate because it would be that thing. This is a known problem called the map is not the territory. So if you made a map of the Earth, that was 100% accurate, it would have to be the size of the Earth. You understand? Because either way, you have to rescale it. So say it's half the size of the Earth. Well, it isn't a 100% accurate because you'd be missing some information. You'd be missing half the information.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing information by kind of just being on this topic. What were we talking about with the DNA shit before that?
DNA.
What?
Oh, we're talking about space clowns.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
So
idea of
Scott
space.
Kelly
Oh,
and
space clowns. You're bad. You're bad, but I love hearing about them because it's so stupid.
Okay. So the two twins that claim to have been to the ISS, right? One was in the ISS longer than the other, and there was a news story that came out. I don't know if it was news or just whatever. That says their DNA had changed compared to each other. It turned out that it was false, a false story, but whatever.
Yeah,
Not false according to us, but false according to like the mainstream media, like retracted it.
Me on the ISS would not. I mean, could it affect? I mean, could it technically because you're closer to the sun when you're on the ISS, or do we not believe in the ISS? Because I think that you can have satellites on the current globe, or not the globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, your mask just fell off, dude.
On the current globe. You don't have to pretend to be a flat earther to be in here, man. You could be a globe.
Your wig just fall off.
You almost
Let me
had
pick
us.
that wig
No,
up.
you never had us.
Yeah, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. I literally slipped up.
No, I don't care. Listen, has a bad rep. Just 1 second, bro. You could be a glober in here, and that's just fine. You can believe in the Earth being a globe. No one cares about that. Like that's your business.
Can we have satellites? That's my question. The satellites exist, right? So the ISS is real, or that whole thing is fake.
All right, so satellites do exist. Technology is above our heads, but the fact that it's in a place that they claim that it is not the case. So there's a difference, right? Did you hear the difference, or you just heard that I said satellites exist?
No, I heard that. Well, you were explaining a difference. You said that it can't be exactly where they're telling us it is.
Okay, so if they're telling you that they're satellites, they're telling you a story that's behind that. We sent a satellite into low Earth orbit, saying now that they've launched rockets and they deployed whatever satellite, but then your mind's going to this like place that doesn't exist because they're now in low Earth orbit. And a lot of people who come into this Discord, they claim to be like satellite technicians and people that turn wrenches on a satellite, whatever. And they come in here and saying, yeah, they exist, so how come you guys are flat earthers? It's like, that's not the issue here. You could work on something that's like technology, but then it could be mounted on a different thing to actually be up in the place in the sky, something solar powered, something, with the balloon technology. It doesn't matter. But it's not in low Earth orbit like you guys are claiming that it is. Or rather, in the place that they're saying, the vacuum
No, I'm not
space.
claiming that it is. I literally just don't know what technology exists above our heads. I don't know what to believe in that regard.
Well, you got to look at everything from like the standpoint of what reality actually, demonstrates itself to us. So we all know that something that goes up must come down unless it has some kind of system that keeps it in the air. It would have to some type of system that would make sure that it stays in there. But as far as like a space soda can with like people in it floating around, that's just not possible. Because that floating usually only happens when people are in like one of those parabolic planes, the ones that look like they're taking a dive and then people are floating around.
When the plane is falling, they start floating because.
Yeah, but that's because the plane is doing a dive, but like supposedly this ISS has been falling around the Earth, so it's got a decaying orbit according to the story. The decaying orbit is falling around the Earth for over 20 years. It's still up there falling around the Earth. That's a stupid thing to say. And not only that, but the speed that it's going. It's going... Okay, so just imagine this for just one moment, right? I'm going to give you a comparison. You got a bullet firing out of a gun at about 1,000 miles per hour. That thing is going 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth. So... could you think you could be sitting on a machine that fires out of something at 1,000 miles per hour? Probably not. You'd turn into like mashed potatoes against the wall. And these guys are flying around a tin can that's going 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth. Yeah, it's ridiculousness. And so, based on all the things that they say, they couldn't possibly make a human go through those. Like, it's just not possible. Just from hearing what it is, much less being the place that they say that they are. So you basically just look at the claims of what they say, and it's like on the face of it, it's just not possible. You can't lie to a pub. Well, you can. I would say you can't lie to people and then expect to get away with it. But the way that they do it is that there's a story behind all of this, right? You got the Earth being a globe, it's spinning in the vacuum of space, and therefore sending something like that at those ridiculous speeds. Well, that's okay. But nobody questions it has a bad rep. Nobody's like, well, that's stupid. Like, how can we actually make something that's physically impossible for a human to, kind of be inside of, much less the speed that they're going, much less the place that they're in, much less the I can go on. Like, what they would have to endure while they're.
Yeah, I like this information. This is all really good. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's like, it goes contrary to how a critical thinker like anybody in here would actually assess that information. When we hear information, we're like, okay, how do you think that would be possible if nothing like that ever exists in reality? And now you expect me to think like this Roadrunner Coyote bullshit's happening up in the sky? Like,
yeah, that's what I was thinking. No, that's what I was thinking. I was just thinking to myself, like, how the fuck can the ISS possibly exist? So can there? Because I know it exists as a satellite, right? They're telling me that their satellites are real, right?
Yeah.
I believe in satellites, but I can't believe. Now you have me thinking I can't believe in a satellite that is the ISS, because it makes no fucking sense.
Exactly. So that's the logical. That's a log. There's like a I would say there's like a logical leap that they want your mind to take. So they're like, okay, so technology exists. We all know that. Where everybody anyone can agree with that. Can it be above your head? Yes. Is it in a place that they say that it is? No, because you can't make something do something opposite to what reality is telling you. Because then you start asking the questions like, how is this possible? And they can't just they can't do something like the cartoons. I use Roadrunner and Coyote as an example, but in that cartoon, the coyote would strap a rocket to its back and then fly around like trying to catch a Roadrunner. But this like they want you to think of a cartoonish, like, just imagine, and it's like, I don't want to imagine. I want you to tell me the real physics, what would take place if somebody was traveling that speed. Do you think a human could exist in such a thing? And forget about like the mental gymnastics of what it would take to actually achieve such a feat. It's like that's not even in the realm of our reality. This is all fantasy. Like, that right there is fantasy. However, they can conjure up some kind of technology that can be above you in your head, and you could see it. Like, they say, well, the ISS flies over your head, and you could look at it and take a picture of it, and it's like, well, that's fine. Well, nobody's ever doubted that people can have technology in the sky. I mean, for God's sakes, there's planes up there. So to say that there's something floating or flying or whatever up there, that's you could see something. But to say that it's a thing where people are inside of and it's as far as they say it is and all this other stuff, no, that other stuff is not. That's not possible.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'm making some sense.
No, you're making a lot of sense. I'm really appreciating all the information you're dumping into my brain right now. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, man. That's what me and Indio and everybody in here were talking about, because I think it was a couple of days ago, somebody just came out with the information that a cosmonaut was talking about how they faked the moon landings and stuff. And what we're saying is, just because they said that, now people are jumping on the bandwagon of like, well, maybe the moon landings were faked, because this cosmonaut said so. But it's like, where was their mind thinking about this information prior to this? They sure as hell wasn't thinking that they faked the moon landings. And not until this guy said something.
Yeah.
And everybody's now like, well, he said it. Like, let's all focus on that now. And not only that, some flat earthers might think, hey man, we could use this to our advantage. And then what? We're gonna make some bandwagon flat earthers out of the guys who are believing that. And it's like India was saying, we gotta make them like look at how they think first of all. Because if you're just jumping on the bandwagon of like maybe flat earth can be real because this cosmonaut said that they could have faked the moon landings, then what else are you going to believe? Like, because this isn't about belief here.
This is someone on the ground, just like MTV. MTV's latest thing is like MTV, and it shows a guy on the moon. Like, holy fuck! Like, I've had enough. Like, I get it. Like, we landed on the fucking moon or something. Like, leave me alone. Like the way they're dumping it into people's minds is just absolute fucking. It's just absolute mayhem, bro. It's just absolute mayhem.
Yeah, and has anybody?
Hey,
Who else is
my
here?
mic working. I want to interject something real quick.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give a shameless plug. He's not making money off of it. Audit NASA. Wits it's saying you should go to that site and check it out because he's trying to get legitimate questions legitimately answered in a civil way. Not even bringing up the shape of the Earth. He just want to know what they're really doing in space. And once if they try to shut it down, we'll have it on record now. So I just wanted to say I think it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, that's okay. I mean, people can have like, things where you feel like you can go do that, but these guys, they have their own like, they're surrounded by people who are gonna do damage control. They have people that protect the agenda. So there's never going to be like an unveiling or an uncovering unless they're ready to do such a thing. So in the instance of the cosmonaut saying such a thing, I don't think it was something like the guy woke up and he's like, let me talk to some news medias and see what they say about this. Everything has a specific reason why it was done the way it was done. But on the side of the people, I would say if you don't have a critical thinking mind, it don't matter what you ask these guys. You can go to NASA and say, hey, look, do you guys actually do what you say you did? And they could be like, no, not like that. And then everybody's like, oh, they just admitted. Like, okay. And then what then? Just because NASA said so, now you're going to be like, oh, okay, now let's believe that they didn't do it. Like, that's what I've been saying right now about this cosmonaut. So even if, let's say, we have a bunch of people talking to NASA and NASA admits that they didn't do what they say they were going to do, what are we going to get from the response from that, like from the people? Are the people then going to be like, oh, okay, we asked them some honest questions and they answered honestly that they didn't do it. Now we're going to truly understand that this isn't what they, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're just getting people to just really believe. Like, there's no.
So,
you're making fair points.
I have a question. Oh, sorry.
He's made fair points there. I'm just saying at least we're trying to take some action to try to get them to legitimize some of the stuff they're claiming in space,
Yeah, that's not, they have, and on the other side of the coin, if let's say they do admit, and they don't have to admit, they can go the other way. They could double down and say, you know what, we're doing some proprietary information stuff that we can't release. So we can't tell you this stuff. So some of the stuff is highly classified.
Yeah,
we couldn't.
Once they do that, though, Mickey, then you have it on record that they did that, and that's something there for people to see.
Yeah, but like, what I'd say, sir, like on that issue is like, I take issue with that because the mind of the person is seeking validation, and it's not about like looking for somebody to make your reality real. It's for you to critically think about your reality right now, how it stands, and if it doesn't make any sense, it's because it's not. You can't put something that's that's not in reality because somebody said so. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't matter how much we want that to be the case for NASA or for any agency. Like, you are the front line, not them. NASA's not the front line of your thought process. It's you. You're the one who thinks about stuff critically. So damn what they say, because they could come out and say like, we didn't land on the moon. Sorry, guys. And then, they could say, but we had a good reason. It was economically difficult at the time, so we had to do this stuff, and my bad, kind of stuff. And then people are going to be like, well, you see, we kept them honest. Like, that's not... That's a facade, bro. This is a dog and pony show we're all privy to. But the thing is, we always lean to the experts. We're always talking to the companies. But the thing is, when we're doing that, we don't understand that inadvertently what we're doing is we're giving up that part of ourselves, which is a critically thinking part, to then listen to what they have to say. And then based upon that, we react. When in the first instance, we should have already had a baseline for our critical thinking to say, you know what, you guys are full of shit. There's no way you can be doing this. So I don't care what you say. If tomorrow you come out with it and said, yep, guys, we faked it all, sorry, it doesn't matter, because now we already said, look, we wrote you off a long time ago. Like, so it doesn't matter if you come out and say it or not. Nothing of what you're saying is reality. It can just not. It's not possible, because you start to negate things like natural laws. Natural laws are negated by what you say. And so now I have to think about stuff that negates natural law just to make the fantasy real. And excuse my rant, but like, I'm just tired of people like wanting, okay, if all of us in this Discord, we gather together and meet at the front lawn of NASA and we all hold picket signs and say, hell no, we won't go. Like, and then, we asked them, we forced their hand. It's like, that's just a dog and pony show. Like, we're really just indulging this kind of idea that these characters are honest characters, and they'll give us the time of day because power to the people, right? I don't know, bro. Like, I'm maybe have a different mind, like than everybody else. But
the whole point of it is, if my mic's still working, sorry,
it's still working. Go ahead.
No. Okay. The whole point, you're exposing the dog and pony show. Most people believe the dog and pony show, and this is a way to expose it to those people. Maybe some of them will start thinking for themselves, to kind of reach a middle ground on this.
Yeah, I think that originated. Yeah, go on, David.
It may be a futile effort to try to ask liars while they're lying. Go ahead.
You roboted at the very end. You might want to repeat what you said, Dave. You cut out the end.
Yeah.
I said it may be futile efforts to try to ask liars while they're lying.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, you're cutting out, but it sounded like you said it might be a futile effort to ask liars while they're lying. That's what I heard. And then after that, you're roboting. Yeah, I mean, listen, like people might think that if you confront these guys and then they'll give you their answer, at some point the honesty will come through, or they'll catch something that they say. I don't think that's going to ever be the case. I think we are the front line of critical thinking. I think the buck stops right here with you and me. So it doesn't stop with like them actually answering the question, because they have whatever agendas they have to say whatever they say. And so for us, the only thing we can do is examine what's being said. And when we examine it and say, okay, how is this possible? If it is, it is, right? Like, that's truth. If it's not, then it's not. But we are the front line. We're the ones who say, okay, I can accept this because I understand, the laws of physics and, natural laws, all these things will coincide with that information that they're saying. But if it doesn't, then it can't be possible that they're saying some truth. So that's where this should begin, from you and me, not from going there and picketing them. But like, I don't know, that to me is still a fantasy anyways, because it's like that's a exercise in futility, to be honest, straight up frank with you. I mean, you could do what you want and think that's going to kind of get across to some people, but honestly, like, I don't, these guys been doing it so long that they're, I don't know what you call, they're so invested in this, like this whole facade. That's what like this whole server is built on, is like people actually thinking for themselves. And that's what it's really good at doing, getting people to just look at the information. Because it doesn't matter, like, let's just take, for example, right, any information that we say in here. What happens if everybody in here was to turn around and say, what if Indio comes out tomorrow and says, you know what, guys, apologize, but the Earth is a globe. It just really is. I had to go back to the globe. It's a globe. Sorry, didn't mean to like tell you guys for like many years that it was flat, but it's a globe. Like, is that going to change reality because he came in here and said that? Are we leaning on Indio? Like, that's where does the information begin and where does it end? Is it leaning to the experts because somebody said something, or is it because the information doesn't pan out in reality? Where does it end? For you and me. Because that's, wow, I don't know what the guy's name was. It Randy or Ranty? Like, he was a flat earther and he was taking some images, and then all of a sudden, now he's a glober back again. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, Breathe. Like, I think the most important part is for the person to actually really examine any claim and to take it on for themselves. Because if like, I don't know, myself, if I come out tomorrow and like, yeah, guys, sorry, apologize, but the Earth is flat, and Indio's like, yeah, I saw Mayhem's, evidence, and then I believe it too, and everybody else is just like, yeah, we have the evidence now. The Earth is a globe. Let's all close this thing down. And are you going to be left in the dust going like, well, shit, I was a flat earther for some time, and now everybody's going back to the globe. I might as well too. Do you see what I mean? It's like you have to stand up for the truth. You have to really examine what's being said. Otherwise, anything can take you down. And if that's the case, then, what's the point of it all? Why would I want somebody that's going to be in here that's just believing everything I say or what Indio says or what anyone says if you're not looking at what we say? And that goes for, NASA and anyone. It doesn't matter who it is. So that's why I think when we examine things, when we talk about the shape of the Earth conversation, I think that's the most important step. And Indio was saying it, getting people to critically think about that information. That's the most important part. Because damn whatever somebody says, like, let's see if that shit is real or not, Because high level debates, right? They talk about certain topics and it's way above people's heads. Like, that's great. But if they can't produce information that's going to make it put it into reality, then, what's the point? I guess my gripe is because, just hearing this in the news, it turns it into some kind of propaganda, just but people like that kind of stuff because it's easier not to think for themselves and just to lean on what somebody else says and then say, well, they're some honest characters now, or they're dishonest characters. I don't know.
I'm probably roboting, so somebody else go ahead.
Actually, you came through clear, Dave.
Really?
That time you
Yeah,
did.
I was just, I agree with thinking for yourself has got to be the starting point for people, but the general sheeple out there, if they can get triggered by seeing their tax money that's supposedly being spent on something and it's totally something different, that might wake some people up, is all I was saying. Yeah. But general baseline has to be starting with critical thinking inside yourself. I agree.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. I wouldn't be caught in front of their building trying to talk to them and no, you need to tell me the truth. Did we go to the you get another Bart Cybrell clone, somebody punch you in the eyeball and be knock you out. You know what I mean? He got a right hook, but that's what it was. There it is right there. Thanks, Breathe. Put your hand on the Bible and swear that you walked on the moon. And lights out. Well, he didn't get knocked out, but that was a pretty good right hook. Yeah, because you're supposed to punch somebody in the eyeball when they asked if you legitimately walked on the moon. Or, I don't know. Just guess everybody feels different about that. Got a phone call.
Dead Air Dave killed the chat. What's going on?
Did you kill the chat, Dave?
Looks like I did, man. My bad.
Nah, you're fine, bro.
Anybody's got physical demonstrations of this globe model, please come join the server and tell us about it. Thank you. So that new guy bounced. I'm driving. I can't look at it right now.
Yeah, Dave, he left. That guy left.
All right. Sorry about that. Hopefully he'll be back.
Yeah, we're still.
Sound like maybe he was started on the right track, thinking for himself. So who knows? Always hope for the best, right?
It's just, everybody has where they come from. He didn't want to let go of certain
Everybody's
things.
got their journey.
Model.
Yeah, getting past being hung up on models is the big thing. That's so important to so many people. Got to have a model for everything, right? Reality just is present itself as reality. Why do you have to model it? Anyway.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of people thinking for themselves. It doesn't matter. Like, they don't have to come in here and be like, "Oh, believe what you guys are saying." I think they're like, "Hey, let me go away and I'll come back and let me think about this. Let me see how this all works, because that's what you want people to do, right? Look into it."
Yeah. Think for yourself. It's the ultimate goal.
Yeah, I gave the example earlier, Dave. I don't know if you can hear me or not. You were roboting. I gave the example earlier of Joe Rogan. He was saying that the moon landings were fake in the beginning, didn't he? I mean, that's what he was saying. And then later on he recanted, and now he knows that they landed on the moon because, he had a lot of people that supported the agenda that would come onto his show. So, I mean, India was kind of leaning on the fact that it could be just a business decision for him and his show to actually agree with that and have a wide variety of people that would not just be on the, I would say, conspiratorial side, but just on the mainstream agenda position, So it was probably, some people put it to the extreme, like he was approached by some people, and it's just, that's a conspiracy, like, to think that kind of stuff. It could have just been a business decision. He's like, I could make more money doing this way. No one knows, really. Let's put it that way. But either way, he recanted. So the people that were following him and were like, Joe's got something good to say, because he says that they could fake the moon landings. And later on, it was like, nah, that's just. I remember what I said before. Yeah, don't worry about that. They landed on the moon. That's a perfect example. And what happens just because he said so? Now people think differently. They're basing their mind on someone else's mind. That's all it is. So, and then that's kind of like the example I used. Like, okay, now you got some people going to NASA, and they told NASA, what did you do with all our money? Well, at the time we had to say that we went to space, but we didn't really, like the moon landing. But we apologize for that. But we still go to space. We just didn't land on the moon. But space is still real. Oh, okay. Thanks for being honest, NASA. Thanks for telling us that you didn't do what you said you did. And now we can think differently. That's the thing. We're basing our minds on other people's, like, because they say so. And then what if like a year later they're like, oh, guys, we had to say that because we were pressured. There was a lot of pressure on us. So now we change our story and we did actually go to the moon. But we had to say that time because, the economy was bad or whatever excuse. And I'm making an example out of this because then the people were like, who were free to think that they didn't do that. Now they're back into the cage. Now you know that they actually did go to the moon. So I guess if that's what we're waiting on, that's just, you're missing the point. That's not what, it doesn't matter with these characters. Like, so like what I said, the front line is you, not based on like, well, let's get enough money. Let's get enough reporters. Let's get enough people who are just going to keep asking them and asking them and asking them until they admit, like, they're not the standard for you and me. We are. Our minds are. But I mean, if people think that that's a good way to go, then I don't know. I just don't think that it's beneficial. I don't see the benefit. It's like I was telling the young guy who was in here that left. I was like, well, how is it possible that this tin cans floating around above our heads? Like, just logistically, how is the thing is supposed to be going around the earth as a globe every 90 minutes at 17,500 miles per hour? Like, I mean, just a comparison of that speed to like what speed is, and saying that because it's in a different medium, then the speed would act differently, and this fantasy medium that it's in, it works in that way because that's what the fantasy medium that it's in, how it operates. So it's assumptions built on assumptions. And no one is verifying anything. And everybody's just believing. And nobody's ever told them, you don't have to think that way. Ask them how it's possible that this is even real. We got 20 people watching right now on the live stream. If you guys want to, come on in here. Tell us how you think that the earth is a globe, and we'll go through it. Let's see. Who do we got in the YouTube live stream? We got Mr. Moore that's in there. It says, Flat, are you serious? Yeah, we're very serious. Mr. Moore. Very serious. It's one thing for us to say something. It's another thing for us to be able to prove what we say. And that's the thing that they don't offer you with the globe. They just say, just believe. They trust us. We had experts. We have scientists. What do you guys have? Just people? Oh, come on. We got the experts. It's all good. Oh, I beg to differ, sir. This can be a very much a science channel. What is a science channel, by the way, to you? Is it people in lab coats speaking to each other? No, it's not. What is science? Go ahead and type that into your YouTube live stream text chat. What is science? I mean, since you can identify it, you know what a science channel is. What is science? Science channel. This isn't a science channel. Oh my gosh. It's a conspiracy channel.
It's a Scientia channel.
People with qualifications. That's it. Okay. People with qualifications. So you trust the people with qualifications? Tell me your line of logic here. Tell me what gives somebody the qualifications to tell you what's what? What are the qualifications somebody has to have? Go ahead, Mr. Moore. I want to expound on your train of logic, just so that you can either see that it does work or it doesn't. What are the people's qualifications for telling you something about science? Go on. Tell everybody what it is. What qualifies a human being? Because you said we're not a science channel. I'm kind of curious now. You have to think about it, don't you? Jeez Louise. They have studied and passed exams. All right, guys. They've studied and passed the exam, and that's what qualifies them. Yeah, I think that's AI that said that. He said, Mr. Moore, the shape of the earth is not a science question. See, I think that's what you said. Yeah. Mr. Moore says that people that are qualified to speak about science are people who have studied and passed exams. That's who are able to tell you what's what. If you study and you pass an exam, you could talk about the shape of the earth. But as Theo Megawarty just pointed out there in the chat, the shape of the earth isn't a science question. Well, what do you think about that, Mr. Moore? Do you know that?
Oh, man.
And we got some Indio haters in the crowd. We see some people in there, like Larry Zion says, it's an Indio only fans channel, not a science channel. Hey, Indio, this is your fans channel, bro. Dude, they loving on you, man. You should wave hi to the
Indio,
crowd.
if you want to prevent censorship, you should just start a real OnlyFans channel and start putting flat earth stuff on there, bro.
It's the Indio fans channel. I love it. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore responded to Mr. Moore responded to AI, and AI comes in there. But he goes on Theo Megawarty. That's his name on YouTube. He was responding to Mr. Moore, and Mr. Moore is telling Theo the Megawarty, "Don't be silly. Science provides evidence for the globe." Oh, really? Name one, Mr. Moore. One. Give me one scientific evidence for the globe. Just one. All I'm asking for is one, not 10, not 5, not even 2. I just need one.
They can't do it without appealing to authority or appealing to their own imaginations and feelings.
I gotta snip it. I gotta snip this. This is so funny. I'm putting it in the live stream voice text. This shit is funny. Yep. I'm gonna say exactly what AI is saying. Can you please provide a cause and effect relationship for shapes? And that's you, Mr. Moore. Go ahead. Now AI is listening on the YouTube channel, but also he's speaking to you directly, Mr. Moore. Go ahead. Cause and effect relationship. Go ahead and present one for the Earth. I have seen the sunset. This is Mr. Moore, by the way. Mr. Moore is saying, I have seen the sunset. It's impossible on a flat Earth. Impossible.
Oh, jeez.
This can't happen on a flat Earth. There's no way possible.
How many times have we heard that? Thousands upon thousands.
Yeah.
Having to explain it a new time every time.
Yeah. This is AI. AI is saying, assumptions. And the way he would do it with his, like, you know, because AI. I know you're at work, brother, but you'd be like, okay. Assumptions. Prove your claim without assumptions or fallacies, says AI. No assumptions, no fallacies, Mr. Moore. What you got? I want to see AI dominate Indio. Oh my gosh. Larry, you have nothing better to do? Go off into a Globe Earth channel and ooh and awe about space somewhere. Why are you in here? Go see rockets taking off or some shit. Something that'll get you off. That's all you need. Space is real. Yeah, the space in between your ears. The space in between your ears is real. That's for damn sure.
It may have. I think it's a little disturbing how obsessed these people are with flat earthers.
Yeah, you can't get off Indio's jock. That's what's going on, Larry. That's what you like.
Yeah.
And you're talking about people in here being Indio fans. Dude, you're the Indio fan because you're mentioning it like something to say. Oh, hey, let's get back to Mr. Moore's rebuttal to AI. When AI said, prove your claim without assumptions or fallacies, Mr. Moore said, one word, observations. Observations. So basically, now this is me, what we see in reality are sunsets, sunrises. But he's saying, and Mr. Moore is saying, I've seen the sunset. It's impossible on a flat Earth. We've all seen the same sunset Mr. Moore has. But he claims that because he's seen it, he knows it's a globe. And that's science, according to him. Ships disappearing, bottom first. Dude, Mr. Moore, come on in here. Let's have a chat. Get out of the YouTube live chat. Click on the link. It's in the description, by the way. And look, Nightbot just put it in there. The link Nightbot just put in, click on that link. Come in here. Let's have a chat. We'll talk about it. This is AI talking to Mr. Moore. So Moore can't bear the burden of proof. Simple assertions, not even an argument. Striking presented. Oh, string presented. Sorry, I said that wrong. Not even an argument string presented. Ships disappearing is an affirming the consequent fallacy. This is AI telling Mr. Moore. I can agree with you there, creature. Science is a buzzword for the average everyday glober. Yep, I agree. Call it what you want. It happens. That's Mr. Moore's response. Call it what you want. It happens. The sun sets? Call it what you want. It happens. So he didn't. So AI, he doesn't care what it's called. You can call it a fallacy. He doesn't. He just affirming the consequent. He's like, yeah, call it what you want. I don't care. As if that's a way to argue this. That just means you're wrong, bro. The sunset happens, therefore the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe, therefore sunsets happen. When it could be something else, Mr. Moore. But then again, you don't want to join the VC, so. Yeah, I'm with you, AI. So he admits his worldview is fallacious. Case closed. Case closed. Another slam dunk for AI. Oh, AI is good. You know you really like that, dude, when they say that. Well, explain sunsets.
He honestly thinks that that's a point.
Yeah, dude, you know,
oh my god.
We explain sunsets.
The reason why we're hesitant to do it is we've already explained it like over 1 million times, so it's boring at this point.
No, but
come on,
right,
dude.
That's even the wrong way to think about it. He's talking about the explanation he's got from the people that tell him the Earth is a globe, right? Because it's a globe, therefore sunsets. I gave him the affirming the consequent formological fallacy of why that's wrong. So I'll say it again. Sunsets happen, therefore the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe, therefore sunsets happen. That's your explanation from the globe Earth perspective, Mr. Moore. That's exactly what you've been told. When it could be something else. But you want to say, explain sunsets as in we can explain something that we see to be happening outside of the Earth being a globe. And we told you we can, because if you, first of all, the foundation of your understanding is completely flawed. You go based upon somebody else's understanding of what you think. So I'll speak for AI just a moment because he put a little bit of long text here. AI is saying, and this is you, Mr. Moore, my worldview isn't based on logical fallacies, interpretation of sky phenomena. I don't need to explain it. That's your Mr. Moore. And he said once again, call it a fallacy. I don't care. That's Mr. Moore.
Okay, he doesn't care if he's got fallacious reasoning. He doesn't care if he's willful ignorance then. Okay.
He don't care. So once again, demonstrated by AI, Flat's backing in the text chat. It's a case closed situation because he says, call it a fallacy. I don't care. It doesn't appear that logic is even appealing to this character. He just wants to believe. It's one of those things, man, when you want to believe something and you don't care what somebody says. Oh, just want to believe it. Let me just have my globe. Why you guys got to keep being the party poopers here? Dude, you're asking AI to explain it to you or me, but you said, I think you do need to explain it. You want another story just like the one you've been handed. How do you know? It's your claim. That's the thing. You say sunsets work, therefore Earth is a globe. Earth is a globe, therefore the sunsets work. You've been told a story. How do you know that story is even true? You don't know, do you? I can ask you a very specific question for your baseline knowledge as to how you know the Earth is a globe, and then you could actually work from that point forward, right? Pretty simple. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? I don't care what the sun is doing, Mr. Moore. Answer my question. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? If you really care about this question that you want to talk about, then you'll answer mine. So that's just that simple. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, Paul V, what's going on?
Not much, just hanging out, enjoying the conversation. I just wanted to chime in real quick and say it's frustrating when you get people in here that they have to have another version of the story. They can't just be satisfied with the globe model not working out. They have to have something to replace it with. And it's so frustrating. And it's just not how things work. And it's not up to us to give you, a new model. It's just like when you say if you're charged with a crime and you go to court, it's not, they have to prove that you're guilty of what they're claiming. It's the same thing with the globe. They're making all these claims and they need to prove these claims. And we don't need to, prove anything. It's not on us to prove flat Earth. It's on them to prove globe Earth, right?
Yep.
All right, so
that's the claim.
Mr. Moore's rebuttal to when I asked him how have they measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, his response was satellites measure the radius every day.
Oh God.
Satellites measure
well, at
the
least he didn't
radius
say
every day.
sticks and shadows.
No, but here again, it's another story. You said, I believe the story because of another story. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. That's essentially what you said.
Authority.
Yeah. I believe sunset work on the globe because a satellite in which I can't verify, that's in a space, it's in a place where I can't verify, is doing what it's doing. Something that I still can't verify that it's measuring. It's in the vacuum of space, and therefore the Earth is a globe. So a story upon a story upon a story. That's all you got. Are stories, Mr. Moore. You need only to sail around Antarctica. Game over, he puts. I swear, you guys.
Yeah. That's another flat Earth proof, though, because there's a freaking race that goes around it, and it takes way longer than it's supposed to take going around it. Oh my God, that's just another flat Earth proof. But he's a retard, and he doesn't know it.
Yeah, hang on there, Ether. Like,
never mind. I'm chasing rabbits.
Yeah,
sorry.
Now, hold on. Oh, yeah, you are chasing rabbits because here's the thing, though. To verify the ice wall is, you know what I mean? Like, if we start going there, then I'm going to start asking the flat earther, how do you know that you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to have
I don't think I said wall, but if I did, sorry. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's another proof. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys, like Mr. Moore,
they only believe from us. Man.
They want claims, and then once you do, you give out that claim, they're going to jump on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's what they do. So it's never... It's like shifting the burden of proof. That's what it does. It shifts the burden of proof onto you. And so they're willing to actually indulge that and take the point off of what I've been telling him thus far. So Mr. Moore is in the YouTube live stream text chat right now, and he had a conversation with the panel because we can speak and he can hear us. But also, we got some people from this Discord in there. Another guy, his name is AI, who's in here, AI Ardent. Very intelligent person, but he was having a conversation with him in between his job or whatever. But so Mr. Moore is giving us these kind of claims of what he thinks can be done so that he can solidify his understanding for the Earth to be a globe. And one of them is you only need to sail around Antarctica. Game over. But that triggers flat earthers as well, right? Because we are like, well, if that was the case, then all you need to do is just do that and then you'd prove it. But then we jump on that and like, let's just tell him that Captain Cook has done it, and that's that we need to get down to the verification process. This guy has never verified anything in his life, so he doesn't know how to do it. So critically thinking about the question needs to happen before we get off into claims about how the Earth is flat and stationary. You know what I'm saying? So remember the first question that I asked him was, how has the curvature of the Earth ever been measured by anyone in history? That was the first question of the 3 questions I usually ask. And his response was, satellites measure the radius every day. So remember, he thinks the Earth is a globe. So he's stacking one story, and the other story he brought in was satellites measure the radius every day. He doesn't know, first of all, if the satellite is in the vacuum of space like they tell him. Plus, he doesn't know if they're measuring the radius every day. He doesn't know those two things. So on top of that, he's putting the story of the globe stacked on top of the story of satellites. 2 stories, right? But how tall is this building going to be? How many stories are we going to go up? Because that's what you're doing. You're building this fallacious reasoning story, and it's just story after story after story. What's the next story? No. We need you to tell us how you can know that the Earth has been measured any time in history. So let's get back to that. How has anybody, let's put it that way, who do you know that's measured the curvature of the Earth? And don't give me another story about satellites, because I'm not going to work with that, because you don't know what they're doing up there, if they're up there in the place that they say they are, and what they're doing. So let's get away from that. Tell me how you know somebody on the ground has measured the curvature of the Earth. Directly measured it. That's you, Mr. Moore, if you're still listening. Mr. Moore has just responded. Let's see. He says, I know what you want me to say, Eratosthenes, but who did it is irrelevant. It's the experiment that counts, and anyone can do it. Wrong. Eratosthenes, first of all, did not do an experiment. And you don't do an experiment with the what is question. What is the Earth? So first of all, you're wrong in using the term experiment, because nobody does. If you're going to do an experiment is a how and why question, a cause and effect relationship, a manipulation of the independent variable. So if you're trying to figure out what causes the effect, you would do science, and you run the scientific method through the thing that you're actually looking upon. So you'd have to see a natural phenomena in nature, and then look upon that phenomena and see what caused that phenomena. So you formulate a hypothesis, and then you'd manipulate the independent variable to find out what the dependent variable is affecting or how it affects it. So that's what you do, and you don't do it with the what is question. What is the Earth? What shape is it? Let's say. So if you're applying measurements to something, that's not science. So that only applies to, like, if you're trying to find the cause of an effect, not to how big the Earth is. And that's what I'm asking. So Eratosthenes most certainly did not do an experiment. You need 3 sticks, he says. You're still on about Eratosthenes like it's something to do. But if you're measuring the length of shadows, and let's put it this way. If Eratosthenes did what he did to figure out the shape of the Earth, right? This shape that we're on, then how would you do that with light and shadows? Okay, I'll give you one example. How is it possible that you're going to measure the sphericity of the surface if it is curved? Because you can actually do what Eratosthenes has done with a flat surface. So you can actually do this on a flat surface. As you can see, people are putting pictures in the live stream voice text, which then you'll be able to see it on your screen. And see those cans that are put there that Breathe Entropy put in there? Okay, so that was on a flat surface. And the only thing that is different there is the proximity of the light to those cans. So the closer those cans are to the light, the different angle of the shadow that it would take on those shadows that it emits. So this can happen on a flat surface, which you can't deny. And this is possible. Therefore, how can you determine if the Earth is flat or round, just depending on the shadows? Well, it doesn't give you that conclusion by looking at that, because it can happen on both. Let's put it that way. It can happen on a curved surface or on a flat surface. So the geometric shape of the Earth is not determined by what Eratosthenes done, and it most certainly is not an experiment. Let me read what AI wrote to Mr. Moore. AI is saying, Mr. Moore, how many assumptions did Eratosthenes have to make, and what were they? That's you, Mr. Moore. How many assumptions did Eratosthenes have to make, and what were they? Think about it. Remember what I said? Don't give me stories, because here's another story you're adding. That's the 3rd story you've told us so far. So come on, let us know. How many assumptions did Eratosthenes have to make, and which ones were they? I mean, if you brought Eratosthenes up, Exactly. Mr. Moore responded with, he assumed the Earth was a globe. Should we say any more? I mean, we could actually stop there. By the way, if you guys are just tuning in, I'm talking to Mr. Moore on the YouTube live stream text chat for 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm just looking at that channel. There wasn't any action happening in here, so I'm over there kind of responding to those guys. Well, until somebody else chimes in here. Oh, we got CMG that just joined it. What's up, CMG? I see you popped in here, bro.
Hey, bro, what's going on, man?
I'm flat smacking people on YouTube for now.
I love it. It's great. Keep it up.
Yeah, we got Mr. Moore in the chat, basically just claiming Earth globe.
The other assumption that Aristotle's had to make was that the sun was 93 million miles away, right?
Interesting. But I know Mr. Moore, he just mentioned it as it's evidence that the Earth is a globe because Eratosthenes has done his experiment. That's what they think when they say this, you know. All right. Let me see. He said, Mr. Moore is saying he assumed the Earth was a globe. And at the second thing, I think he said, that's why he was measuring the curve. What? He assumed it was a globe. That's why he's measuring the curve? Like, that does not make sense. He got close to the actual circumference. This is getting weird. How big of a sample set do you think Eratosthenes used? Do you know what the circumference is, dude? Honestly, I don't even think you know that. What's the circumference of the supposed globe Earth, Mr. Moore? Because you just claimed, right? That's another claim. He got close to the actual circumference. There's a lot of claims you're making, bro, to be honest. All right. Let's see what AI responded to Mr. Moore. He said, he had to assume light rays were parallel, the sun was an infinite distance away, and the sun was larger than the Earth, etc., etc. Now that's AI. He's a flat earther. He's telling Mr. Moore this. He had to assume the light rays were parallel, the sun was an infinite distance away, the sun was larger than the Earth, etc., etc. Okay, so Mr. Moore just responded to the circumference of Earth, and he said 25,000 miles. Okay, 25,000 miles. How did Eratosthenes, as you claim, get close to that? What do you think his sample set was? You can look it up. I don't care. Mr. Moore also responded to AI saying, the sun is larger than the Earth. Laugh out loud. Really? Okay. We know all of us in here, we know how big the Earth is, right? Because most of us travel across this Earth. When you look up at the sky, does the sun look bigger than the Earth, guys? Just by looking at it, how do you know it's bigger? And you're saying laugh out loud to us, bro. We're laughing at you. How do you know the sun is bigger than the Earth? What claims these guys? You have so many. You're just spouting off claim after claim, bro. I wonder, I don't know. I guess the mindset of these people. How do you this critical thinking just does not. Oh, you missed it too, CMG, when I was asking him what he said. This isn't a science channel. It's a conspiracy channel. And then I'm like, do you know what science is? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, well, he started appealing to the experts, right? And he said something about qualifications. And I was like, well, what qualifies them to tell you what science is? And he said they have to take exams and pass them. That's what he said. They have to take exams and pass them. Once they pass exams, and they're qualified. That's it. Then they can say whatever they want.
So just remember, repeat, regurgitate. Remember, repeat, regurgitate. Right.
That's his standard for who can tell him what science is. Basically. It's just it's I don't know, man.
And what's wrong with conspiracy? Anyway, it's not a conspiracy. You know, people conspire. That's not a theory. It's not a theory that people conspire to tell lies.
Yeah. You know, I think it should be in reverse. We're the science channel. They're the conspiracy because they're right. It's reverse. It's reverse. Yeah, it's like freaking upside down world, man. We're the ones over here telling you what's real science. they're the ones telling you that it's not science. Like their pseudoscience is real.
It's Narnia.
Wow. This is like backwards world or something. I don't know. Like
there you go. There's a new title for my next song: "Backwards World" or "Upside Down Land" or something like that.
It's got to be, man, because like we're looked as like the conspiracy people, and they're looked as these bastions of knowledge or like science, pillars of knowledge. And it's like, why do we get paint the villain and they get paint the hero? Like it's the opposite. We're actually telling people, look, guys, you can think for yourself, right? Like, I don't know if you heard, like just recently, there was some cosmonaut was releasing some information about how the moon landings can be fake. And as soon as like public got a hold of this, it's now on some of the different podcasts and people are talking about it. But now we're going over it here in this Discord. And we're like, well, that's interesting, right? That people are actually looking into it because now there's a cosmonaut who was saying that, they could, they got evidence that it's not possible that they landed on the moon.
Yeah, we've never been to space as well, didn't he say that? Wasn't it a Russian cosmonaut who said we'd never been to space?
Yeah, there's a bit of stuff happening on the news, and I'm like this because I told him, well, the front line for your critical thinking is you, not somebody telling you somebody did something or didn't do something. I would say, you could take in information, whatever it is that they're saying, but you should already have an understanding of how you have discernment for that knowledge. So let's say, for example, I take Joe Rogan for an example, right? Like before he got famous and that, he was on this kind of like whole hell bent to like finding out what's real and what's not. And in the beginning of his like journey of being, somebody that's famous, he was talking about how they never landed on the moon. Like there's clips of him saying that. Like
then he completely flip flopped. And this is a guy that said publicly, "I'd lie to my own mother."
Yep. And what I'm saying is like, people were on that bandwagon with Joe and then even followed him past that. They're like, that's okay. He can say whatever, maybe he had a good reason to or whatever the case. But it's another example of me saying like, so our critical thinking was based upon Joe Rogan. Like, even though he said provocative things and he probably still does, but was that our baseline for our like critical thinking? Like now that he switched over to saying that the moon landings were real and because he's got Neil and all them other guys coming on his show, is that how are we going to flip flop too? Because now, we're looking to Joe for the answers. It's like, no, he was never the person we're not basing our critical minds on someone else. So this cosmonaut that came out, going to that example, the cosmonaut that came out and said that now the fake moon landings were fake, we can take a look at it and say, okay, but we already knew that, because we didn't have to have you say it. We knew that it was just bullshit from the beginning. Like it was nothing real from that. It's impossible. You couldn't even get to the moon landing. But because some guy said so, right? He's looked at as an expert or someone who would know some information like this. Now the normies are like, well, he's got a point. Didn't land on there, and somebody who's a cosmonaut, has been in space, you would agree that this wasn't possible. So now it's like they're shifting because someone said so, and I'm like, that's all good and well, but you're not. We're just taking an authoritative answer for like what our minds should be thinking of already. Like we should already have formulated some kind of critical thought and discernment for that information. We didn't need this cosmonaut to come out here and tell us this. That's just like icing on the cake possibly for us, but we didn't. It shouldn't take that for someone to be like, whoa, they didn't land on the moon. Like if that's your baseline for your critical thinking, I think we're way off. We should be teaching people how to think versus what to think. And that's kind of like why people that come in here were like, yeah, just check it out. We're in here to actually challenge you on everything that you might think is true. And therefore you can formulate your own understanding by way of your own critical thinking, because that's what we want. We want a generation of, or I always put it this way, Guru, the next generation of critical thinkers. I want people to listen to whatever anybody has to say and say, well, let's check that out. Let's run this through a method. Let's demonstrate. Let's see if this is possible, right? Because then we can come up with some good information versus, just now everybody's just taking in right now what media is saying stuff. But I don't know. I think to me that's more precious. That's more fundamental than actually just believing some talking head somewhere that said, oh, they didn't land on the moon. Did you guys know that? And everybody's like, oh my gosh, are you serious? Like we didn't land on the moon, guys. Like, well, based on what? The cosmonaut? Who cares what he says? We already knew they didn't do that. because it's not possible. How can you actually get to space when the Earth's not a freaking ball? Like in space, you know what I mean? So that's like, I don't know. I'm.
Yeah, wasn't it Rockefeller that said, I don't want a nation of critical thinkers. I want a nation of workers, or something like that. But people just put so much faith into that white coat of credibility that's it's oh God, it's awful.
It's and granted, Guru, like everybody has a life that we live, and we can make life good as we want, within our own little social circles, but. And just in the grander picture, it gets you disheartened every day that you get up. You're like, man, it's a struggle because you hate to see it, man. You hate to see people lambasted with this social media world that we live in, with just all this misinformation, with all this kind of like agendas and things. And we fight so hard every day, because we care for our neighbor. We don't want like guys like Mr. Moore to just believe everything that he sees. We want the tide to turn, for people to start thinking, ask the questions. It's difficult,
It's tough. I mean, I battle with it every single day. Most of the people that have woken up to this have it in their subconscious forever. You recognize the evil, you see it in the room. It's it's there, and you have to carry that with you forever. And we're the ones trying to, tirelessly wake the world up. And it is a struggle, but I don't know. I think now I've done enough music that if that doesn't, that if you really actually look into what I'm saying and singing, that should really wake a sleeping horse, really. But so I'm now tired of banging that drum now, because it can be tiring, it can be exhausting. So I'm going forward for me musically, it's probably going to be more, not just songs filled with truth, every line, truth. I'm sick and tired of banging that drum now. My back catalogue should be enough to wait, to do. I've done the job, really, so I think my music going forward is going to be more based on solutions. What do we do about the lies? There's an album title right there, Solutions, encouraging homesteading and that sort of thing, critical thought and homeschooling and all that sort of thing, and sort of change my vibe a little bit. Instead of being like the world's evil, lies, it might be an idea to sort of take a little turn and do something a little bit right. We know there are lies. This is what you can do to stop acquiescing and stop submitting to this evil in a way. So yeah, it is tiring, man. I hear you.
Yeah. It's Solutions. That's really good title. But to actually start moving forward and it's like, okay, so we talked about like the hopelessness of like what the agendas are about, but now let's talk about like the good hope that we have in like a better future for everyone. And like you said, it starts with like homestead. It starts with like raising food of your own hands. Like that's. You're getting something from the ground that you actually produce, because it's something like, granted, we have to still be aware of like the seeds and all that, like where we're getting our seeds from, and like doing the best you can to make this world, as best as we can make it. Let's put it that way. And this fallen world as it is.
Michael Jackson sums it up. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make the change. I'm a firm believer in, be the change you want to see. Can't be waiting for some, savior to come from the sky or some politician, to save us all. And all us sit back and just sort of, just wait for our hero, wait for our savior. I don't think it's going to happen. I just, you do it bit by bit, drop by drop, step by step, and try and sort of, distance yourself by doing these things like homesteading and, homeschooling. And, you've got to at least try, you've got to start that way, I think.
So I was thinking about it too, Guru, from the time that you started like realizing that the world was in this state, and when you started changing your mind as to like how you eat, how you live, like, do you think that the turnaround, like just within your own social circles, like your small little group that you have, what difference do you say you've made, just even within your own spirit? Do you think you feel like that change has affected you in a positive way, so you can see now moving forward you're just like, this is the way to live, we should all be living like this? I mean, do you think that, because people don't, like, on the one hand you hear all like we're talking about like exposing the lies and stuff, but then how can we just all live without that in our life, just like a mentality where you're so focused on doing a lot of the good, because I think we can get caught up in the black pills in that, like, because people talk about it a lot in here, but it's like, yeah, we know that people are doing evil shit in this world, but what are you doing in your life to make things better for the world? Like the solutions, like you said. And I think the uplifting side of all of what we're doing is that now that you're free to think about things critically, you can say, yeah, this stuff that they're trying to pass in like the recent times in the past, 2 years, that stuff was just it's nonsense. You don't have to listen to what they say. You can think for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, and live a better life. I think that's the push towards that. I don't know, enjoying the simple things.
Yeah, it's tough though, isn't it? Because everybody's, I'm very, very blessed in that, I've got my house here and I don't go to work. My mortgage is paid. I was successful once upon a time, not so much now, but I'm kind of, property rich and income poor. I've got enough to pay the bills and everything, but I have time. It's nice. I spend my time either in the studio or in the garden. Most people don't have that luxury though. They're doing the daily grind. So how the hell can they distance themselves and start doing self-sufficiency? You have to commit to self-sufficiency. Like, it's a full-time job, and then you get it wrong, and then you learn, and we're on our third year now of growing, and only this year, since I put the irrigation system in, are we having success. It's been trial error. It's been very frustrating to the point where we nearly gave up. So, and to be honest with you, we're not really anywhere near to be self-sufficient. It's actually probably cheaper to buy it in the actual supermarkets, and that's where they get you because it costs an awful lot of money to set up self-sufficiency with all the containers and the soil and the irrigation stuff, and it just and who's really got access to that sort of money to set it up on a large scale? And we're only doing it on a tiny scale, so they kind of got you cornered really in a way. I mean, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I'm just saying it's really, really difficult. They've kind of got you by the balls, and you just have to kind of do the best you can, really. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I get very frustrated with it all because I'm really trying hard over here to try and distance myself from the system and be self-sufficient and that. But then I'm on on the flip side at the weekends I'm ordering stuff from Amazon, and drinking alcohol. So it's just like I'm torn between trying to be free and then it's like I'm blue pilling at the weekend and all that sort of stuff. So it's really, really tough. And I'm fairly smart and I'm fairly capable and I'm struggling with it. So, I don't know.
Based on that, do you think that it could be a community effort? Because I think, like, let's just say, for example, you met some people who were of like mind and there was, and maybe 40 or 50 people and you guys got together like in a community.
That's the problem. And I'm sorry, that's the problem. Sorry to interrupt, but where do you find that amount of people, like-minded people, particularly where I am in Spain? I can't even, trying to find, I'm very blessed to have sort of 6 to 10 like-minded people in my circle, in my social circle. And it's taken me nearly 10 years to attract these people. And to try and get them to commit to some kind of community, like off-grid living, is going to be nigh on impossible. Where you find 50 people like that or 100 people to really make a community work is such a big ask. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I was thinking too, because like the burden actually starts becoming lighter as the community grows. Let's say you can focus now on just raising tomatoes, and then the other guy he's focused on raising carrots, or everybody does their part, and at the same time everyone shares. Like, okay, well you can give me some carrots for my tomatoes, and like now you have things, and we all have stuff, but we can concentrate on not having such a very diverse way of growing things, and we can all share. It's the burden becomes lighter and lighter the bigger the community. But
absolutely. You're right. You're right. The Amish have the right idea to a certain extent, Right. And they're huge communities, and they're all pulling their weight, and all the guys are out there working the land, and all the girls are preparing the food and storing it. I love that, but where do you find it's just it's a fantasy really to find it. So you need millionaires, you need investors to buy this huge plot of land and then build everybody everybody has their privacy to a certain extent, but you all have a lot of communion and you all work together. I mean, I don't think I can achieve that in my lifetime, which is sad.
Yeah, I know, but it's the dream though, isn't it? Like, it's the dream to have something like that, and I don't know. I guess the community that could be spawned from that it would be amazing, because you could see the value in everything that you do. Like, your hands are the actual value, and you would appreciate everything. Everything would have that much more sweeter taste when you would eat the food, and that much more thanks for the people that actually helped you build. I don't know, man. Just But I can see what you're saying. Like it's a hell of a task for somebody to do on their own. Like, I'm not saying it's not possible, but like even as you said, you've been doing it for a while. It's not easy. Like you can fail at like trying to get how to do it the right way, or at least close to it anyway.
Yeah, it takes years. And we're doing it on a really small scale. We haven't got livestock. We haven't got the room for livestock. I'd love to have some chickens and some goats and all of that sort of stuff. We're only on like a quarter of an acre here. So, to scale it up, which would be, a fantasy, but that means selling and buying land and building a property, and I'm 51 and I'm, do I really want to? And then, if you're going to do that, then you've got to dedicate yourself to getting up in the morning at 5 o'clock and milking the cows and all of that. So, I kind of like my creature comforts in a way. The system's kind of got you by the balls in a way to apply yourself at this particular age when I'm middle-aged now and sort of don't have as much energy as I did to be working the farm every day for the rest for that kind of freedom. Are you really free at that point?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. Like with the whole community of people, you would just do your part a little bit that you had to do, and then you could enjoy your freedoms, to go and roam around and visit nature. Like it would be hell of a task to have a lot of burden on your shoulders to have all the things that you would need to in, like, let's say like a small farm or something, doing all the tasks that you need to, and then by the end of the day you did so much work that you didn't even enjoy the fruits of your labor because your labor is so hard. So
you're too exhausted to enjoy it, cheese on toast or whatever.
I mean, I could see the benefit in doing that, but at the same time, like you're saying, it's just, I'm a realist, bro. Like I could see realistically how that would be kind of like a burdensome after a while. Not saying that it's not good. It's just, it would be hell of a burden.
Yeah, and the other option is to get a huge community together and finance it and buy land and all that. So that I mean, where are you going to find people to do that? Particularly like this community, this whatever you want to call it, this flat Earth community. We're all over the world. I mean, granted, a lot of you in the States, but I mean, we're all of the same mindset. But how the hell do we all get together? Like I say, I don't think it's a dream. It's more of a fantasy. I'm ashamed to say.
Yeah, people often talk about it in here. Like of doing something, but it's always just kind of a passing conversation. Like, oh, what do you think, guys? We could, gather together in some location, in the United States, and we'll get this plot of land, and we'll all just do it up, and kind of, it's. I don't know. I'm a realist, dude. I see how life is, and it's just like you said. It's got you by the balls. Like you're gonna have to give up a lot of things to make that possible, like a lot. And
everybody has to give up a lot of things to make that possible. Not just me. Just you have to find a whole community of people that are willing to give up their life, their way of living, to put it all into this. And then you've got to finance it. I mean, if you can find a community that wants to do that, let me know. I'll move to the States. I'll be a part of it.
But just like the idea of it, though, Guru. Can you imagine, like, when you have a whole community that way, and you're just out there enjoying the community and people, or I don't know.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's such a beautiful idea. I love the idea that my job will be I'll be the potato guy. I'll just cook. I'll just grow nothing but potatoes. And the guy, like an acre across, he's the tomato guy, right? He can do tomatoes, and then we'll get together, and there's a little place at the center, and all the women are in the kitchen. I hate to sound sexist, but I think a woman does belong in the kitchen. I genuinely do, and because my wife is incredible and caring and nurturing, and she just loves looking after me, and I do think that we have our places. So I just would love to see that. It sounds kind of Amish in a way, but like I said before, they do have the right idea. It's like old-fashioned values. That's when we were, I don't know, much more advanced, in my opinion.
You're more connected to the earth. You're really connected. I mean, you knew that soil, I don't know, man. Like, I'll be honest, like I could see that it feels like now looking at those guys, like they have advanced knowledge of like everything, like of soil, of how when, the animals would get sick, like how to treat, like everything. They just knew a lot about, because they were in tune with it, with nature. And so they maybe now, but like, I don't know. I just think the modern person is just so relaxed in their comfort zone where, that's not the life for the,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, honestly, me and my wife, we talk about it though, Guru. Like, I long for that kind of like being out in the country with some chickens and like you said, some goats and stuff. But then realistically, I'm like, what would that take? You'd have it's a lot of effort to get that whole system up and running and even maintained. You got to maintain that. It's just animals aren't just going to produce you the food that you want just because you got some chickens that are going to make some eggs for you. Like that, you got to maintain them, make sure they don't get eaten up by like the prowling animals that are around and whatnot.
Yeah. You got to build them. You got to fence them in. You've got to feed them. You got to buy the. It's just. I don't know. I mean, like I say, this is how they've got you by the balls because it's so easy for me to drive up the road and buy some milk. Yep. So it's tough. It's definitely tough. We don't save any money by growing our own food. We probably get sort of, I don't know. It depends on the season, but like maybe we're eating 50% from the garden. Are we saving any money? Say that again, Shelley.
We know it's healthy.
Yeah, we know it's healthy. We know there's no shit being sprayed on it. Well, if you exclude, but we're doing it all organic. There is something nice to it. Are we saving any money? No, because setting the whole thing up, buying all the containers and the water pumps and all the totes for saving the rainwater and the soil is expensive and there's a lot of labour as well. Where we live is quite difficult to have soil delivered, so I'm manually putting it on my shoulder and walking up a ton of steps and delivering it and putting it into the container. It's an awful lot of work. I mean, I love it. I love getting my hands dirty and I love being physical.
It's really rewarding too, though. You got to remember that all that is extremely rewarding in the end. And also it seems like you're putting like a whole lot on your shoulders. You got to be, content and happy with your lot in life and where you are, and you don't have to do everything right away. Baby steps, little things here or there, and to feel good about yourself. And at least you have to know that at least you know what's going on. You know your lot in life. You know your placement, and you know who you are, and that in itself is a big deal. I mean, imagine just not knowing who you are and why you're here. At least you're awake. You have to take comfort in just that in itself, I think, too. That's a big step.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It is incredibly rewarding, and I'm very fortunate to be in this position. I'm very glad I'm in this position, and I love it. And but what am I trying to achieve? Some kind of am I trying to be happier in a way by growing me? I don't know. It's you love working in the garden, don't you? You love it, and I love seeing the bounty out there. Huh?
Really good for you as well.
Yeah, exactly. But there's no financial savings. If anything, it's a huge investment, and we'll get better at it over the years. And there is a plot of land next door to me that's up for sale, and one day I hope to afford it, and we can sort of expand a little. Hey, what you're laughing at? My wife's laughing.
She's laughing in the background.
See, when I said, right, I hope one day we can afford it, and she laughed. Don't be such a pessimist, woman.
How big is that land, though, Guru? Like that's next to you?
It's only 700 meters squared. It's not big. But, you could get some chickens on there and a few more fruit trees and that. It's either that or we sell up and we build our own house and maybe an eco house of some kind. But I don't know if I want that kind of upheaval at my time of life. Where I am, I'm very lucky. I love it here. I'm really settled. I mean, and if I build my own house and had bigger land and do all the stuff we've just been talking about, I'm going to be under more stress, I think. I don't know. It's a tough one to decide.
That's interesting. Yeah. But definitely, you're doing the right thing. That's.
I'm having a go. I'm just trying. I'm trying my hardest over here and realizing shit. It's so difficult. That's why they've got you by the balls. But yeah, I'm trying. I'm having a go, and I love the learning curve that comes with it as well. I've learned so much about planting and homesteading and we'll get better at it. This year has been our best year, and next year will be even better, and then we'll be sort of probably gagging for a bit more space, really, and that's probably when we'll start considering moving, maybe in a few more years. I don't know. We'll just have to see how it goes. But I can see us outgrowing this place and wanting to, get a few more acres. It just feels like the right thing to do.
Now, I've seen, I think it was, I have you on Facebook with, what's his face? Another prolific flat earther, vegan flat earther. Some of the images you were putting up about your garden and stuff, getting to see how you were working in your garden and stuff, and I was like, man, that's really cool. What is the range of stuff that you have going on right now? Do you have tomatoes? Like what is it that you're growing at the moment?
Oh God, yes. Shelley,
yeah,
come here and tell these guys what we're growing exactly, because she's the expert, and I'll just get up a link.
Okay.
Oh well, yes, I do all the manual labour, and she does all the caring of all the plants, and she'll let you know. So Shelley, what are we growing, darling?
We're in the summer crop. So we've got tomatoes, we've got cucumbers, loads of lettuce, loads of herbs, aubergines, eggplants, I think you call them in America.
Yeah.
Courgettes, sweet potatoes, lots of things. It's hard to remember.
Got onions out there? Were you doing
onions,
garlic and?
I'm just about to do garlic and turmeric and ginger because I use a lot of that. All sorts, everything that your staples really.
Yeah, because we started to try and do things like a little bit more exotic, like melons and strawberries, and we still like have a go with stuff like that and corn and that sort. But we figured
water for one melon.
Yeah, you have to supply an awful lot of water for one melon. So we figured let's stick to the staples and just get
things that the plant produces a lot of on one plant. We like as well.
Yeah, so we're still experimenting, we're still learning. We haven't got it figured out at all, but at least we're having a go.
How's your crop coming along this year? I mean, is planting season for you guys yet, or?
Good. The difference the last couple of years, it's been a real pain in the arse. And my wife kept moaning at me. I need an irrigation system. I can't be out there watering everything every night. Like sometimes it needs 2 waterings a day because it's so hot in Spain. And she kept going, irrigation system, and I wasn't listening at the time because I was probably busy making music or something. And then finally she nagged at me for so long, and I was like, right. So I designed and built an irrigation system, and now every single half tote that I have now has its own water supply. So it gets a regular water in the morning through a programmable waterer. And it gets a regular water in the morning and a regular water in the evening, like a couple of minutes. And now it's getting that regular water. Everything's just gone, no, thank you. So it's just been, and it's rainwater as well that we've saved as well. It's just loving it. And everything, I mean, I'll have to do an update for my channel because everything's just looking fantastic. And it's really given us another spurt of energy to like, oh, we can do this. Like, because we were about to give up. It's like, this is too tough. It's too expensive, blah, blah, blah. But now we've seen the difference this year, like with the irrigation system, where every single plant gets the right amount of water regularly every day. Everything's just gone, oh, just singing, so it's really nice to see.
Well, it's kind of cool that you said the angels are surrounding you going, oh, like you got a bumper crop. No, but what's your favorite food that you have, like the dish that you can make with all those? Because I know that there's something you're thinking about, like when it comes to, because people grow food that they really like to eat. So like obviously, tomatoes and the eggplants, and you just make a nice dish out of it. Just like like.
I make just whatever's ready in the garden. I will find a recipe and make it. And we eat so many different things. We eat loads of salads, obviously, because I've got the towers. You may have seen them on Alex's video with all the salad in. Loads of rocket, all of that. Whatever's ready, we have to eat because otherwise it goes, it's gone. So
it's nice to let the garden dictate what you have for an evening meal.
We're eating seasonal as well, which is really important. Whatever's in season, we are eating from the garden. We eat very, very little processed food or anything. It's kind of, when there's stuff ready, we're kind of 90% eating from the garden, really.
And I was thinking too, like when you guys have that bumper crop, like when it's so much, like do you have people that are interested or like, hey, we have a lot of tomatoes. You guys want some? Like, just.
I think we will do this year. We haven't, because we haven't had that bumper crop up until now. Stuff, don't get me wrong, we have produced stuff, but it just wasn't where I knew it could be without the irrigation system. So
it would be nice to get to the point where we have an abundance.
I want to be jarring stuff and making salsas and things like that, and giving them away to people or exchanging them with people. That's what we want to be doing.
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Storing and fermenting and all of that kind of stuff would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
Yeah. We want an excess, definitely.
We'll get there.
I think we will have it this year.
Yeah, but look at it this year though. It's incredible. Like I want to get out there and find more space for more containers so we can grow more stuff. But we're so limited for space here. That's the frustrating thing. You've got to try and make it right. You've got to think of vertical growing and growing up walls and things. Everywhere you find a space, like in my video that I've just posted in the live stream chat there, I'm using towers as well. Like they're basically sewage pipes that you buy from the plumbers. Put loads of holes in the side and fill it with soil, and then in one tower you can get like 50 to 70 sort of heads of lettuce and cabbage and herbs and rocket and all that sort of thing. So we call them now like herb towers, really, that herbs and salads. So they're right near to the kitchen. So every time she needs some fresh rocket or fresh mint or whatever.
It's fabulous because the food, I literally harvest the food just before we're about to eat it, so it's still alive, and I think that's amazing. It hasn't sat in a plastic bag in the supermarket, for days.
Yeah, that's man. I just like having. I mean, even if you were to invite guests over, like your friends, and they would sit down and have a meal, I bet you they could taste the difference. It's just like
we've had a lot of compliments on that, haven't we? Yeah.
Just so fresh. So fresh. It's a world apart from what you get in the supermarket. I mean, we don't buy any veggies or fruits or anything from the supermarket these days.
Isn't that the reward, for the labor of your hands? Like that right there, the moment where you can taste food like the way it was meant to taste, and like that, I think is the reward, the enjoyment, like when you're eating it, like.
Yeah, absolutely. It gives me so much pleasure. I just love it. I absolutely love it. I know Alex comes across as a bit pessimistic sometimes. That's just him.
I was going to tell you guys. Have you heard of Back to Eden? The guy on YouTube.
That's the first things we watched when we started doing this. That was amazing.
Yeah, that's what we do. I mean, every time we cut the garden back, we just put it back on the garden because it's going to decompose and turn into compost. And it's such a simple idea that we had no idea. All these people that are turning their soil and upsetting all the micro life that's going on, within the soil, that's just madness to me now. So we cut any dead leaves we find, we put them on the garden, and it's such a simple, much easier way of growing, definitely.
We don't need to use any fertilizers or anything because it's all coming from what we're putting back onto the land or into the container sugar. So but that Back to Eden was excellent. We loved that, didn't we?
Yeah, it really resonated, didn't it? We started implementing that straight away. But
the guy actually put decomposed material on and like as a bed because the thinking behind it is so if you do it the other way, you'd have to till the soil. To get the good soil going, like kind of get the plants to kind of used to that. But the bedding that he had down was just like decomposed material, and it was just like a real thick bed. And every year it would just get thicker and thicker. But it would also retain water, that the plants needed to grow, and such big crops that he would have from just that. And I was like, well, isn't that the way? Like thinking about the Garden of Eden, right? Like they would just the mist would just kind of go over the land, and then all the plants would get enough water. But I don't know, like, would you think that would solve like irrigation problems, or do you need a lot of it to get to where it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like it just retains the water where you don't, I don't know. Cause I've never done this, but I'm listening to you guys. Like it seems like a bit of work with the irrigation too. Like you'd have to, or I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like,
when Alex set the beds up, he actually we did that. We did I think the method that you're talking about. We actually put or he did because they were heavy, great big logs in there that were already decomposing. We'd had a load of trees that we had to cut down, and we put them back into the containers. So each of them containers is full at the bottom with 3 or 4 big logs. And we expected not to have to water too much by doing that. And then we filled it with like leaves and everything, and then the compost on top of that. But it's just so hot here in the summer, and they're in plastic.
I see.
Yeah, it's just not enough, I don't think. I mean, you might find that right at the bottom of the containers there is
some moisture.
But the plants that I'm putting in, the plugs or that I'm putting in there, they can't reach that to begin with, so they're struggling. You need a healthy plant right from the start to produce a good crop. So I just don't think it was enough. Maybe in
certain climates, maybe that would be feasible, but not in Spain in August.
But what it has done is it's given us beds full of worms and microbes and all the things that are making all them little air pockets and air holes for the roots to breathe and poop in and feeding them.
It's like a little ecosystem going on in the soil, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So fascinating. Like I'm just like, even to understand how that all works. And well, of course you guys have you guys are in the land of the sun, so it's definitely hard to, I would think, because the evaporation that's happening, you really got to keep them things watered pretty much. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we have to water in the evening once not that in the summer, it doesn't cool down much in the evening either, but we have to water in the evening once the sun's gone down. Otherwise, it's pointless. It just all evaporates straight away because it's so hot here and so dry. It's lovely, don't get me wrong, but it's not ideal for gardening. So we're doing our best and making it work as best we can. And the irrigation was a pain to set up, but now that it's set up and we collect any rainwater we can, we're rarely having to use any tap water, apart from maybe in the middle of summer when it's all gone, But all winter we've just been on rainwater, so that's great.
That's awesome. I'm a bit of a sentimentalist myself when it comes to like two people, husband and wife, working outside, and I think that also keeps people together because your guys are working together for the common goal of having some food produced. So I think as in a relationship, that's also kind of one of the things that you'd want to see, like two. It's because like you see a lot of marriages going astray, but like this actually shows how two people who are united this way can work together and make something like happen, and they produce together. So I don't know. Yeah. I think it also that it's like a connection between you guys, right? Like when you're actually working together in the garden, it's like you guys are both working towards a common goal, and it just brings you closer. Like, you know what I mean? That's.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got like a real teamwork thing going on here. It works really well. He does all the really heavy, hard stuff, and I nurture and love the plants and produce the food and then cook. And I think that, like Alex said earlier, women do belong in the kitchen. He doesn't mean that from an arrogant point of view. It's literally that's kind of how naturally it works. We've got our roles in this relationship. But when we're out in the garden together, it's amazing. He's doing his heavy stuff and getting all sweaty, and I'm talking to the plants and telling them I love them.
Yeah.
And I do. Trust me, I do.
He actually does, yeah.
That's awesome, though. I don't know. It's like the whole dynamic of how, like the way people are supposed to be living. I think it's a beautiful life, man. It's like Alex was saying, though. It gets harder for people these days because of our lives. Like we have to be, if we don't work, we don't eat, kind of thing. Because not everybody like has that ability to be like on a homestead. Like depends where you live, I guess. If you're an inner city person, then like that's just a fantasy. It's like a dream. Like for some people to. I honestly, I have that same kind of dream. Like I was telling Alex, and I was like, I wish. That me and my wife could actually have like a place out in the country and we can go and raise things too. But it's like right now we live in the city, so it's kind of like to get there you need money, you need like buy land, and it's just it's a horror deal.
Keep dreaming, because we dreamed for years that one day we would live in Spain, and it happened.
Thoughts become your reality, but I wish we were thinking bigger back then. We would have bought more land, wouldn't we, in a smaller house, perhaps. But you're never happy, are we? We're like, oh, this place is good, but it's not right. So we get, and you're chasing that dream. But I know we're happy here. I know I love it here. But you just like, we could do with some more land, because we kind of learned a little bit now. We want to expand that knowledge, and we want to get a food forest and use permaculture techniques and all that. That's when you're really living the dream. When you're letting the land work for you, using nature's techniques, and I don't think we've got the scale here right.
When we bought this place, we weren't planning this at all. This wasn't even on our.
No, we didn't even know anything about flat Earth when we bought this place, did we? So we're growing out of it, but we love it here. But we'll see what the future holds. We'll see what the state of the world is in 5 years, and that will sway our decision, I'm sure.
Yeah,
The states have some nice land to offer too. Have you looked into like looking at the states and like what we have over here? Like there's definitely a lot of land.
Prices as well. It's really good.
But also equally, there's in Spain as well. I mean, we're by the coast here, so land is quite a premium. But if you're willing to go sort of half an hour inland, the prices of land are just ridiculously tempting. It's incredible. You can get acres. I mean, what was we looking at? Like 20,000 square meter. I can't bloody remember the prices now. Well, it depends on the licensing you get, or if it's got a water feed, or there's and if it's got any building licenses. But you can, if you just want to buy the bare land, it could be you can get a vast amount for like $20,000. It's crazy over here. So
that's not too bad. That's not too bad. No, how close are you to the coast from there? Like from that?
Well, I can see the sea out of my window.
Not a lot of it. tiny little crack of it.
We're about 5 minutes drive from the sea, from the port. Yeah, so it's beautiful. It's really, and I love having that. I love being able to, like, when Shelley and I, my wife and I, we get a little bit stressed, and I don't know, you know how you feel. Sometimes you get a bit anxious and stressed. We're very blessed to be able to just drive for 10 minutes. We're on the beach. And we're barefoot in the sand, and we've got our feet in the sea, and we walk up and down for a mile or two, and we're different people afterwards. Just that earthing, just grounding. It's just so I wouldn't want to move away from the coast because of that. It's such a luxury to be able to drive. So it's like there's so many variables here. Like, we're very spoilt in a way, but I don't know. It's like we're just trying to figure it out, aren't we?
Yeah, we're very lucky though.
Yeah, I do like living by the coast. It's a dream of mine one day to have a house right, on the coast, so I can open my bedroom window and actually.
You'll have to sell lots of albums, dear.
I'll have to sell lots of guitars, darling. I'll have to sell the guitars. I'm never going to sell that many albums, but I can sell the guitars. But no, I would love to wake up in the morning and open the patio doors and the sea's right there and have that sound of the waves, lapping up on the beach, and just being able to walk out just a few meters and be earthing in the sand and oh, that's a dream. That is a dream. But
that is a dream. That sounds wonderful. That dream that you have,
but I think we came from a bloody council estate in Essex, right?
Yeah.
But we had a dream. I had a dream.
Yeah.
And because we came to Spain, we're like, let's. I don't know. David Weiss always says it, doesn't he? Your thoughts become a reality. You got to believe it to achieve it. You got to think it to manifest it. And I don't know if you just sort of. I don't know. Maybe it's a bit of a fairy tale, but I don't know. I don't think. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
I know one thing for sure. The TikTok algorithm has been kind of heading towards the flat Earth kind of. It's moving towards that direction. So I don't know. There's some fertile soil there on the social media aspect of it. So I mean, you could plug one of your songs or something, and somebody picks it up, and then just it goes viral. So we don't know, like, the tides and turns.
Yeah. I've always said that if flat Earth ever goes mainstream, I'm a bit unsure about that. But if it ever picks up that amount of steam, then my music is perfectly placed for for that kind of awakening, and then I'll be a rich man, and that'll be then I'll get my house by the sea one day, But whether that will happen in my lifetime or not, probably when I die.
Yeah.
Knowing my luck, it will probably happen when I'm dead.
Oh man, yeah,
that really is a dream, and I've watched a lot of those documentaries of people who have gone out to Spain and bought property. I've looked at dozens upon dozens of people that have done that, and I've lusted after that lifestyle myself. Like, it sounds doable in a lot of ways. Like, I think in Spain and Italy as well. And perhaps other countries, I've heard that they have villages that they're trying to restore because basically everybody died off and nothing was left, and these places are just dilapidated. But you can get like a villa, like a place, and you're going to have to do a lot of work. But the outcome would be you can end up building a community, and I think that's awesome.
I did see research. I saw on Facebook this village that was for sale, and that was in Spain. Like you say, like all of the inhabitants have just died off, and nobody wanted to upkeep it or whatever. Right. And but you've got to get enough people together to chip in to buy the village. It's
you could do it piece by piece too. You could do like building by building, and then if people working together, like was mentioned, you can accomplish a lot, and it would be a lot cheaper. So, like, what I always worried about or think about living in the city is there's really no place to get away. So now I know, like, if you're in a different country, the countries and governments can change. They can roll in and tell you to do something. But if you have enough land around you, like, there's ways you can, like, make yourself secure, if you know what I mean. And
yeah, they're called guns.
Or even have a boat. Like, I would have to have a boat, I think, if I lived in Spain. Like, I know it's probably rough going out there initially into the Atlantic, but I would have to have a boat so I could get away if I had to.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to live in that fearful state, though. Do you know what I mean? Having all your guns ready just in case the shit hits the fan, having your boat ready and fueled just in case, with the keys in the ignition, just in case the shit hits the fan. Do you know what I mean?
That's probably a pipe dream. It'd be better off just like you're doing. You have your little place, you know. You got your little castle there or whatever, and just use that. You know.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for now, it's bringing us a lot of joy, and we're learning a lot. And maybe something will be different in the world in 5 years' time that makes us want to go. Maybe this place is not right for us after all. Maybe we do want to build an eco place or a container home or something like that, and just have our final push and a final bit of stress. And we've often talked about it, but for now we're happy. Just this is a huge. This house has been so transformative for our mindset, hasn't it? Over the last 8 years, the last 8 years has really brought us to an incredible place. Spiritually, mentally.
That's awesome.
It had such a good energy when we viewed it, didn't it? It had such a beautiful energy here, and we just fell in love.
As soon as I walked in the door, I went, I want this place. I want this place. It just felt right. And you were smiling from ear to ear. And I still have that video somewhere of us viewing the place.
And it was pretty horrible when we bought it. But
yeah, it was.
With it.
Yeah.
So, what's interesting, a little bit off topic, but personally, like, as far as luck and destiny or whatever you want to call it, or where we end up in a path, like I went downstairs in the building I live in, and they were having some little health fair, right? So I signed up and I saw a couple places. They stamped my little sheet, and then they had a raffle for this bag. Now, I know it sounds kind of odd. Like, why is Sonny sharing about this? But they put all the cards in this big box, and they shook it, and they pulled my name out and called my name the very first one. I've never won anything. So talk about luck.
Yeah.
So things can happen where things can change.
And it doesn't matter what it is. It's just it was you that makes it a special day for you.
Yeah, and it's amazing. You hear about like pre-thought and things like that, how our mind actually works. Like I thought right before when they had the box and they were about to reach in, I go, "What if they call my name first?" And sure enough, she did.
There you go. Keep doing more of that.
Yeah, positive thoughts in it. Just imagine where you want to be. Just imagine. Just put that thought in, and I don't know. That sounds a bit new agey, doesn't it, and all of that. But do you believe in that, Shelley?
I definitely do, and also I don't want to live in fear. I can't allow myself to live in fear. So everything is positive. It has to be. And don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect, and I slip back into it sometimes, and something will happen, and I'm like, oh, this is a bit scary, but I can snap myself out of it way quicker than I used to be able to.
Yeah, you don't get depressed as easy. I mean, we've been through quite a lot, haven't we? With you know exactly what I'm talking about, and. Remember those days when you were crippled not crippled, but in the fetal position on the sofa with the curtains closed, not wanting to speak to anyone, in floods of tears.
Yeah.
Now every time a problem comes our way, it's like, okay, it's not a problem, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, right? This is you're navigating the matrix. The matrix is going to throw some shit at you, and you just have to go, oh, okay, well now I'm going to learn from this. This is going to be a learning curve, a learning experience. So it's a nicer way to deal with this shithole sometimes.
Yeah, it's almost like you end up thanking whatever forces that made things difficult, that made us become stronger and change our mind about a lot of different things,
Yeah, 100%. The big thing that we went through literally brought us to where we are today. It awakened us, and it was a painful experience that lasted a good few years, but it awakened us, didn't it?
It awakened us to the system and the legalities and just the evil and the corruption and everything. And I'd go through it again. I'd handle it completely differently. But that was a necessary part of our evolution to where we are now. It was necessary for us to see that legal system. We're talking about a court case that we went through for 3 years, and it was. Oh, it was hell, but we nearly lost everything. But we came out the other end. We lost a lot financially. We lost a shitload. But we're here now, smiling and laughing about that whole thing. I mean, and the people that were doing this to us are not. In fact, the guy that was suing us ended up dying. He had a heart attack at the end of his garden.
Just as he got all our money.
So
wow.
Dude, there's a movie there. I swear, there's a movie there, but I won't go into it here because it's too long. But that was 3 years of hell. But We came out. That was so essential, wasn't it, for our?
Yeah, I wouldn't change it if we had our time again. I might, like you said, do some things a little bit differently, but no, I wouldn't change it. I'd go through it all again to get to where we are now.
Yeah. Dang, what a life we've had.
It's been interesting.
But also, I see it too, Alex. I mean, you've been a blessing to a lot of people too, man, with your music, and that in of itself, people should come back to you and be like, you know what, I was a glober. My mindset was all on the globe, and I just heard your album, and you played at 432 hertz too, right? Like most of your music is played that way.
All of it, yeah.
And then people are awoken to the fact that they can hear a song and it speaks volumes to their life, and they can see life in a different way, and that's the beginning journey. That's a foot in the door, let's say. So, yeah.
That's what I've learned about the power of music. I mean, I had no idea what it was going to do when I first started doing it. I was just getting some stuff off my chest and singing in a funny voice. That's what I was doing at the time, and then all of a sudden you start to get the feedback and the comments. Oh my God, this just it could be one song, it could be one lyric that sows that seed, and then at that point you're realizing, holy shit, this stuff is actually changing people's lives and sort of changing their paradigms and getting them to ask questions and critically think for once, and so it was quite amazing to see the power and that's what music should be doing, right? It should be informing people, should be getting people to critically think, but our modern music doesn't do that in any way, shape or form. So I've learned the power of music. Having been a musician my entire life, I've only really learned the power of it over the last few years, which is the irony.
Yeah, really. I could agree with that. Of course, you're on quite a different level as far as accomplishment, but that's awesome. It's funny. I actually thought you were American.
If I had $1 for every time I heard that. If I had $1 for every time I heard that.
It's like what's his name? Tom Jones. Tom Jones, remember him? He had such a thick Welsh accent. If you heard him speak, you could barely understand him. Then he's like, "It's not unusual to be."
Nobody sings in there. If I sing, you're never going to hear this accent. I'm not going to go, it's not unusual to be loved by anyone. That's my ex's accent, right? People change their accent when they sing for whatever reason. It's very strange. English people, they have regional accents, but as soon as they start singing, they Americanize themselves. It's not unusual to be loved by anyone.
That's wild.
You listen to him sing. He's like, hello there, boy. Oh, yes, I'm Tom Jones. I'm from Wales, don't you know? It's like, what the fuck happened just there?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's another thing. Stuttering. People who sing, they don't stutter when they're singing. So that probably is connected to the same type of thing where you don't sing the same way that your actual accent.
Well, you're not yourself. You're not yourself in that respect. So there's a psychological aspect to you. You're putting on a voice. You're putting on a character. When I sing, I hide behind a character and a voice, maybe. Not really. It then becomes somebody else. And when you lose yourself in that voice or that character, then the stutter goes and your afflictions or whatever. So that's really weird. It's kind of like, I don't know what you're doing there. You're becoming somebody else, but not. I don't know. I don't quite understand it, but I'm guilty of doing it.
I muted myself so that Sonny could talk. I just wanted to say that. I wasn't trying to interrupt y'all chatting. You guys just reminded me of the stuttering thing, and I thought that was interesting.
Oh, not at all. I'm off in my own world most of the time. I have projects upon projects. So,
yeah. Before Alex came in here, I was talking
good, bro.
YouTube chat. They were on about the Earth being a globe because satellites in space and just all kind of. It's just a typical baller, And I was just basically talking to them. It's about normal day stuff. We had people coming into this chat, but it was just us. Well, it still is us today. We have Heretic join the chat. What's up, bro? Fe Batman. We got Grim in the chat. Morvis, Quetzalcoatl. Who
Yo,
else?
Miggy.
What's up, man?
I gotta get some Globers in here.
You don't.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Yesterday was pretty lively. Got a few guys come in.
Feel like
We
I
had
missed.
somebody in the. I was just saying, the Heretic and I were talking to somebody in Cogdis, and I thought maybe they'd want to chat, but then they just kept spiraling.
Yeah, if you can get somebody to come in here, that'd be great. I go to work here in a few hours, so a good flat smack before I go there.
It seems to be one of those dudes are in their feelings, though, and I just don't like. I don't like talking to guys like that. Too much feel. It's like talking to a woman.
What's he saying?
He kept on appealing to emotions and feelings and beliefs and stuff like that, and acting as though we just had a belief, and if we feel like something we don't like, we won't read. And I'm like, dude, you were projecting the hell out of this conversation, man. I didn't tell him that, but I'm thinking it like, bro. Right there.
No, you should go ahead and tell them because maybe it'll help them realize what they're doing. So I think it's good that
when they, yeah.
I think.
But when they use words like or dislike, that's emotional. That's feelings.
Yeah, exactly. Some things are not about opinions or feelings. Yeah.
Make a quick plug to the YouTube live stream. If you guys are listening right now on YouTube and you want to join in the conversation, go ahead and click on the description and click the link to join here. Also, Nightbot is spamming that in the text chat, the link to join this Discord. You can also, if you think the Earth is a globe, or if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, we'd love to have a conversation with you. So, yeah, just join the chat. Love to hear what you think. But if you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, that is. Because I've been doing this for close to 9 years and nobody's ever come up with any evidence whatsoever for the Earth being a globe. But if you think you do, maybe we can talk about it. Who knows? Join the chat. Oh yeah, the guy said that the Earth was a globe because of sunsets. So it's extremely fallacious logic to think that. It's like the formal logical fallacy that it's affirming the consequent. So if you're saying the Earth is a globe because of sunsets, or the sunsets prove the Earth to be a globe, and the Earth is a globe because of sunsets, then how is that logical when the Earth could be something else entirely? Doesn't have to be what the claim is. That's affirming the consequent. That's why it's a formal logical fallacy to even say that. And the guy in the chat who we're speaking to, his name was Mr. Moore, and he's like, I don't care what it is. I just know that it's a globe because of that. I'm like, well, you don't care of it being fallacious reasoning? Like, they don't care. It's like, just give me my belief. I don't care how it's a belief. I know it's a globe because of sunsets. And then he shifted the burden of proof, which is another fallacy, shifting the burden of proof onto us and saying, okay, well, you explain how sunsets work. It's like, well, you have this whole idea of how they work on a globe, and if it's a faulty premise because you don't even know the thing that you have a foregone conclusion on. You thinking the Earth is a globe. It's not a globe because you haven't proved it in the first instance. So it starts with the foundation that it's an assumption that it's a globe, and then you move off to another assumption that that's how it works on a globe. You know what I mean? Like, this is how they think.
They can't even form a sentence without using fallacious reasoning. I'm not joking. I've noticed that about a lot of these people that come in here. They cannot form a sentence without using fallacious reasoning. Every single thing they say. I'm like, holy crap, like everything? Really? You can't even say one thing that's logical? It's weird, dude. It's especially the sophist surfer type. Sorry, bro.
Is T-Dub with us?
He's in the room. Hey, T-Dub.
Hey, yo, Tito.
Oh, he's typing.
Hey, typing. It's probably at work.
Must be quiet time for him.
Yeah, unable to talk at the moment, guys.
Time.
Oh,
It's
sorry,
like
guys.
Nap time.
Wife sleeping.
No, I meant like, no, Johnny, you can't go to the recreation area. It's nap time.
I'll tell
He's
you
got to
what.
get a piece of paper that gives him permission to go take a shit or something, I guess.
I'm gonna. What the hell?
That was a Rick and Morty reference. Sorry, never mind. School's not a place for smart people reference. My bad.
What that meant. Here, let me. No, I switched over Wave Mixer. I'm actually on my iPhone 13. I'm gonna actually go back to my workstation. Hang on a second.
Hey, Guru, you still in there?
Yeah, man, I'm still here.
How
Yeah.
are you, brother?
Good, man. How are you?
Been a long time, man. Been like 4 years or something. Good to see you, man.
Since I was here or since you were here?
Since you and I talked.
Oh, wow.
I think we did a live stream on Sun and Moon, Family United years ago. With Karen.
Yeah. Do you make guitars or something?
Yeah. I'm a luthier, yeah.
Hey, I remember you, bro.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
And you, man. Yeah, I remember you.
I just dropped a link in the live stream voice text. This documentary called The Biggest Little Farm. And the whole premise of the farm, it's here in California, is that they do everything naturally. And they let, you guys were talking about all the farming and the gardening and everything. So I think it's a must watch. It's about an hour and a half long, but
Dude, listen to this. I've just clicked on the link and it says BitChute channel restricted. The parent channel of this video is unavailable at your location due to the following restrictions. Contains incitement to hatred. What the fuck?
Damn.
those fucking Mongos. All right.
Wow.
I'll try to search it up.
What's the target of the hate?
On YouTube or something.
Mongo.
Sorry.
You might find it on YouTube or something. I don't know. You can search it up. It's
man.
awesome.
Hey, I want to.
Anyway, go ahead.
There you go. No, you go ahead. Finish what you were saying. I was just gonna say I'm gonna play some clips for it, short clips anyway. But go ahead.
All right, yeah, play some clips, man. I'm just gonna eat my sandwich here. You guys go ahead. All right.
All right. There's a few. I'm gonna put these shorts on my channel, but like there's a few shorts that I have here. Let me upload the clip and then I'll play it. All right. Let me see. Okay, give me 1 second. All right. But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh. Wait.
So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Sorry, bro.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that. There you go. Balance an egg on a nail.
Oh man, I had to mute myself before I just bust out laughing, man. Oh my god.
All right. So this is Sting.
That's hilarious.
This is Stingray. You guys know the Stingray clip. I like to play from time to time. It's just to like show you how they think, right? Because obviously they don't know reality whenever they're presented like with going out into the real world and figuring things out. So we're gonna know why. This guy's gonna tell you why they can't discern reality.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so yeah, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
If you're
not 100% sure of anything.
Yeah, so that's okay if you're a lunatic, I guess.
Yeah, that's him.
How? Wait. So he's not sure if he exists right now. Yet he's creating thoughts and having an experience, but he's not sure if he even exists.
And he's trying to tell us how the world objectively is at the same time.
You're not even qualified to tell us anything objective. Damn.
Yeah, didn't he disqualify himself from the at the very beginning?
Yeah.
I don't know what reality is, but let me tell you what reality is.
We got.
I might not exist, but I'm going to tell you people why things exist the way I think they exist. Wait, what?
Can't know what anything is.
Go ahead, man.
Can't know what anything is, but I'll tell you what everything is. Yeah, go ahead, Miggy.
I'm dipping into the archives here. You guys remember these? Here comes another one. How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
And these are the guys who are defending the globe. Wow. Here's an oldie but goodie. All right, here it goes.
That's what we're talking about. Nobody's saying the horizon isn't real. We're saying that interpretation of the horizon, we need a demonstration to back that. Right. So if you don't have that, don't have the physical demonstration of a geometric horizon, or you just told me you don't have a convex body of water to show us, and that's the thing that you're invoking with sunsets, right? Pretty illogical, Matt.
I don't know what to tell you. There's lots of evidence for convex bodies of water, including sunsets, including pictures from space, including eyewitness testimony, including the way that navigation works. I mean, there's dozens of proofs, but you don't buy any of them. So
It's weird how all the evidence is never an actual demonstration of just a convex body of water.
It's good enough for most people. I don't know.
Good enough for most people. You don't have a single demonstration of the thing that you're claiming to prove, but it's good enough.
You mean by not a single one, you mean the 6 that I listed?
No, those weren't demonstrations of the convex body of water, because when I asked you for that, you're like, no, I've never seen that. Right? You just invoke it, right? You just induce it out of all these other things, right? Yeah. So you just infer it out of all these other things that don't necessarily tell you that it's there, and you never actually directly see it. So how do you know it's there?
I never directly.
Or how do you know it's not just a ghost you're inferring out of thin air?
Yeah, I never directly see Wi-Fi, but I can infer it through lots of different proofs.
Right, but you have physical, tangible demonstration of that.
I don't have to directly see something. I can use other proofs and other observations.
Yeah, but that's practical use now. Okay, so there's practical demonstration of that, right?
Right.
Like this conversation itself.
So practically go to the sunset and watch it.
Okay, I'm going to go to the sunset and watch it. If it sets over a curve, we're going to have a geometric horizon. Is that there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because you say so, or because it's measured?
Because something is blocking the sun. I don't know where it is. That's the apparent horizon.
Something's blocking the sun.
It might move up and down a little bit, but the geometric horizon is blocking it. The apparent horizon shifts a little bit due to the atmosphere.
Oh, okay. Apparent horizon. Okay, apparent horizon. So how do you know this isn't all just apparent phenomena then?
The apparent horizon is based on the physical horizon.
That's weird. The physical horizon being the real one, the real tangible one that you don't see, and then the apparent horizon being some sort of distortion of this real one that you don't see.
Yeah, just like looking through glasses. When you see a building through your glasses, the real building is causing the light to come to you, but you see it in a slightly different place due to your corrective lenses you're wearing.
Okay, but in that case, you know that there's a building there, right? When you're seeing a distorted apparent image of a building, you know that that's what it is because you have confirmation of the building in the first place. In this case, what you're saying is distorted. You don't have any confirmation in the first place, or do you?
There's a geometric building and an apparent building, and then the same thing with the horizon.
No. See, a false equivalency again, because the building is demonstrated in the first instance. The geometric horizon isn't.
Yeah, but just claiming false equivalency doesn't prove that.
No, I didn't just claim false equivalency. I described the false equivalency
incorrectly.
No, not incorrectly, because we have validation of the building's existence in your example, right? We don't have validation of the existence of the geometric horizon, the thing that you say is being shifted and distorted in that scenario. We don't have that.
I do.
Or do we?
You don't.
Okay, where is it? Now you're going to point at sunsets again and just imagine that it has to be due to the geometric horizon. You didn't see that you said was shifted and distorted.
Dude, people have understood that sunsets prove the Earth is round for hundreds of years.
Did they understand that, or did they just think it for no real reason like you do?
The main reason why people throughout history have believed that the Earth is round. And
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry
when
that you don't, you can't catch up with the rest of humanity and understand something simple.
Oh no, it's not that. I'm ahead of those guys. It's not that I'm not caught up to them. I was already where they were at.
You're behind the curve.
Most of my life. I'm ahead of it. I got ahead of the curve, right? I was stuck where you guys were at for most of my life, right? But I managed to supersede the curve.
That's not how I would characterize it.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't because you're still stuck behind it or on it, I guess. Yeah.
But I apologize. You don't need me telling you guys that you're not understanding things correctly because the rest of the world does. So I don't need to repeat that.
Well, the rest of the world doesn't. If this is their understanding, Matthew, if it's the same understanding that you gave us here, then they don't. They don't actually have any. They just have a blind belief, right?
No. I'm sorry. I meant the rest of the world, like your friends and your family and all the people that you know in real life are already telling you all that type of stuff. So you don't need me to say it.
Right. Exactly. Everybody has this religion. It's the one that we're brought up.
I must be getting tired if I'm getting cranky, so I should probably go to bed before.
No worries.
More. But it was nice chatting, as always.
Freaking snake, bro. That guy with a snake.
It's true because everyone believes it.
Exactly.
That's a professor.
Pushing for people to be more ignorant and just relying on something that with no proof. That's all that is. Supporting that frame of mind.
I can't believe he actually went there, though. It just came down to, well, we all believe it.
Yeah. And so do your friends and family, like you put it. And he made that analogy, but he didn't even know. He doesn't know your friends and family, bro. Doesn't know. What if they all think like you do?
Yeah, it was my sister that put me onto flat Earth, actually.
That's the thing, dude. And he was coming at it like, well, your friends and family all know that it's that way, so we're good. And it's like, if that's your level of making something real is that people believe, then how are you? That's awful, right?
He's got a belief backed by belief, backed by belief.
Yeah, let me. And this clip here, this is a very everybody knows Cody is Dude Perfect. And I just want to play it because it happened months ago that he done this thing where he got on the Blue Origin rocket from Jeff Bezos, Yeah, I'm gonna play the clip. It's only a minute long, so. And you just listen to the music and the kind of spiritual experience. You'll know, like all of this stuff, and then the very question that gets asked to him about flat Earth in this clip, which is the reason why I clipped it. But here we go.
That was insane. Good job, team. We went to space! That was absolutely insane. And then all of a sudden, it really is. It's just black. Just this perfect circle, super bright layer of blue all the way around the Earth. Biggest of all time shout out, Moondell. Truly the experience of a lifetime from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. For real. Holy cow.
Astronaut Cotton, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure.
Lifelong fan. Is the Earth flat?
Not flat. I can confirm it's round. He's an astronaut in our midst. One astronaut and a bunch of civilians.
Boom.
They confirmed it's round. Oh, okay, that could be flat then.
Well, we already measured the surface flat, so I guess he must mean round like a coin then.
Okay, so does he? If he means spherical, so heretic, they proved it was round by not having a geometric horizon, not having any curve edge. Using the one you can't see. That's how they know it's there.
Yeah, you can't see it. You have to imagine it's there, and then imagine it's distorted and moved all around, and that's how you know it's there.
It's just weird that he never been like seeing that whole Earth that way. You can't see it from that altitude he was at. For him to claim that, he just finished saying, seeing it all the way around, perfect blue circle. Isn't that crazy? That he said those words. I got to fish for that clip in here. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't. And then put this guy's clip right afterwards. Perfect blue circle all the way around. Greatest shout out to Lindell. Like the way he's saying it. Like he's. What a weasel.
Having a lot of issues getting their story straight.
No, that was very, that was actually just very cringy. With the music behind all of these people that are brainwashed because you saw it all the way around. What does that mean? Well, where? Because even the ISS can't see it all the way around. And it was just black everywhere else. That's interesting because the people who claim to have actually went to space, the astronauts all said that you can see stars. There's buttloads of them. So what?
He's lying. Well, we know that, but it's just emotional. It's an emotional grab at the rest of the normies. Let's see here. YouTube.
Hello guys, hello. I have something really urgent to ask. I need to go.
Yeah, give me a second.
So, it's a serious question.
Yeah, you're on mute. When I say give me a second, give me a second. CB, can you play the clip that I gave you yesterday?
He's not in here, Elijah.
Oh, crap. All right, never mind. I'll unmute that guy then.
Hey, Mickey, I've got a clip from Stick Your Moss that's not bad. I don't know. Maybe you want to use it. Maybe not.
I do. Send it to me.
All right, I'll just post it.
Dan, what were you saying? Dan?
Okay, so I have like a really important question because some friends were making fun of me. So if when it is night, can we still land, like hypothetically speaking, can we still land on the sun if it's night? Or like the sun at night just disappears?
Oh my god.
How is that a serious question, dude? You know that's pretty foolish.
I don't know, like some friends were saying that like you can't land on the sun if it's night, the sun disappears. Like what the fuck?
You can't land. Why would you be able to land on it?
They're being
ahead,
silly.
Dan,
They're being
I'll
silly,
shut
and they're being silly, and so are you right now. And usually, we just tell people you guys are being silly. Cut it out. Yeah, don't be silly.
Yeah.
Ask some real questions. So, it's silly. Dude, let me ask you a question, Dan. You know that's silly, right? To even say
Yeah,
that.
that's why I came here to ask you.
Yeah,
so,
but why would you? Yeah, knowing that it's silly, why do you think that telling us it's not going to be that silly anymore? Do you think it's not going to be silly if we were to respond to that?
Oh, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just really dumb, and so
No,
I need
you're
to ask,
not.
like,
You're not,
smarter
Dan.
people, so-
Dan, you don't. You're not dumb. Okay, you're not dumb, and the question is silly. So you know that it's silly, right? Let's just put this all out first. You know it's silly, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then you asking that in this chat, trying to be funny, is not really funny. People don't like. We're not going to be in here like, Dan just made a really funny joke.
No,
so
it shouldn't supposed to be a joke. I just like.
But it's just a silly thing. It's a silly thing. You are sure. You were intentionally saying that in this chat, kind of like a funny thing. But like I said before, it was just a silly thing that they said, and it shouldn't even be looked at as like a conversation to have. It's silly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I need to go to sleep though. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go to sleep. Yeah.
Stay blessed, man.
Already sleep, young man.
Oh my god.
Damn, he left before you could say it. The blessing.
Yeah. Oh, it's all good. Elijah was saying he's already asleep.
Yeah.
Oh well, you said it. Still works.
That's true. Send it off into the air. Man, I don't understand why people would even ask these questions like that. It's just like the dinosaur pizza planet thing where a rock hits it and it flips off, flinging the dinosaur. It's the same exact straw man bullshit that has nothing to do with reality. Let me just make some shit up and say it.
He's a young person. He wanted to be funny and come say some funny things in the chat because he knows that we're talking about flat Earth. So, and his friends and everybody think it's a funny joke to come in here and do that. So he's just a young person. That's all. That's all it is. I don't look into it like, he's just trying to thwart the efforts of flat. Nah, he's just a young person just poking fun at some funny things, and that's it.
We haven't got a blow up out of him yet, have we?
What do you mean by that? I don't even know what that means.
When people blow up and rage.
No, he's just a kid.
You mean a spiral?
Yeah, spiral.
No, he's just a young person. Like there's no.
Yeah. That's good.
Most of them are bored. They're just here to chill and find, see what's up. It's a meme to them. They don't even understand what we're talking about. So they just think
that's
it's a meme.
exactly the case right there. It's just a meme to this kid. I mean, he's just poking fun. Kids will be kids. Later on, when he's of an age to critically think about stuff, or maybe when he matures in his mind, then he can ask us questions.
I think he should bring his friends in here and let them ask the questions instead of sending him in here to ask a silly question. May as well.
Sounds like somebody's cutting grass out there where you're at. Eat the grass.
Yeah, my bad. I'm trying not to keep the mic on too long.
No, I'm like, yeah, I gotta be doing it too.
It's a nice day out.
But yeah, the clips I was
Granddad
playing.
has 0-point lawnmowers, so when he mows, he cruises around. He's having fun.
See, I gotta download this sucker.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, bro.
You're not interrupting.
I think we got some overlap due to distance or something.
Look, Sasha. Sasha found a bread planet. He discovered it in his oven.
Oh, jeez.
He's so proud of his homemade bread. He made a video out of it. It's the music. It's all good. We have somebody named the Fifth House in here. Fifth House.
Hey, Maggie. How's it going?
What's going on, Fifth House?
Not much. I spoke to you once here before, but only briefly. So.
Oh yeah, I remember. Just a voice. I can tell. Yep. Long time listener, first time caller. The last time we spoke. Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I've only ever been in 3 or 4 times. We spoke for a few minutes. Just like listening mostly. So.
Sure thing, man. Yeah, glad you could be a part of the panel. We got some people I haven't seen in a while. Calvin's in here. You've been a part of the panel before, haven't you, Calvin?
No, I don't even know what the panel is.
Oh, well, everybody in here. Okay, well, you're VC verified. You got link, image, embed, role. So that means somebody gave you that. So the topic of this shape of the Earth has been brought up. And what do you think about that topic? Because you don't have an Earth determining role. So I'm assuming nobody's assigned you a role yet.
Oh, I guess not. I just come in here every once in a while to chat. I know it ain't a ball.
Okay. How did you come up to that research that it's not?
Well, actually, I found these videos about something called concave Earth, like years and years ago, and the guy just kept talking crap about flat earthers, and I'm like, I never heard of either of these, so I started looking into it, and it took me about 3 years before I finally hit in my head that everything we've been told to lie.
Oh, so you're a concave earther, Calvin?
No, I wasn't. I just found some videos a long time, and I was watching them, and they were talking about the Earth's concave, flat earthers are stupid. I'm like, well, what is a flat earther? So I actually found concave Earth first, and I was just watching it for fun, you know?
Yep.
And then
That's unique. Most people done it the other way.
So
and
I'm
then
going to
learn about concave and be like, nah.
I'm going to give Earth determining roles to the Fifth House. Fifth House, would you want me to give you the flat earther role? So you can avoid.
Yes, please.
All right. Any further?
Thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, sure, bro. That's why I'm asking these questions. Because usually if you don't have an Earth determining role, people ask you the same question over again. Calvin, would you like an Earth determining role, a flat earther?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Then I don't. They ask me every time I come in here, you a flat earther?
Exactly. This will kind of get it to where they won't say that anymore. All right, how about that? I gave you the role. Now, remember, these roles that I've given you are just there cosmetically until people actually get to know you, then they become solidified. So anybody who's in here who has a tag that says flat earther, that's okay. What determines what people know who you are will be in further conversations. When obviously you keep saying you're a flat earther, then later on you're just like, nah, I think it could be curved in some way, or you say something crazy, and then that role gets taken off. So it's cosmetic, and it's cosmetic until it's not. You know what I mean? But yeah, welcome, you guys. Welcome to the party. Joms, also, you've been here quite some time, like a week or so. Joms, if you're there, you can unmute your mic, and if you're there. That is. We got Professor Flat Earth Professor in the chat, guys. He's the he's there to kind of glide you into the midnight hours, because he's when I get off of work, the guy's on there just, you know, talking about stuff, and kind of cool to see him on the day shift. Day shift. We had a good chat last night, I'll tell you that much right now. And when we're having a chat, Brandon comes in and he's like, "What are you guys talking about?" "Oh, you know, NASA's fakery and whatnot. You know, we're talking about the ISS and how it's not possible that it's doing what they say it's doing." And Brandon comes into the chat and he's like, "Well, what about time dilation?" And I'm like, "Time dilation? Where's the evidence for that? Like, are these people going out into space and then coming back like friggin' seeing their family members like a year older or something? Like, what's going on? Like, where do you find this time dilation evidence? Like, you're okay."
Jar. Time dilation.
And then when we were talking about it, he left. He like quickly exited the back door. Like, he didn't want to have no part of, like, because he brought it up as in like it's something to say.
So you come back from space and your son's all grown up and graduating from college.
Uh-huh. Well, that's the gist. Time dilation. So you got a whole what was that movie called? Benjamin Button or something? Like he reverses in age, like or not even that. Interstellar, I think, is the way to look at it. When they land on one of those planets and it's like the time's like going a lot faster. When they leave that planet, they go see their friend is like 32 years older, like, or some shit. Like he's like super old. It's like, "How long have I been away?" "Oh, it's like 30 years. Like, and they were only down for like 5 minutes because gravity is the strongest. And it's like you're just face palming, dude. Because like that movie, the Interstellar, although it was like, you know, sci-fi and whatnot, like it's filled with so much like this bullshit propaganda, man.
Propaganda.
Like I'm always talking about the Matthew McConaughey conversation on the front porch with what's that actor's name that comes out of like the older gentleman? You know, they're having that conversation about space and we were meant to be travelers. We weren't meant to be here forever on this earth. And it's like his kind of spiel and to like the mindset of like the people of today's time. And some of the things they would say too, like, "Well, we weren't meant to be on this rock. We're just here to live for until everything's used up, and then we go to another rock and do the same to that rock." It's like, how stupid. But basically, how did we get here in the first place? Is it like something like Don Pettit would have an excuse for that? "Well, we had that technology, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build that technology back again." The one that seeded humans here in the first place. It's like the moment the humans landed here on this rock, they got amnesia to like how they got here, and then they had to restart everything from square one.
Well, some things do seem to be deteriorating over time. Like, look at classical music. Now look at what we got.
Yeah, but that's, you know, it's a sign of the times, man. We're going to be dealing with this until it comes to a head, basically.
Oh, I was going to say, I listen a lot of times just while I'm driving, or I'll go on the YouTube and listen. I'm a truck driver, so I just pop in and listen most of the time. I usually don't come into conversation. But I came in because I shared a meme I made just a minute ago. There's something about Mary meme.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's funny.
The new message has arrived.
They don't have showers on the ISS, do they?
No, what, Fifth House?
I was thinking earlier, you were talking about the ISS. They don't have showers, like, you know, like how long do they go without having a shower? Do you know, when, if I go a few days without having a shower, you kind of feel a bit empty or whatever, like, you know.
There's probably a procedure for that somewhere. I'm sure there's a procedure. You know, that's probably back there with the procedure for if it springs a leak. Well, we got a procedure somewhere for that.
Yeah, but listen, man. They have their excuses too, right? Because they would say there's not like ways to get dirty up there. Their excuses, and they only need to dampen, like get a cloth wet, damp it all over their body. Just
they always make up something, but like imagine sweat and just everything you.
No,
just
crazy. Wait for that to get more complicated because they have for outside of the little hovering thing, the little helicopter on Mars in 1% atmosphere. There's a cleaning event and cleans all the equipment off. Isn't that convenient? So they're probably going to have an astronaut cleaning event happening, I'm sure. That
this is the kind of stuff that I was talking to Professor Dude last night about, like all the inconsistencies of like you know, the not so appealing way of being up there. It's like, I don't know. I've named off a lot, but you just think about them. There's tons of reasons why you wouldn't want to be doing that if it was a real thing.
Just even going to the toilet and stuff like.
You actually got to put something to your bum and it extracts or, you know, turns a vacuum on.
This is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, because if you put a vacuum to your bum, imagine like that'd be messy. You know what I mean? Like, what if it didn't go into the vacuum like it should? And you know what I mean? I don't know.
What if you had had a bad day, you ate the wrong thing? Like, you know, it's just.
And you're dealing with machines. What happens if the machine broke? And you couldn't get that vacuum pump to be working. Like, then how would you get rid of? Were you just gonna wait forever for the vacuum toilet to work? Like, I'm just saying,
have to go at the same time? Is it only one toilet as well? Like, what happens if two people have to go at the same time? Like, if one person's in there for ages.
Oh, you're screwed, bro. Because you know what it is. Like, when you share a bathroom in your house and you know you got to go and someone's in it and you're just like, oh, man, how much longer? Like, and they just like, it'll be another 30 minutes. And you're like, I'm not going to wait. And you just go outside, you know what I mean? Like, there's no doing that in there. So, good luck.
Hilarious.
I'll switch it back to my phone.
Yeah, the whole shit show, taking a shit on the ISS is an absolute unbelievable thing that could. How long they've been up there? 25 years, pooping in this thing. Did they get a new toilet yet? That thing cost $25 million, man. That's an expensive toilet. I heard they were making a new one, but I don't know if they put it in yet. But the new one's like $50 million for a toilet. So it's a little pricey, but Man, I hope you don't miss, man, that little teeny hole, man. If you miss, you got a turd floating around, man. Evacuate. Evacuate. We got to get out of here.
It's like bobbing for apples without the water.
Joey cut a turd loose, man. Run. Like that scene from Caddyshack. They drain the pool,
What's the protocol for finding that turd, though, once it gets loose?
They
don't have a turd finding protocol on there.
I'm sure there's a procedure, man.
Well,
they got like
then you have a turd, and there's probably a procedure or something that you I don't know it off the top of my head.
They probably got like a shop vac, $7 million shop vac.
You
Suck
probably
that bad boy
seal
up.
off the cupola and have to do a spacewalk.
Can you imagine you wake up in the morning, like from your, sleep space or whatever, and then you just you see something brown with corn bits in it, floating around in front of your face. You're like, what the hell?
Oh my god.
Floating 2 centimeters from your eyeball.
Oh my god, that's a nightmare. That's a legit nightmare. Phobia nightmare there.
Why the hell does this thing have green peanuts in it, man? What's going on? We don't even have peanuts on the ISS.
Larry.
I mean, I'd imagine they have diarrhea all the time, but
yeah, we were talking about that last night, weren't we, Flattered Professor? What happens then?
Then you have a little ball of poop floating around, a little poop sphere.
Well, you talk about, you'd have to put the hazmat suit on and sterilize the entire station. And you have to wear goggles. Because if you got that in your eye, man, you're going to get the pink eye. And, that's going to be a problem, man. Pink eye on the ISS, man. Woo.
I was waiting for them to get the, the bug thing. I was waiting for it. I thought 100% someone up there was going to get it.
They didn't cuck it up that bad.
Oh, I probably shouldn't say that word.
Up there. I mean, someone down there. Down there in the pool.
Did one of them test positive for it or something? I kind of recall something like that, but I don't know.
I remember,
he's talking about the.
Well, there were some sailors. I remember in the beginning there were some sailors that they were out at sea for 47 days, and they all had to test before they left or whatever, and then quarantined before they ever got in the boat. No one had anything wrong with them. Then somehow they all got it while at sea for 47 days. So apparently the ocean, full of it. Don't go in the ocean, boys and girls.
Unless they're transmitting it over the radio.
I wonder if Google is scrubbing the results, because there were so many stupid stories that came out.
They are definitely scrubbing the results. Scrubbing the results.
Dude, I still can't get over the people were falling down and having seizures instantly, and people were buying that shit.
They said that was from climate change.
Look, even if you got hit with VX nerve gas, that even takes a minute or two. So it's so ridiculous. Maybe it's a Chinese psyop. We'll get everybody to, just the plan. We'll get everybody to stay in their house, and then we'll roll out TikTok. and will rot their brains from the inside.
That's about right.
It's just so crazy. It just might work.
Then again, what's real will reel out the fake. Real.
So in the past 48 hours or 24 hours, less than 24 hours actually, maybe it's been 24. So a new gimmick, tactic, whatever. It's to be a flat earther and challenge whether we're actually flat earthers. But be in the server for like 15 minutes, basically. We had someone do it in VC last night. 2 people did it in the lobby in the past like 24 hours.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a new this ain't a real flat earth server. Y'all don't believe in upward acceleration or some stupid shit like that, man.
Yep.
So I actually found a flaw in Dell's little upward acceleration little test. So if you had you insert a bubble into a bottle of water and you set it on the ground, if the Earth was accelerating up, the bubble would go down towards the bottom of the bottle.
I was gonna say, one of those people, they were just in here moaning because they didn't have roles, even though they hadn't really posted anything. I think you said they posted like 40 times over the course of the past couple years.
Yeah,
and then they were
since
complaining,
20
like, you're not real flat earthers because you didn't give me yeah.
Dude, it's like I never even heard you talk. You've never DM me. You've never text. Like, listen, he's been here that like I said, he posted 47 posts since September of 2020, I think it was.
Paraplegic coffee.
So it's like 1 post a month. They're always trying these gimmicks, man. It's so lame, man. It's just so lame. So Arista, you're unmuted. If you have questions or whatever. Questions, comments, concerns. You control your mic. You can unmute yourself.
Complaints.
He's gone.
Apparently fear.
Complaint department downstairs in the basement there.
Yeah. Fill out these forms in triplicate. Your lawyer gets the white copy, I get the yellow copy, and you keep the pink copy.
Oh man, no purple.
You used to be able to do some pretty cool art with carbon copies, man.
They need to paint them cities up more. Oh, damn gray.
Yo, Indio, who did you unmute, man? I don't see anybody in the chat.
He
Just
jetted immediately as soon as I unmuted him.
Oh.
That was like a pretty grown man, too. He had a picture of himself as his avatar, if it's true. Like 30-year-old built man.
Mike Powerswan, you are super low.
Yeah, I know. I think it's my voice, actually.
All right, no worries. I got you turned up to 200.
Weird like that. My voice is very strange. In person, it kind of carries and it's deep. Mike sounds like something else. It's very weird. Then again, we all experience that. What we think we sound like, but then when we hear what we actually sound like, from another perspective.
I think everybody hates how they sound when they hear themselves. You record yourself and listen to yourself like, oh my god, I hate how I sound. I've just heard so many people have that kind of attitude towards it. It just sounds weird, because that's not how you sound to yourself while you're speaking.
Yeah, it sounds extremely bassy for me, especially when it's like in my chest, in my heart area. Every time I talk, I just...
And that's a weird thing. Like, think about that. If you don't sound like to yourself like you sound to other people, how do you learn how to communicate with your voice, like with nuance?
Yeah.
It's purely based upon the reactions of other people. That's how you learned it.
I think I do have a problem, yeah, with that, or whatever. I don't get much experience other than in here and with my parents. And the video game world, too.
This is a group of social criminals. These people in the space program. Nassholes, I call them. In case you haven't heard, the latest disaster for the rest of the universe is that the United States is going to go to Mars. Okay? Oh, yeah. We're going to go to Mars. And then, of course, we're going to colonize deep space with our microwave hot dogs and plastic vomit, fake dog shit and cinnamon dental floss and lemon-scented toilet paper and sneakers with lights in the heels. And all these other impressive things we've done down here. But let me ask you this. What are we going to tell the Intergalactic Council of Ministers the first time one of our teenage mothers throws her newborn baby into a dumpster, huh? How are we going to explain that to the space people? How are we going to let them know that our ambassador was only late for the meeting because his breakfast was cold and he had to spend half an hour punching his wife around the kitchen? And what are they going to think when they find out it's just a local custom that over 80 million women in the third world have had their clitorises forcibly removed in order to reduce their sexual pleasure so they won't cheat on their husbands? Can't Can't you just sense how eager the rest of the universe is for us to show up? Can't you see them out there?
That one brought up a lot of memories. You remember I heard that
Well, you
long
had
time
your
ago?
clitoris cauterized?
No, the whole speech, his voice, and everything.
Lord.
Not specifically that. But that's just horrible.
Yeah, he's
That's
actually
sad to-
technically
that's sad to
wrong.
hear.
They do not cut it off. They cauterize it. They take a red hot iron and but it's the women that do it, not the men. So yeah.
What the heck? Damn, man.
Well, that makes it even freaking weirder. It was effed up to begin with, but now it's just weird.
Yeah, but I don't hear anybody. Some of the African tribes, the men do weird stuff to their genitals too, and then no one's complaining about that. No one cares what fucking happens to men.
Yeah, no, if they laugh if the dude gets kicked in the balls, so yeah.
Yeah, those cultures are a bit out there. That
Just saying, we got like the America's Funniest Home Videos type mentality in America. Somebody gets kicked in the balls, it's just like idiocracy. Most people can start laughing at that stupid shit with no regard for anything that happens. I might even laugh if it's the right situation.
yeah, I might like do a little chuckle and be like, "Oh shit!" this
I mean,
guy-
if they deserved it.
yeah, if they deserved it, yeah.
Well, I decided that I'm going to be, a Renaissance man and think of men and women equally. So when women get punched in the face, I laugh now.
I'm gonna get the clip now where Batman says the fists of justice are unisex.
Oh, I got to play a clip, man. This is hilarious, man. Oh my god.
Well,
You're going to laugh at this.
oh shit! Not again! Not again! Oh, okay, I'm ready. Had to clear the other ones out first. Gets too full, I may have to go in my bedroom and like just start freaking bawling in laughter. That has happened several times.
Hold on. Settle down, man. Pretty funny, dude.
A ticking bomb means trouble for Batman and Robin.
Holy, breaking and entering! It's Batgirl!
Quick, Batgirl, untie us before it's too late.
It's already too late. I've worked for you a long time and I'm paid less than Robin. Same job, same employer means equal pay for men and women.
No time for jokes, Batgirl.
It's no joke. It's the federal equal pay law.
Holy act of Congress!
If you're not getting equal pay, contact the Wage and Hour Division, U.S. Department of Labor.
Yo, that shit's so funny. He's like, no times for jokes, Batgirl.
I wonder, was that just a video someone made, or is that an actual ad or something?
It's an actual public service announcement that came out in 1973.
See, that's what I like about those days, man.
So when women complain that they don't get paid complain they get paid less, that's just cap. It's against the law. You can't pay women less to do the same job.
Oh yeah.
So with this law came about like when there were a lot of manufacturing jobs in the United States. So you had an assembly line job, right? And there'd be guys and girls on the assembly line doing the identical job, and women would be getting paid less.
Yeah, that's messed up. That should have never been a thing in the first place.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there was some incentive behind it. It didn't just happen for no reason. Probably like a productivity thing.
This is even better. I was wrong about it. It doesn't say the fist of justice, it says the hammer. But y'all do your Van Hammer stuff, so the hammer of justice is unisex. I'm gonna get that clip and post it in there.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that works
we-
better. Hammer, because you got the hammer, and the judge uses and everything. So it kind of just jobs with all that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. The gavel and then the band hammer on the server. Yeah, it fits with all of it.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, but freaking headphone wire keeps hooking onto my DS4 controller. It's every day with this thing.
So we got a Goldberg lobby say his evidence for the globe is that he believes there's evidence for the globe.
Wow.
Well,
they're gonna believe themselves into oblivion. Okay, I'm done.
That's a fascinating belief system there.
And then once it's pointed out that was dumb, the psychological escape. Wait, I just realized the shape of the Earth doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Now you've been arguing for an hour, and you're getting your ass handed to you and kicked all over the goddamn server. Now it don't matter anymore.
Wow, he actually came to that? That might be
After that, he had to mention, like, all my family members believe in the globe, and I believe in the globe, so we'll keep believing in the globe. But it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, they're going to go have a group hug right now. Bring it in, Golbies. Have group hug. We're all going to space together. Family trip.
Martu's in the house. He's got, I think he's the number one, right? With the most posts.
Oh, Martoth? Yeah, Martoth, dude. You're kicking my ass, man, for a text post, man. You're at like 200,000, man. Or no, you were at like almost, hold on, dude. You're almost at like 500,000.
Well, it has been a couple of years, to be fair.
Yeah. And I took like 6 months off, so I have to step up my game. You also write like short posts too. Like you write like one sentence. You know what I mean? You don't write like paragraphs.
Yeah.
Check mine.
Sonny. What the hell, dude? You got one of them silly freaking names, man.
Is it not ordered alphabetically?
46,248.
It should be ordered alphabetically. Wow. So it'd be Sunny.
No, I just use the search bar. If you just type in a name, it'll tell you how many times.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I wonder how many posts the bot has.
Damn, back down. I ain't talking about you. Sounds like some shit does said. I've definitely said that.
Damn, man. Flat GPT is slacking. It's only 130,000.
In person, sauna.
God damn it, dude. Dude, it's an endless clown show in the lobby. Have you ever been on an airplane and looked out the window?
Oh my god.
Have you ever... No, let me finish it, man. Because I just read the rest of it, and it's even dumber than I thought. So, have you ever been on an airplane and looked out the window? You see a perfectly flat landscape, right? Well, that's because the windows are designed to project the fake image of a curved Earth. It's all part of the elaborate conspiracy to keep us believing in a round Earth.
What the actual?
Yeah, exactly. What the actual, what the...
This is a flat earther saying this? Obviously, he's in a
No.
flat earth stance? No.
No.
Okay, I misread it. Say it again. Brains.
It's the clown show who wouldn't open his mic in here, who got scared and ran away.
Okay.
It's just a cope.
It's somebody attributing meaning to something that's meaningless, because pressurized windows exist and there's like small distortion. If you like you go and take a little picture at the very corner of the freaking window, and they say, see that, but it's not a freaking conspiracy. Like, nobody's tricking anybody.
Yeah, but his whole statement was just
so
incoherent because he says that it appears flat, but that's because the window is curved to project a fake curved landscape. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was sarcasm. He was basically implying that we see curved. Yeah, he was basically implying that's supposed to be sarcasm. He was implying that we see a curved horizon out the window.
And how the fuck he imagines one though? I'm sure he imagines one. So that's why he can see.
I don't think anybody imagines one.
He's imagining in his head.
I think that's just totally cap, dude. I don't think anybody actually thinks they see a curved fucking horizon out a window, man.
I think they close their eyes and they go to sleep on that funky airplane food, and they have a little dream about a curve, and they imagine it in their head.
Oh, by the way, Indio, there was a guy in the YouTube livestream text chat who said that this is the Indio Club fan club channel.
Oh boy.
I was like, you weren't on
try to say it was your OnlyFans.
It's my OnlyFans?
Sounds like that guy worships you.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to say. Is this is your OnlyFans?
Was it nihilistic, Chris?
I think he's projecting.
No, it was some guy with the L name on his name. You can probably scroll up and find it. It was like maybe a couple hours ago, I would say.
Someone's paying a little too much attention to Indio. Not the message.
I got a target on my back, man.
I'm telling you, man. The moment you leave
I think I got the target when because listen, those dudes were going to try and ramp up the geodetic surveying greater than 180-degree triangles. Because MC Toon did like a debate like a month ago, man, and I just popped that balloon immediately. So I probably got a target because of that. Because like it just started like I remember so MC Toon went into Tartaria server, live streamed, went through that surveying text, showed them 3 data points that said it was a greater than 180-degree triangle, and then said they assume a flat Earth, in which it was in there, and nobody had a rebuttal for any of this shit. And then within 20 minutes of that stream ending, it was person after person after person coming in here, right? Oh, the geodetic surveying measured triangles greater than 180 degrees, which is horse shit, right? So I immediately just went and read the thing because I already knew what they did. But for these guys, well, that don't even work, right? With dogs are gods, you just make shit up, something up in your mind that they project measurements onto a sphere to remove the sphere. That's some batshit crazy shit.
Well, Dogs Are Dog says that they use the reference ellipsoids to get rid of spherical excess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. To get rid of the sphere. They added a sphere to remove the sphere.
Oh my goodness. Same time.
But see, Witsit came in here that night, and I gave him that same page. I think it was Witsit that came in here. Yeah, I think he came in here that night, and I gave him that page. The same page. You were in here too, Meggy. Page 47, man. Dude, they take measurements. They're flat Earth. They're just the measurements, and then they project them onto a sphere. And when they change the horizontal direction in that reduction, right? Because they're tilting the verticals. So when you tilt the verticals, then if you think I have an L, right? So if I tilt the L, the direction that the bottom of the L points is going to change when I tilt the top. So that's just what they're doing. When they tilt the L, that whips around, and then it's a greater than 180-degree triangle. Yeah, of course, you're on the surface of the sphere. You created that in math. But I think since that, I think I have a target on my back since that. That's just my guess. Because, like I said, they were ramping up, dude. I could see that there was going to be videos and all sorts of shit about it for the next goddamn 3 months of nonsense, and I think I pulled the rug out from under that. I think I killed that plant before it even started growing. Like it was just a seedling under the soil, and I just ripped that shit up.
I didn't watch any of it, but I mean, saw it. Just didn't watch any of their videos, but I saw the activity.
They were in the Tartaria server. I remember they were on the Tartaria server. It's like a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago.
Those guys worship McToon. He's their champion, I guess.
My God, dude. I'd be embarrassed for that guy to be my champion.
You know, before you pick a champion, you might want to check and see if it's the losing team or not.
I don't think he even really knows the claim that well, though, because in a stream the other night he said that the biggest excess measurement showed a full degree of excess. I don't think that's right. I think their biggest claim is just an arc minute.
Yeah, he's still on it. He's still saying that.
Yeah, full degree.
No, but he's still saying they measure more than 180 degree triangles directly.
Yeah, he's still saying that in the measurement stage they get it.
Wow, dude, man. That's just lying at this point.
Yeah, it is. And he says when they're all computed for the radius, they all measure out or calculate out to the same radius. But how can that be when the raw measurements, many of them are showing 180 degrees and less? What?
Look, they take the measurements and they do a reduction. That's the name for it, a horizontal reduction. That means they're taking them, running them through a formula, and then getting like a resulting measurement, right? They also do it on the vertical too. It's just different. Or they do reductions of the vertical, reductions of the horizontal.
So
but the
when
reduction, go ahead.
When they fit them to their radius, they keep getting the same radius. Crazy.
So the reduction of because that's in the reduction of the vertical that they're using a Clark ellipsoid. Duh.
Yeah, but he keeps lying about that and saying that they're getting that just in the measurement stage.
Yeah, that's just a lie, or he don't understand it. It can't be either he doesn't understand it or he's lying. There can't be any other possibility.
There's no way he could be that smart and be dumb.
Because it can't ever be in the measurement. Because he's not drawing a line on the surface of a sphere. He's doing optical observations.
That's why I think it wouldn't work even if it were a sphere, because they're just lines of sight, right?
Yes, they're lines of sight, and because they're lines, right? When you have lines, doesn't matter what surface you're on. If you have three lines and they're all connected, dude, that's a triangle, a normal planar triangle. There's no way you can get it greater than 180 degrees. Doesn't matter if you do that like that. Those lines of sight. Now they could say something like, "Yeah, oh, the rays are curving, right, because of refraction or whatever." Yeah, but they're going to be curving up and down, like in sideways from each other. Like you're not measuring that. Like what are you talking about?
And even then, you just have curved lines of sight, not a curved surface.
Yeah, and if you look at the triangulation networks, how they actually map them out, they're just regular triangles, right? All connected together on a piece of paper, not on a fucking you wouldn't be able to draw them on the piece of paper.
Most of them don't know the rhetoric that well, so you can get them to admit that they're straight lines. You can get them to say that, and then you just go, okay, 3 straight lines connected together in a triangle, so where's the more than 180 coming from?
Yeah, like if they say it's possible to say, hey, diagram it, draw it out for me. Draw 3 straight lines and make a triangle, and then take the interior angles for greater than 180 degrees. Yeah, show me. Show me you can do it. Then I'm going to go back to first grade and go smack my goddamn first grade math teacher.
Damn, first grade?
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe 6th grade. Probably learned angles in 6th grade.
Yeah, there you go. That's better.
Yeah, I'm not Chinese, man. That's only the avatar. China, they're probably teaching them calculus in like 3rd grade.
Makes me wonder though.
You know, I'm actually gonna have to fucking do this, man. This is so sad that I'm gonna have to go buy a goddamn grapefruit. I already have toothpicks. And literally show these people what's being done with a piece of fruit. Dude, it's just simple geometry. It's not like complicated even to understand.
Oh.
Think about this. I'm at an elevation of 100 feet above sea level. I sight the top of a mountain. It's 100 miles away, and it's 1,000 feet tall. Right? So I rotate, to my left till I see another mountain that's 3,000 feet or 12,000 feet tall, and I got a line of sight. Then I go to the top of that mountain and view the other mountain. Now I got a line of sight there. What is that triangle? Right? That triangle is like relative to the surface of the earth that's tilted, right? One side's up at 12,000 feet, the other side's down at 1,000 feet, and I'm at 100. So this is like a tilted triangle. Now, if I go from mountain to mountain to mountain, all the mountains are different elevations. You'll have all these crazy tilted triangles going all over the place. You couldn't possibly measure 180-degree triangles directly. It's not possible. So you have to reduce it to the surface of a reference ellipsoid. And then when you do that, you get angles greater than 180 degrees. And then they had to find their vertical. That's a whole nother process because you have to find what's called the orthometric height. So you have the reference ellipsoid, and then you have the geode, right? And then when you subtract one from the other, you have the orthometric height. Well, sometimes you would add it. It depends on whether sometimes the geode, which is supposed to be if there was sea level all the way around the world, and the sea level under mountains, under hills, under whatever, right? But then the ellipsoid, you superimpose the two over each other. Sometimes the ellipsoid will be above the geoid. Sometimes the geoid will be above the ellipsoid, right? They don't match each other. So the difference is the orthometric height. And to find that, you have to do a vertical reduction. So but when you take all these measurements, they're just not written down in the frickin' in the publication. Oh, here are the measurements. Take the measurements. They do these operations on them. That's why these books are so thick. That's why if you look at like Helmert's higher theories of mathematics and higher mathematical theories of geodesy or something. It's 2 volumes. Total number of pages is 1,400 pages. It's all formulas to prove. Basically, the formulas are like to prove that the mathematics is, legitimate or justified or whatever you would say about it. Anyway, the point is that if you could just take straightforward measurements, why do these formulas exist in the first place? Why don't they just measure things, write them down in the book, and then call it a day? Why are they doing any reduction? Why are they changing any value to anything else? Because they have to. They're not going to sit there and just do frickin' math for no reason, man. Going to do the Math Olympics because I feel like it. And this is why Dogs Are Gods came up with this stupid answer about, they take the measurements and then they use the ellipsoid to take away some of the spherical excess. Horse shit, dude. That's a horse shit. Because I asked him the day before, and he didn't have an answer. Why use the ellipsoid at all? Why use it at all? If they're measuring an ellipsoid, why use a reference ellipsoid? What's the purpose of it? Why are they using it? And he said because they measured it in the past. Okay. They used the Clark ellipsoid. There was one before that. There was the Bezel ellipsoid. Where did he get his ellipsoid? Where did the first guy get their ellipsoid? Like, where does it come from?
Yeah, if they measured it in the past, why don't they just go to that? Because that's what we were asking for.
Yeah, and if you look in the literature, like I was actually watching a video last night, there's something like 25 reference ellipsoids.
Were they previous to the Clark and the Bezel?
After and before.
So the arc of the is simply a PDF that was just showing one particular or two models that they used.
Yeah, that's right. That they used at the time.
So, and he was saying that they referenced other ones, but when do we? So it's like infinite regression until what? The actual point source, and then when that point source comes up, was that the actual measurement? Because that's what we're at, and it's like the question, right? We're asking. So if that's the case, then why are you going back to these other things till you find the actual measurement and then not talk about the measurement? That's weird, right?
Look, the actual measurements are in surveying books that are somewhere in the USGS archives in Washington, D.C. or the National Archive or something. That's where they are. They're not in the report that was made. Those are processed, for lack of a better term. They're post-processed. I mean, and technically there's nothing wrong with that, right? But even on page 47, it says, assumes plumbs are not in the same vertical plane. Okay. Right there. They're not saying we measured them not being in the same vertical plane. They're saying we assume they're not in the same vertical plane. And because of that, we have to apply this ellipsoid formula to it and reduce it to the Clark ellipsoid. Like, what else? Like, it's not confusing. Like, the fact that they're still, like I said, this is why this must be, at least, I feel like the attacks, like people targeting me went up after this. But it could just, I don't know. Could be wrong or could be right. Could be just a bunch of bullshit in my head. But I know that I can't believe they're still using this. I can't believe they're still running around saying we measured triangles greater than 180 degrees. That's just cap, dude. Cap.
Can't even comprehend.
It's easy to prove, dude, with 3 toothpicks and a grapefruit and a piece of string.
Right.
Look, like Heretic said, just get them to say, did they use a line of sight? In the documents it says line of sight. Was it a line of sight? Yes. Okay then. It's not greater than 180 degrees. Can't have 3 lines connected that make a triangle that's a triangle greater than 180 degrees. You can't do it. So like,
but that's what I forget which one of these guys came in here. They specifically, I guess that's what you're talking about. A bunch of people running in here talking about taking
yeah, exactly. It started like a month ago, like when MC2 went on the Tatari server. It ramped up then, and like, it's like, I think I might have stemmed the flow, man, but it's still going on because they thought they had a winner. No, you got a loser, dude. You're being led by a loser. That's the problem. They heard MC2 say it, so it's got to be true because he's one of us.
You can't have a loser in 2023. That's just bad business for the globe. You can't be a globe earther, I should say, and have a losing argument for the globe. That really makes no sense.
Well, no, they've all convinced themselves that in this document that there's angles greater than 180 degrees and that they were directly measured and they made no assumptions about the Earth. That is incorrect factually in every way, shape, or form. and you can demonstrate it with a fucking grapefruit, 3 toothpicks, and a piece of string.
Hey, Sonny, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, go to live stream too real quick, man. I gotta ask you something.
Sure.
And it's kind of dumb anyway because
Get the fuck out of here!
it's kind of dumb anyways because they don't have a line of sight to anything. Seeing as that light rays are bent everywhere and all. I don't know how they think any of this works for them.
Well, so here's the funny thing is, if they don't have a line of sight and they're going to say light rays are bent, right, then, like, I don't know how you wouldn't be able to measure anything. But it's not saying that in their documents, right? It'll say, refraction, yada, yada, yada. But, what they say in the earlier documents is that refraction messes up the observations. So that's why they take, like, lots of measurements. But regardless, right, they can do all the observations they want. In the end, they take those observations, those points, right, those 3 points in space, and they take those 3 points in space and they map them to the surface of a sphere. After the fact, not they just take, like, what's the relationship between these 3 points? Oh, this one's 100 feet higher than that one. This one's 200 feet lower than the other two. This is 10 miles away. This is 100 miles away. This is at this angle from north, and this is this angle from north. And if I go at one of the other points, this is their angle of separation. And we're going to take that little triangle, that 180-degree triangle, and we're going to project it onto the surface of a sphere. Now,
yeah, that's not how it's done, though.
Huh?
That's not how it's done.
Yes, it is.
The starting point is sea level.
What are you talking about?
If talking about heights of mountains, the starting point is sea level, no?
That depends on the survey you're talking about.
Yeah, but the baseline, where you're going to start, is from sea level.
In the globe model, sea level is not level.
Well, but they're going to do a triangulation in order to establish the height of the mountain, the first mountain. Okay. And then from the first mountain to the second mountain. What I'm talking about is the first one. The first one, it requires a baseline for your elevation angle to happen. So a horizontal line, sea level.
It's actually more complicated than that. I don't know if they used this back then. Now, okay, so I'll give you, so in England they did one, it's called Ordnance Datum Newland. There's a place in England called Newland. They took tide levels for something like 5 or 7 years, and that was their starting point. So in North America, they actually, in 1927, is the one I know about, they started in the middle of the United States. They started at, it's called Meade Ranch in Kansas. And then they spread out. They didn't even start at sea level at all. They didn't even start at the sea.
But for them to establish the height of something, it's the height above what? Above a horizontal plane, no? So they need a horizontal plane.
They're taking all the measurements in there. Point. Well, they're only getting, like, relative heights.
Yeah,
but the heights, not even heights, dude. They're only getting, like, relative angles. Put it this way: if I take
angles,
so they're measuring angles, right? So we know, like, the relative positions of 3 points, but they're taking those 3 points. I
understand,
and they're projecting them onto the surface of a sphere.
I understand, but they need a flat plane for that. That's my point.
Initially, yes.
Because the triangle
has
that point on,
And from that point on,
George said that's what I was saying, right? Because they're using a line of sight, right? It's a line, right? A straight line. That triangle has to be planar. If it's a line of sight.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's over right there. It's over. You got a planar triangle. It's over. But what the Globers have been...
It's a right angle triangle. Yeah, it's over.
Yeah. So what you're talking about like elevation angles, like the heights and stuff. That's not what I'm talking about, like the horizontal directions. The directions. Right? So the Globers say that, right, if you draw a triangle on the surface of a sphere and you measure the interior angles, those angles will be greater than 180 degrees. You'll have 3 90-degree angles. And that's what the Globers have been saying, that they go out into the world, into the real world, and measure this. No, they don't. They measure a regular triangle, probably 60, 60, 60, and then when it's projected, they mathematically change it. It's in their documentation and everything. They project it onto something called, well, they used to. Now they use a WGS84. They used to use the Clark ellipsoid. Before that, it was the Bezel freaking ellipsoid. There was also another one. I know there was another one used in North America. I can't remember off the top of my head. But they're basically, if you took a map, you could map a map to a sphere, right? You could take all the points and project them onto the surface of a sphere, right? So like if I had a flat map
I disagree with that.
Well, it's going to be distorted, yes, but you can do it. It's just called a regular mapping function.
Yeah, but you cannot distort the lines of longitude and latitude, and those are Cartesian systems. It requires, once again, a flat plane.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about the horizontal directions.
That's correct. Horizontal directions. North, south, east, and west are horizontal corrections. It's a Cartesian system.
Yeah. So what they do is, right, they this isn't me. This is the Goldberg crap, right? So they take the axis of rotation.
Obviously.
So this is it. Yeah. So this is the axis of rotation, right? So that's the north-south in their paradigm. And they take an azimuth. So that is like, so if it's pointed directly north, right, it's parallel to the axis of rotation, then, that's that's 0. And then you measure around, right? So like, 180 would be south, 90, whatever. So they take these angles. So if I have 3 points on the earth, right, and I have a mountain over here, a mountain on my left, and a mountain on my right, I can take a theodolite, and then I can measure its azimuth relative to north, one, and then the other one's azimuth relative to north, and then I can get the separation, the angular separation of these two mountains, right? And if I go onto the top of each mountain and do the same thing, what the Goldbergs are saying is they go out into the world, and when they add these angles together, all 3 of these angles, that these angles add up to more than 180 degrees. That's impossible. It's impossible because they're lines of sight. Can't happen.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the geometry being used requires straight lines.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So what I'm saying is, that's the challenge, dude. You think they go out and they measure, the Goldbergs think they go out and they measure stuff, right? And they use lines of sight and measure triangles greater than 180 degrees. Okay, take a piece of paper, draw these lines of sight, right? This triangle with lines of sight, a straight line, not a curved line, a straight line. And say you measure the angle greater than 180 degrees. Because the only way, you have to say, I have a curved line of sight. I'm looking at the mountain and a ray of light curved to wherever the mountain peak is. That's the only thing you can say. But their
argument is incongruent.
It's stupid.
With their whole refraction claim, which isn't refraction. It's all dumb.
Listen, I think the point is that these anti-flat earthers that are running around, MC Toon and like his freaking crew of clowns, they're making shit up. Okay, they're just making shit up. Like the documents themselves speak for themselves. They say that they take measurements And when they do a horizontal reduction, they are reducing it to the surface of the Clark ellipsoid, period. That's what it says. It's not me saying it. It's what they say. So when they run around and say, no, it's just measured straight up as greater than 180 degrees, that is just a lie. Or it's ignorance. It's one or the other because it's factually incorrect.
Yeah, it's a lie. It's a lie, yeah.
The surface of the Clark ellipsoid, which may vary from the actual dimensions of the Earth.
Yes.
As a matter of fact,
the
guy yesterday, he literally tried to redefine a definition, and we were like, well, can you do the citation? He's like, fuck you. Like, and this the same guy that was trying to lay the 3 points thing. They're liars.
Are you talking about that Al Gaz guy, whatever his name is, that I had to boot yesterday? British. He was being a real dick. He's been a dick for like days. Like, I don't know why we didn't kick him out before that. I just can't believe what Heretic said, that they're still running around saying this. I thought they just after it was revealed to them that that this is what's happening, that they're reducing it to the ellipsoid. Like, I thought that they would go out, just pretend that never happened. But I guess.
Yeah, Toon was talking to a guy on his stream, Troubling Tribune, and he was just basically saying that, yeah, we measure, at the measurement stage, we get triangles in excess of 180 degrees. He said for the smaller ones that they might sum to about 180, around there, or a little less, but whenever they do a big one, like a big long triangle, it'll always come out to showing the spherical excess, he said. And then he gave the wrong, he gave the wrong dimensions to it for it too. He said like they would get a degree of excess. That's not true. There's nothing in there that says that.
That would go against celestial navigation.
Is that with these bendy lines of sight?
Yeah, the bendy lines of sight triangles. Yeah.
No, but the thing is, nobody's saying that. Dude, nobody's saying that in the literature. They're not saying bendy lines of sight in the literature. That's anti-flat earther stuff. They're not like, if you read that, like the triangulation arc, right? The document that they cite. They don't say there's bendy lines of sight. They just say they're lines of sight.
Yeah. His claim is that they accounted for refraction, which is begging the question. Because how does he know at what rate to bend, to straighten, to account for? How does he know at what rate the light is bending to straighten it?
Yeah, I think he made that up, quite honestly.
The rate of the radius, obviously, but he needs to prove the radius first.
Yeah, and he swears up and down that they don't do that they don't mention radius in the paper. That's not what's happening, that the raw measurements show the excess. He just keeps saying that.
That's just a lie. Yeah, he's just lying at this point. He knows better.
And the other thing is that refraction is not part of geometry, and it's a geometrical claim. The measurement cannot be the claimed measurement, because it's not a measurement. No one can repeat that measurement, so it's not a measurement. To be a measurement needs to be repeatable, and no one can repeat that measurement. Actually, the black swan shows the opposite of that, and there's many black swans over there. But yeah, they keep coming back with these 2015 arguments. Trilateration.
I guess according to dogs or dogs, whatever gods, the lines of sight are even bendier than the reference ellipsoids.
Wouldn't it be less?
You would think. But no, they need those reference ellipsoids to get rid of excess.
But you have to remember, right? So light is bending down, right? Vertically. But remember, the document says you're not in the same vertical plane. So if you have 3 points of a triangle, right, that are big, right, one of these big triangles that they're talking about, their vertical plane is not going to be the same as my vertical plane, right? Points A, B, and C are all going to have different vertical planes. So when I look at A, the vertical plane from C to A is not the same as A to C because they're tilted relative to each other. And then like B, vertex B, that's going to be completely different too. It's going to be somewhere, it's going to be at the halfway point between A and C. So, right? So like, you got to think, the light has to corkscrew.
Yeah, but again, for this to be done,
dude, it's just mental manipulations, man. Like,
yeah, but again, I think you're picking it in the wrong way. You're picking it in the middle of it. They want that. You need to start from the beginning.
I wouldn't.
The height
if
of
I
these
was actually
mountains,
debating them, George, I'm just talking. I'm not like, if I was debating them, I wouldn't do this.
What I'm saying, but I'm going to repeat myself. I'm sorry about that. The heights of these mountains is going to be established from sea level. That's how it's established in the first place. Then they ignore that. They go to the step 2, which is where you're picking from the top of these mountains. Yeah, they are at different elevations. You know, the triangles, they don't mesh anymore. That's what they're claiming now. They're skipping the first step. The elevation of mountains is above sea level. So even though these mountains are far apart, they all require the same baseline in order for them to be at different heights from the same starting point, which is sea level. That is a flat Earth proof.
So what you're saying is the globe is a flat Earth model.
That is correct.
Gotcha.
Once you invoke lines of longitude and latitude to pinpoint anywhere on the ground or above ground, you are invoking a Cartesian system, which is a flat Earth model, elevation angles from Polaris.
Which is crazy because the guy yesterday, you know, he readily, I mean, can't say admits it because admits it comes with like a weird connotation. But when we were discussing it, and I was like, you know, read some of these navigational books or look through like some of this literature, and he's like, yeah, I know they use a geocentric flat model, and he was like, I don't understand why they do that. That right there, like, just look at a book, you know, like. For these guys to pretend it's anything but that, this proves the model of the. So, okay, so you're using a horizontal plane as your proof of a globe. How does that work?
It has to, because even today we use the Carta Marina, which is the maps of the oceans, maps of the sea, to be translated. The Carta Marina still today is the preferred map to use at sea. It's more reliable. The seas have been mapped out. They don't use Google to navigate the oceans. That's for sure.
So Heretic, look in the live stream voice text. So here's the funny thing. See there's 2 triangles, right? One, the dashed line is the line of sight triangle. It's if you're actually just like looking at something from one side. On a globe, they're saying that the line of sight is the outer triangle, this Rouleau triangle.
India, you posted in the lobby.
Oh shit! Time.
It'll be 1 second before I can have a look. Anyway, I'm just driving.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Have you seen the image of the Rouleau triangle? Like it's like the triangle with the curved sides, curved lines. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I've seen the one you're talking about. I think I sort of know what you mean, though.
Yeah. So like your line of sight has to like wrap around the globe, but the globe, it's not possible.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't make any sense. It's not like a physical line stretched over the surface. Yeah, like you're saying, it's a line of sight.
So think about it like this. Say I had like a vertical fucking door or something, right? And I'm on the globe, and I'm going to send this to some other point that's far away. And when it reaches that other point, it has to be exactly vertical when it gets there. That door has to tilt out and away, right? It has to like rotate to meet that, to be aligned with that vertical at that point, because all the verticals are pointed in different directions.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So like, but refraction only bends vertically. It doesn't twist. That's what the refraction would have to twist around the globe, man. Because it has to be like, if it's bending on my end, it has to be like the light, because the light hits that object, right, and then it comes to me, right. But it's reflecting off that object. It has to be vertical at that point, but if that's not vertical to me, and then like, so it has to like twist to reach me vertically. It doesn't. Dude, it's such hogwash.
I see what you mean about it corkscrewing. The light has to corkscrew.
Yeah.
It has to twist on both axes.
Yeah, it has to twist. So like if you had a top and a bottom, right? The top part has to twist away from me, has to like move away from me and out to like to the right. Dude, unless it's going the other way, then we have a left-hand twist.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
But they do claim that, to quote the Rumpus, if you have enough refraction and good enough telescope, you can observe your own ass. The light will refract around the globe. Yeah.
So let me just ask. When you talk about trilateralization or triangulation, I'm always thinking in my head that we're talking right triangles. But then I'm seeing in these images that none of these are right triangles. So do you need a right triangle to do these things, or is any triangle good?
To do you using right
for elevation angles, you need right angle triangles.
You can't do triangulation without at least creating a right angle triangle somewhere.
Yeah, because you have to have a vertical to go along with the horizontal, or else you have no lines that will meet each other.
Yeah, you need to have a baseline to put your protractor on to measure the angle.
Right. Yeah.
So,
like in navigation, it's based on like your location on the horizontal is the main point, which is like what the Glovers miss every time. The actual point of it, the purpose of it, they don't get the purpose.
They cannot understand it's a flattened proof. Any type of navigation, you have to consider the Earth to be flat and stationary in order for you to reach your destination.
You sound like you may be a navigator yourself. Have you done some of this yourself as well?
Yeah, I've done that myself as well. I mean, anytime you hold a map in your hands, you can use a coordinate system and see how far out you are from your destination.
Oh yeah, but I mean, as far as like on the navigation side of it, have you done some?
Not in a large scale, no. Okay. But family members, yeah.
Yeah, at least like you're not like the Glober though, that's coming in here trying to school us about it, and then when questioned, they've never done it themselves in a real life situation. So
Oh, don't get me wrong. I did Boy Scouts at a very young age. At Boy Scouts, we learned how to orientate ourselves with the sun. So yeah,
You just seem very logical and knowledgeable. That's all. That's all.
Thanks, man.
I was just pointing that out. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but for you to pinpoint anything in a map, X marks the spot.
Yes. Yes. So here's the dilemma that they're in, which you can get there. Here's how you tie their tail into a knot with this, is because they're saying the Earth is curved, but yet we're using right triangles with a flat horizontal level plane as our basis. Well, you could never find your location if that were the case. They would have to show us a triangle with a curved adjacent. They would have to, and that's the one thing they cannot do.
Yeah, that's correct. GPS is another one. It's another proof of a flat plane. It's not produced in satellites, at least not in outer space. But the method used, it's with angles, and mainly between towers. And towers are in high elevation, they're always in higher ground. So again, for this to work, you need to establish a horizontal plane first.
Globes of flat
radar, anything,
Yeah, there must be a way to get to the code in there, but probably not. They probably have it. I don't know. But the code in there somewhere is saying that they're getting all these horizontal stations. And then they're wrapping, after that, then they're wrapping it around this imaginary ball. So every single time it's that way, like we do things in planar terms, Cartesian coordinates, just like you're saying, and navigating, and all charts are flat. Aircraft navigational charts are flat, just like the ocean going, maritime charts.
Any type of navigation, just pick one. Any.
Yes, like you said. See, that's a very poignant statement. X marks the spot. Okay, so where are we talking about, right? If X marks the spot, this is the thing about a curved surface. It's like probably most of us in here think about it on these terms. They can't create a level on a curved surface because what happens when you change direction? Even just an nth of a degree.
Oh, come on, listen to yourself.
Now the surface is tilting away. So I don't care what they say. Yeah.
Listen to what you're saying, man. And listen to what we've been all saying. Mm-hmm. The geometries, they are not even close.
No.
Yeah. A sphere don't have horizontal planes.
No.
A sphere doesn't have horizontal. It's not part of the same geometry.
Yep. So if you went down the block on this ball, your horizontal would be different because, like, here's the thing. How can they have every aircraft on top of the fulcrum, on top of the sagitta at all times? You mean right now? Like an aircraft? This is the paradox they have. It's not possible for every single person.
If we were living on a sphere, you would need a car, you would need a motorbike or anything with an engine, yeah? You just need to push, and downhill you go in any single vector.
Yep, exactly. Be able to make gravity work for you. But nobody makes gravity work for you in any form of technology. Any form at all of ever created technology on this earth. Show me where it has ever or is using now the spherical globe Earth data, right? Show me.
Yeah, because we were led to believe that there is a tangent line, imaginary line between you and the horizon. Yeah, a tangent. To be a tangent, yeah, it needs to be a straight line meeting a curve line at some point. They reified that horizontal line that we all observe, which we call horizon, into being a curved line to meet the tangent. Mm-hmm. There is no tangent. What you have is a straight line to a horizontal line.
Yep. So they would have
But
to have
we still use the word tangent. It's not right. There is no curve to meet this straight line.
That's true.
What would you do with a straight line to a thing that you can't measure the distance of anyway?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like,
there you go. Yeah, but you can use it. You can use it for level though. A level means no part higher than the other. So if you're using the horizon, if you are above the water, above sea level, you might have to correct for that difference in height in order to establish your horizontal to measure your angles from.
But if you're doing, but if you're doing that, you're assuming that then that between you and the horizon is a level plane.
No, it's called sea level. Level means no parts higher than the other.
Yeah.
Even though you are using the surface of the sea as your starting point, if you are above it, now if you are in it, you don't need to correct for anything.
they have a serious problem because they should have thought about this. I don't know if they thought about this or not, but they're going to have a real problem with running up against the reality of this level horizontal plane that we live on. So because on a ball, every part is different than the other, right? It's completely opposite.
Let me see if I find the Earth calculator. Give me a second. I was looking for it because even using their own tools, they debunk themselves. Yeah. The diagram. I think I found it. No, it's not this one. The diagram that they show us with the curve calculator. Yeah. It's below surface level. Because you have the observer on the top, yeah, with surface level on, which is a straight horizontal line. You have eyesight level, yeah, which is another horizontal line. And below surface level, you have the curve. I don't find it. So it's even on their own model. Now, when you using, for example, celestial navigation, you're using the surface. That's what you're using as.
Did you cut out? Looks like you cut out. I'm sure you'll be right back.
Just cut out there. Yeah.
Yeah, so the ball, every part different in different elevation in every single part. Then they should start defining, because even though we don't have any spherical, we don't have any sphericity or convexity to Earth's surface ever measured by anyone. But if they want to go with their paradigm, they can't resolve this thing with level and horizontal, because every part is different than the other on their ball. I suppose that's why they have these.
Yeah, but they're
hold on, they have these bending plumb lines. I guess that's why.
That's my point exactly that I wanted to say now. It doesn't matter, and this anyone will agree with me. Any survey will agree with this statement. If you establish a horizontal line, a level line, you can put as many plumb lines on that line, as many 90-degree lines on that same horizontal, and they'll all be parallel to each other.
Parallel, exactly.
Yeah, they all will. All of them. Doesn't matter how large the horizontal is. Yeah. And you can put all bars up at 90 degrees from each other. They all be parallel.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Here's the gravity, and this is the only time you should use gravity. Here's the gravity of the situation, is that at every sea level, just like you said, that all the perpendiculars are all parallel to each other. All the sea levels are parallel to each other. Big problem. Big problem. Globe, no.
Yeah, but that's how the Suez Canal has been built upon, with that in mind. that the sea level is going to be the same in both sides.
Yeah. So I
but that's just equidistant, right? Equidistant to the center.
I suppose they had to come up with this magic refraction that magically lifts up their false reality, like their made up religion reality, this ball, to make it magically just appear all of a sudden on this flat plane that we actually all exist on and operate on.
That just tells me that they're flat earthers with extra steps.
Just address that.
The Glober is just a flat earther with extra steps. They end up saying, yeah, it looks flat, and it's practically utilized as flat. It really isn't, though.
That's hilarious, man.
Yeah, they say it's locally flat.
To make things easier, we'll just leave all the curve stuff out. Just make it easier.
Yeah, it's a flat globe.
Yeah, completely flat with no movement, all flat level. Yeah, holds water.
The horizon appears to be horizontal, just for practical purposes. It's fine.
Yeah, you just think you're seeing that island out there, even though you can see it the whole time from harbor to harbor.
Meanwhile, horizontal is parallel to the horizon.
It just appears that way. It just appears to be horizontal. It's not really.
Yeah, and every example of level in any position on Earth is likewise all parallel to each other. Every level.
And if one says otherwise, he's gonna have to bring a space value for it. Otherwise, he's not going to be equidistant from any center of anything without the radius value.
It's been a nice talk. I've got to go take a breather, and I'll be back on a little bit later. Nice talking with you, George.
Yeah, nice talking to you, man.
Heretic, the rest of
Peace
you.
out, Sonny.
See you, Sonny.
T-Dub, good to see you in here again.
Cheers, man.
Later, out.
Yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it? Like, so how do you prove you're on a globe? Oh, well, you see that flat horizon out there. It's horizontal, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why you're laughing. I mean, one of the proofs that we have that we are spinning is because we don't feel it.
Exactly.
It looks flat, so that tells you it's a really big curve.
You're a better glober than globers.
Pretty much what they all say. They just agree with us and then say, nuh-uh.
Right.
Anyway, there is no problem you can throw at me because I have gravity on my side. And whatever you're going to say, gravity is going to mend it.
They agree that we're all observing and experiencing the same thing. They just conclude the opposite of what they observe.
I mean, we're laughing. At least I'm laughing. But I only think about Inspector Clouseau from the Pink Panther, you know, the ridiculous claims that the globe makes. And we all believed in that. But today we laugh about it.
It's a lot easier to believe those claims when you don't know anything about them.
That's correct. Yeah, obviously.
That is so true. When you find out what you're supposed to believe, you're standing there like, wait, I don't believe that. But in order to believe that you're living on a globe spinning in space, you must believe these numbers.
Better believe it. That's what you better do. Believe it. Believe it.
Not only do they believe them, they don't even know what they are, usually.
Yeah. You can't even call it that sometimes. Oh yeah, you can. Never mind.
And that's the whole awakening, right? It's like I didn't realize just how ignorant I was to the things that I called myself believing in at one point, until you start to go out and you test it and you measure it, and you find other information, and everything that they provided to you fails their tests. So, then you're standing there like, I don't know if it's a globe. I don't think we're spinning. I've never seen high pressure next to low pressure with no equilibrium, without it equalated. Without defining its equilibrium. So, and when people find out that they're supposed to believe that you're rotating and you're orbiting and you're flying through the galaxy and you're chasing the sun, and you're supposed to feel all of those movements, or they're telling you that you're moving at these speeds, people are often left there like, no, we're not. That's not what they say. And then you have to explain to them that, no, let me educate you on what you think you know about what you think you believe in.
Oh no, we all gonna die. Something from outer space is gonna make us extinguish again. Oh no. It's all the fear porn they try to implement on us. They don't know what else to make. They're always inventing something. Yeah, but this is a big revelation. It's a big eye-opening. A lot of people are waking up to this. Yeah, flat Earth is just the beginning.
I hope so.
Tip of despair.
I feel like we're waking up.
As
I feel like
much-
they're waking up, but I feel like I don't think we're anywhere close to tipping the scale.
I
Still,
think,
like
I think
usually,
we've tipped it.
we have. You think so?
Yeah.
Well, they are a couple of hundreds of years ahead of us, not thousands of years, because this globe model is not that old. It's hundreds of years, if that much. But anyway, I'll give them 200 years old, if that long.
I think they're
Yeah,
tipping the scales
they
themselves.
have a head start, but time will dictate.
I think they're tipping the scales themselves. Just listen to any of them debate. That's how I got here. I was like, there's got to be something for this, and I went and listened to McToon, and I was like, really? That's it? That's the globe position? Like, man, I guess it really is.
Just listen to Michio Kaku. He shits on his own beliefs all the time.
The first McToon debate I ever watched, I was like, okay, yeah, this guy seems to be pretty in the know about this globe stuff. I'm sure he's got something. I'll find the proof here. And it just the amount of fallacies that he had to use, the complete illogic, just how empty-handed he was really revealing to me. So I think that they'll tip the scales themselves.
That these forums have been having an impact, which is why you have more anti-globalists coming in here with their disingenuous position. If they know anything at all, first of all, they might be just as ignorant to other people to what the globe dimensions are and to the information of how they prove this information. They could be just as ignorant, some of them. But you see a whole lot more anti-flat earthers. You see a whole lot more new flat earthers. So you see the forums having impact if this information is getting out there. The forums are getting larger. More people are entering. And so, every time you turn around, somebody else is throwing it out on television like, oh, these stupid flat earthers, right? That didn't happen in the 90s at all. That didn't happen in the 90s.
Yeah, they didn't have to do that kind of damage control, and the arguments from them are getting more and more desperate. Like they're bringing out tow tanks, they're bringing out tilting bridge towers, and then when they link you their article, they don't even say that.
They're changing different words.
Yeah, but I'm sure you guys remember that when confronted by Whitsitt in the Flat Earth conference, this astrophysicist was asked, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Which he was speechless. But he took his time to do his research, and he came up with a video that it requires 3 containers.
Yeah.
Where they think they are showing gas pressure with no container whatsoever, yeah, which was the request, they demonstrate with 3 containers. How ridiculous is this coming from these academic people? They don't pay attention to what they're doing or what?
Yeah, this sort of hits on what I was just talking about because, like, those first McToon debates I went and watched, right? They asked him that question, the gas pressure without the container. He tries to provide a demonstration of it by using a container. I was like, what? This is what they
Obviously,
actually
you
have
know,
to
it's the
do?
magic trick. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Don't look at my gas that I bring on my canister. It's under the table, the canister. Don't see me open the valve. No. Just look at the gas coming out of it.
I mean, when you think about it, of course, that's not something that they were ever going to be able to demonstrate. So at this point, it's just completely obvious that the whole thing was a farce. But it's hard to wake up to that at first because we're just so steeped in globe lore.
Might be
Oh,
able
yeah,
to
if you
bring
have
David Copperfield or David Blaine to show gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Well, once that you look behind the curtain and you know how the trick is made, I mean, no matter which musician is going to come on the stage, you're going to applaud, but you know how the trick is done. So he's not going to have that effect on you.
Yeah, you're not going to fall for the trick again.
Yeah.
I still don't know where David Copperfield put the Statue of Liberty when he made it disappear.
Really?
Or how David Blaine stayed in that box of water for 5 days. It's the type of magic that they presented to us to get us to believe that we're all traveling in space and living on a ball with water on the sides of it. But I think David Blaine, the Copperfield and Blaine, I think they're better.
Yeah, but the Copperfield trick that you're talking about the Statue of Liberty, that is Coriolis effect, the trick. The public is in a rotating platform looking at the Statue of Liberty. And meanwhile, they are entertained with something else. And when the curtain opens again, there is no Statue of Liberty at all. It's the rotating platform that they're standing on. Yeah, that's Coriolis. The Statue of Liberty didn't move. It was an apparent deviation.
Proof.
Don't you just love that, though, that they come with one of their arguments all the time as, explain Coriolis. What Coriolis? The one that doesn't affect any aircraft?
Yeah, but Coriolis effect you can demonstrate. Yeah, but you need a spinning platform to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
You
A
can
spinning
demonstrate.
platform. A spinning platform.
Yeah.
So to be more specific, then what Earth-based Coriolis can you point to?
What? A spinning platform.
You know which one? The one that 5 minutes later is going to say, actually, we don't observe it because everything goes together. So no deviation anymore. Well, it's still Coriolis, though. The double speak, it's amazing. 5 minutes in, not even 5 minutes in the conversation of Coriolis, they'll fight for the Coriolis deflection to happen, but then they'll say you cannot observe it, cannot feel it.
Yeah. Can you show an airplane appearing to deviate under the rotating body of the Earth?
Yeah. It's so difficult to be a baller nowadays, man.
So they want you to explain something that's just in their imagination. Guess I just did.
Wonderful world.
But this heliocentric model is falling apart, so I think they're just looking for new ideas to replace this model, and so they're trying to test out some of that information on us to see what sticks.
Yeah, but even that model has been abandoned by them long time ago. They abandoned that model. Now we don't have sun in the center anymore. You know, we have the great attractor. I mean, they just need to kick the can down the road. You know, they move the goalposts because the heliocentric model was debunked by Einstein. Gravity is not a force; it's the bending of space-time. So there's nothing holding these planets together. Not gravity. Need to abandon this. So now all of a sudden everything is in movement throughout the galaxy and everything. Come on.
Haven't completely abandoned gravity. They still use it occasionally when they find it fit. The Newtonian version.
Yeah, they'll use that when that works. When that doesn't work, they'll go to Einsteinian.
A band has done. A band done. Sorry.
But I hope you guys see the gravity of the problem of not having gravity as being a force.
I've already re-brainwashed myself. I'm used to density now.
Gravitate towards it.
Situation.
But you don't believe in dark matter, bro? What's wrong with you? Don't you watch movies? Marvel movies?
Oh, that dark matter. Oh. I don't know.
I have a dark chair. Does it count as dark matter?
There you go, bro. You're part of gravity.
Or maybe it's just a shadow.
Yeah, right? I think that's what they're talking about. Shadows. That's what's holding us down.
They have believed themselves to oblivion. Believe. Not leave. Leave. Believe. Oh, shit. They really do rely on the most of the populace, though, and them not being intelligent in this matter.
It is basically just peer pressure and groupthink. If most people thought the Earth was a Pringle, they would say that.
Yep.
Mic check.
A Pringle might make more sense.
Mic check. Mic check.
Yo, I hear you. Yeah, they might as well model it as one. Makes about as much sense as a ball. Both have curvature. The Earth doesn't, so take your pick. I mean, since they're just taking angle measurements based on lines of sight and projecting them onto imaginary ellipsoid, why can't they just do the same thing with an imaginary Pringle? or a pineapple or a pretzel or whatever you want. And just bend the plumb lines however you have to preserve the distances and things in that model. There you go.
In the plumb line. In the plumb line.
They still have misconceptions of what it means, flat Earth.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, the ground is not flat.
Yeah, it's topographical, of course.
And there's more ground below the seabed.
Yeah, abyssal plains. You notice in geology textbooks, they always sort of forget to depict ocean basins as being curved and wrapping around the ball.
Well, yeah, in all the diagrams, they usually show you just a flat piece.
They always do.
Yeah, or a little curved piece with a flat water-based feet, like you just said, basically.
That is a lot of flat water to be having on a ball. 70% of that ball, flat water? How's that work?
It's just a big pond. We just don't even know how big the pond is.
Did you guys hear about? I heard this the other day. The hole that they date, that was like, 7 point something miles, whatever it was. They ended up sending an audio device to listen into the hole, and like the sounds that were coming from the holes supposedly was like yelling and screaming and like all these crazy sounds.
Is that true?
And so they they buried it back. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what they said.
Sorry, I missed the beginning of this. Are you talking about the borehole?
I don't know which hole it was. It was like a hole they dug. It was like...
Yeah, I think so.
It might be that one. I don't know.
Deepest hole ever dug? That one?
It might be that one.
In Russia?
Man, my memory is lacking right now. I don't know where it was.
I demand a citation.
Don't play with me. No, I mean, it was on this video. God, do I have to look it up now? Wait, give me a second.
I'm sure you'll find it. I mean, we know what it is, honestly. Most of us do in here.
I feel like I've heard those stories about the borehole.
Yeah, they just said they heard weird sounds coming from down there, and like the guy that was making the video, he was like, it could be hell, Could be like, because they couldn't dig any further. Let me see.
You're not getting past.
Could well be. Who knows what's beyond the constraints of this place? We're contained. We're closed in all directions. Can't penetrate the seafloor. Can't get through the sky. Closed system.
Yeah. I got a feeling there's levels too. I don't know. I think there's like different levels. That's just my opinion, right? It's just
Well, don't go down.
I don't want to go down. I want to go up.
You can't though.
Can't do that either, though.
Yeah,
you can't break. I guess what I'm saying is you can't break the containment of this place, or else that would collapse.
I was going to say you're going to have to beat gravity first.
Yeah. Only one way to find out what's outside of the system.
I like my level. I like my level down here and my waves that come rushing in and the ups and the downs. I like it all.
Yeah, and the idea of more ponds is plausible. The extra land?
Light this baby up.
Yes, that's within the realm of plausible.
I mean, we only found yellow rays, red rays, black race, white race, Caucasian race. I mean, we only found those races. It doesn't mean that it might be a blue race. Why not?
Hey man, if I saw a blue woman, oh my god, that'd be the hottest chick in the world, eh?
Wait,
Yeah, well, why not? They convince us that this is it. There is no more land to find. But what if? I mean, Japan just found 30,000 more islands.
Oh.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, surprising enough, like the Earth is where we live right now. It's actually pretty a lot of stuff is undiscovered. I mean, like, what is it, like 65% of the ocean is undiscovered? Probably more than that. There's probably a shit ton of fucking islands and land that we don't even know about yet.
We have no idea.
The government every now and again will mention the name of an island that is not even in the map.
Yeah.
We have no idea what's out there. You need permission just to leave your country. You got to get a passport and visas, and you need permission just to leave your country.
And, you know, at that point, too, most people don't really. I mean, yeah, some people do travel, but, like, for the most part, you just kind of stay where you are, right?
When you're in school, you need permission to take a shit.
And when you do travel somewhere, you're just going to other known places. Like, nobody is going out and exploring. Yep. Nobody's like, I'm going to go to the fringes of Antarctica and see what's going on there. You don't do that.
Exactly.
No, thank you.
Our path to the shops is designated.
Better make me a suit that has a personal heater built into it.
It really is kind of an extension of how the school system does stuff. You have to ask for permission to go everywhere. You need a freaking hall pass in order to go to the next country over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sure we all seen that scene on the Truman Show when he's in class and I want to be an explorer. And the teacher brings the map of the world and says everything has been explored.
Sorry, it's already explored.
Get it, guys. Get it.
We found everything.
The Truman Show.
Dude, I just rewatched it like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It was good.
Y'all hearing me?
Yeah, we hear you, bro. What happened?
I'm pretty sure y'all got it, but when you say true man,
Yeah,
you know, Truman. Another one of those things, man.
Oh, yeah.
True man. So he was the true man trying to figure it out, even though he didn't know it. Sitting there questioning things. Analyzing things.
Then they just teach you how to fit into society and to take your place. That's all. That's all school is about. They're not about critical thinking, learning, or anything like that. No, just memorization, get in line, follow the rules, stay in the seat for 8 hours, we good.
I knew that, too.
Parrot the doctrine, believe the propaganda, work your job, don't question authority, be a good citizen, pay your taxes and die.
Yeah, but the best quote from the movie is when they ask him why.
That's all they want.
Why he realized, and he says, well, we all believe in the world which is presented to us.
That is 100% true. We accept the reality that is presented to us. It goes unquestioned.
And Max, I bet you could actually say the lines of that movie and sound just like Morpheus if you wanted to.
Stop playing.
No, that's actually true now that you said that.
Yeah,
you do sound a lot like Morpheus.
Tone of voice does. Yeah. I'm not joking. I was, you know.
They are not ready to unplug from the system. No willing to fight for
It is a joke, but serious.
I don't remember the words.
Take the blue pill, take the red pill.
I was just telling my friend the other day, if somebody offers you pills, don't take any of them.
Nah.
You're talking about some guy with shades in a fucking trench coat ask you to take pills.
Some shady dude at a club.
Leather coat, leather jacket, biker jacket, and slick black hair. Yeah.
And some dude you met through a chick that you met at a club. Offering you pills.
Hold on, would it make any better if the guy was all dressed in red with a white beard and would ask you to sit in his lap and he would give you a toy?
Each pill's got like a thing, an imagination, or
I'm not supposed to do that.
I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. Go ahead.
Even though there was
George
some
just started it with the Santa Claus story. You know, so that the guy with the white beard and the red suit comes by, you sit in his lap, and he gives you a toy, or he gives you something nice. Yeah, don't sit in his lap.
Santa smells like whiskey and cigarettes.
At least you're not like Michael Jackson that's seen Mama kissing Santa Claus.
He dropped my grandson.
That's what's wrong. Oh, so that's what's wrong. Never mind.
One, 4, 3 or 4.
I'm just saying that if you actually believe Santa was real, then it wouldn't be far-fetched to believe that Peter Pan could also be real, too.
And the Tooth Fairy.
There's a joke on that, never mind.
What are you talking about? Santa's real. They track them and everything.
Yeah, that's correct. There's an app to track Santa Claus. That's
My
correct.
parents would...
All right.
My parents would never lie to me because they always tell me the truth, and they're the authority of our family, so they would always tell me the truth. And anybody who talks against Santa is a liar because my parents aren't liars. And see, look, I got the app, and you can see it. I've been a good boy because I got the app. They do believe in cartoons, though, and that's the most insane thing. And then you ask for evidence or proof, and they'll show you another cartoon and say, see? Look, it's real. Why don't you believe in it? And they'll act all confused.
Yeah, but that is the same app that the Globers use to say that is at the ISS. It's exactly the same app, just with a different name.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because I had Hispanic parents, but they were like, there's no Santa Claus. We're the one giving you the gifts.
Oh, jeez.
No fun for you. Did you try to spoil it for all your classmates first chance you got?
Is that what the...
This was back in the 90s, so I mean, it was a lot different back then. I don't know. Santa Claus is not even like... At least the school I went to. It's kind of ghetto, so...
And most kids abandon that early on anyway. They figure it out pretty quick.
Nah.
A couple of years.
Sorry, guys, my satellite is failing.
Try to go to a higher elevation.
For it.
Oh, go higher. Go to the roof. You'll get a better signal.
Look, they laugh at people for for saying, well, the luminaries seem small and local, and then they show you timeanddate.com.
I don't know if anyone here is into politics, but I was watching yesterday the Donald Trump on, I think it was CNN. I don't know where it was. They had a town hall. It was funny as hell. That guy's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty dope.
I only saw snippets. I didn't even knew that he was having a town hall. But it's interesting that you can be a criminal and run the country. You know, you can be a criminal and be in Congress. You know, you can have charges held against you and being trusted to hold people personal information and secrets of your town, city, municipality, or country. It's crazy.
Wait, what? You think Trump is a criminal?
Yeah.
No, but they've set the bar so low that any person can run for president or for prime minister of any country in the world and would accept it. You will need a license to drive or a license to pilot an airplane, but to be president of a country or to be part of the government, no. You don't need any of that. Anyone can do it.
He just got charges filed against him in civil court. I know that doesn't make him a criminal, but he has a bunch of other cases pending. So as far as criminality, morality is a whole other thing. But you got this guy, George Santos, that just got 15 charges thrown against him, so he's still keeping his job. Now, imagine if you got arrested from your job and 15 charges. Man, you get your walking papers that same day.
Yeah. I don't agree that politicians have. they're on a different level. I mean, it's like the laws don't apply the same way it does to us, unfortunately.
Yeah, obviously, and they will come out of the government, and they will have 5 companies, queuing to employ him.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of
political
corruption.
qualified immunity.
I mean, most criminals seek diplomatic immunity, so it's a no-brainer that most of them do their thing, in public eye, and still get away with it.
I don't know. It just boggles my mind that we're supposed to be entrusting information and secrets to these folks. That's the part that just boggles my mind there. I understand how it works and everything, but that just boggles my mind. We're entrusting these folks with our information, period. With our money, period.
Who's trusted who?
Joe Biden can barely walk to the podium, but he's supposed to be running to get on stage. Crazy. Yeah, Diane Feinstein was in the hospital for like 4 months, and she's going right back into Congress. And, she's elderly, and she's sickly, and she's still entrusted in a high position, over certain committees. And that's a lot of power for somebody in that position. I don't know.
How old?
She's in her 80s. She's in her 80s. I think she's in her mid-80s. Diane Feinstein. She's been in politics for like 60 years or something crazy.
Yeah, there needs to be an age limit or at least a time limit.
Come on, don't be that hard. Age is a concept.
Yeah.
Still, man, you got to give it a break sometime. The dedication that long? Come on.
It's like some of these people have been in office for like over 10 years. It's like, come on, like.
But it's okay as long as you have 3 or 4 people looking after you, and holding you and guiding you. It's fine. Plus an earpiece in your ear so you'll know what to say. Why not?
Like clerks from law school working for you, doing all of the work. Yeah, absolutely.
Congress needs to work like the president. You get 4 years or whatever it is, and that's it. You have to get reelected. None of this permanent status.
No, it does. It works like that. You have to get reelected. But once you have name recognition, and you have some sort of power in your municipality or your locality, you start to smother any other babies that start to arise, and you keep that position for 60 years. They win it on name recognition alone. Chuck Schumer, Diane Feinstein, these are names that you've heard and stuff like that for years. what's the Nancy Pelosi? You know, I mean, these guys don't leave; they die.
Oh, what I meant is like they have a like 4-year. I think it's the president's 8-year limit, but
Term limits.
they have term limits. Yeah.
Yeah, there need to be term limits on you know. I think there's like term limits on senators, perhaps. I'm not 100% sure, but certainly on the president. In my city, we have term limits on mayors, but that changes from state to state how that works, I believe.
Yeah, the thing is, when I'm reading Romans 13, giving authority or honoring authority that is given by God, and seeing now the history of current players in government, then regardless of country, most likely, especially America and Germany, which is my country, then yeah, I do not know why he put them in charge. You know, it's like, what is the purpose? The purpose I'm seeing here. It's so much wickedness, and why should I honor wickedness? You know, it's like.
Because they make laws. It says if you don't honor us, well, then we'll take everything from you and lock you up. So yeah, it's crazy.
What's the interpretation of that one, Ether? Ethergrass.
I mean, he also warned us about doing what is right in his eyes. So I'm rather doing that than doing what they want from us and basically disobeying him instead. Then, so there has to be a time where unrighteousness rules over righteous people, instead of what the verse actually says, honoring those who are in authority and have government rulership. It's.
Yep. It would be beautiful.
I mean, he said in the latter days there will be wickedness increasing and falling apart and everything. And this is basically happening right now in unimaginable succession. One topic after another, like it's going so rapidly you cannot keep up with anything anymore in terms of news and where players are played, basically.
Yeah, people are completely numb to everything because like there's so much bad news all the time that's like everyone's just numb to it.
I think he means more than that.
Oh.
He means the dark stuff.
All of them are numb. Some of them know. They know, and the truth hurts them even more because they like the darkness more. It just drives them more, be more dark. So that's what they want. Truth. Unless they somehow give it up.
Yeah. I mean, the time when the big player comes into play, basically the Antichrist that everyone in the whole world worships. Right now, it's still different governments warring against each other, but I also see a theme that is played together by all of them. It's like good cop, bad cop kind of play, you know? It's like...
Yeah, it's made to look like they're warring with each other.
Yeah.
Really.
but behind the scenes they're still shaking hands and laughing and drinking drinks and eating together. And yeah.
Well, there's a new king in town. Don't forget that.
Who's that?
The new king.
Yeah, who's the
Hello,
new king?
He was coronated on the other day. Who's king? Charles III. The crown of England.
Yeah, okay. I do not see him as king at all.
Oh, yeah, but he has the title.
She's on American Idol.
Well, I'm a baron too. I'm a baron too, but all the blue bloodiness has been removed from every type of authority. So we are not in any type of rulership anymore. Thanks to them, it's like.
But you don't see the connection between the King of England and the Vatican?
Yeah, of course I do. But it's a different type of play. There's still something else that has to be seen. It's not like, okay, since they say I'm king right now, so I guess even if he dies, then there must be, from previous iterations of how or who would be the Antichrist, there are so many speculation. It could be someone from the Middle East, it could be someone from the West, it could be someone from the kingship in England and what have you. It's like we have to really see and read what it really said, because I see it as literally when it comes to this kind of information. You cannot play around with this kind of information, it had to be precise, that one person fits it all.
Did you hear this speech on the World Forum?
I mean, we could see them as false prophets, basically making way for the Antichrist. That comes after their play has been enruled.
Well, the Antichrist, as far as I know, can take any shape, can take any human, and if the body is willing to accept, it's even better.
Yeah, I mean, we see this even with the whole COVID vaccination thing. It's like preparing the masses, and not only preparing the masses, but the ones who are still awake and see what is going on, have not taken the vaccination. Those are, I guess. Sorry.
Those words are taboo.
Yeah.
You gotta learn to use fucking words that.
yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, let's digress back to the flat Earth, please.
Yeah, let's get back on topic. We are open to hear anybody's idea that's listening that might want to come in to discuss their ideas about where they think they live. Maybe we can have an interesting conversation. You may be able to educate us. We may be able to educate you, which more than likely will be the outcome. But we're open. We don't suggest that we are of infinite wisdom. So if you have something to present, please come in. Be heard. Make yourself clear.
Yeah, I've been observing the skies for the past week or two now, and just observing the moon. And within the last few days, the moon has been acting really weird. I don't know if this is normal, but it used to rise around 8 p.m., right? But now you don't even see it until 2 a.m. So I don't know what's going on. Kind of weird.
I think it's the Russians.
That might be it. I think it might be like behind a huge mountain that we don't see, and it's just hiding, and then it just shows up once it goes over the mountain. I don't know. But
You
it
know, I've
literally
always
just.
approached. Again,
I'm sorry. Go.
no, I've always just approached the sky with Dr. Fraser. You know, I am seeing what I'm seeing. I am seeing the sky move. I'm not sure of how it moves, but that's what I'm observing. And that never made me think about what am I living on when I looked out at the sky. And to this point, to this day, after hearing all of the debates, discussions, after learning a little bit more about some of the aged scholars, quote unquote, it still serves no purpose to where we live, looking up in the sky for me. But the moon and the sun and the mysterious, you know, they're great clocks, great maps, you know, guides, and I'm sure they have other purposes. But I'm curious as to why they restrict where we can go right here. Right? I'm curious as to why we need permission to leave if, you know, we're sovereign citizens of any nation, right? Or free in any nation. Why do we need permission then? You know, shouldn't where we going perhaps ask for permission? Should we have to ask you for permission to leave as well? I mean, that's a lot, right? So why do they have restrictions on where you can go? And just like someone said in the Truman Show, why do they keep telling us that we've discovered everything already? We've discovered everything. There's nothing to see here. Stay in your lane. Don't worry about it. We got it covered. You don't need to see what's going on. And even further, they've established military limitations where you will be met with deadly force. You know,
but not just that.
To explore. Go on.
But not just that. Even if they allow you to go, which they allow some people to go, you will go in and you will come out the same way as you went in. No way you're going to cross it to any point. You're not going to go and explore, that's for sure. Yeah, but you can visit any point, you know, they'll take you to a place and they'll say, here you are, this is the South Pole, okay, pack your bags, let's go back home. Because, you know,
George, I mean freely,
freely, they will never let you.
Yeah, it's like unless you're a navigation expert, and when you visit those places, you're not gonna notice as a normal citizen about any of this.
Imagine exploring the United States of America, yeah, as it is, with the weather conditions that it has today, yeah. It would take you ages for you to cross to the other side, from one ocean to the other, you know. Now imagine it's covered in snow with minus 50 temperature. I mean, a person, no, even a battalion of people, you know, even so, it's going to be a tremendous challenge to do so.
Right. No one says that it's going to be done in one trip. I mean, but if you have the freedom to do so, then it could be done, right? So they didn't discover America just Lewis and Clark or the Donner crew or whomever, or the gold miners. It took time. It was piece by piece by piece, you know, and that's how things are done. Things that you can't just think that you're going to go out on a boat by yourself and explore everything and come back and say, oh, I found everything. No, it's not going to happen like that. You know, you just need to be able to have the freedom to go out there and do so. And more parties would do so. And there would be more mapping of the area, more and things like that. And then you would be able to see what's out there yourself. You know, then you'd be able to come back and other people be able to go and you'd be able to redo it. Like, you know, like what they're supposed to be able to do when they went to the moon, but they can't seem to do that.
Yeah, but you got to think about the penguins, bro.
Man, listen, I would just be happy to explore the Bermuda Triangle, right? You realize that that's not on many maps, if any maps. right? But this is where Amelia Earhart disappeared, and this is where all of these things disappeared. Right here in the, at the base of the United States and the Caribbean, they have this mysterious area called the Bermuda Triangle that no one seems to speak of that much anymore, where things seem to disappear. Compasses don't seem to work, and things like that. So, I'm saying we can't even explore that. I'm not saying let's go to Antarctica. Necessarily. I'm saying you don't have the freedom to explore, is what I'm suggesting.
You would want to go to the Bermuda Triangle?
No, but even the NASA rockets, they disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle.
I most certainly would want to go to the Bermuda Triangle. Absolutely, 100% I would want to go. I am like, what's out there? What's disappearing? I mean, yes, I would like to go.
I just told you, the NASA rockets. No one can see the NASA rockets disappearing in that area in the sea that no one can go to because it's very dangerous.
I mean, same here. I would really like to go to the Bermuda Triangle because of how the magnetic flux works basically on your instruments. Are your instruments working correctly still, even if you're flying or being in part of this very region? Like, this is what I like to do, measuring my instruments that are being applied there, working correctly, or are they manipulated or not working partially, etc.
Like, it would be hell to go to, like, Antarctica. Holy shit.
Well, I wouldn't take, if I was you, obviously, I wouldn't take a gyroscope because obviously it drifts. No one found it funny. All right. It's a globe claim, isn't it? The globe claim that gyroscopes drift. Obviously, the instruments you're talking about, gyroscope would be one of them in order for you to pinpoint your position and your vector as well. But yeah.
Everything that I have been able to explore has been relatively level. I've not gone over any great curves.
Yeah, but come on, with today's technology, we could send a drone or a series of drones to explore. And they can be refueled in the air. We have the technology.
You have to get permits. You can't even go that high in the sky.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say, we have the technology. We're just assuming that it hasn't been done. It hasn't been done by us, but I'm sure the powers that be, those who are restricting us, I'm sure they have access to it. I'm sure they can explore it.
I'm pretty sure that they are meeting the same issues that they met when they pulled off Operation Fishbowl and when they tried to drill the borehole and when they try to go through deep sea exploration. They meet a certain barrier that they can't seem to proceed by. And I am sure that even the powers that be who continue to try to explore and learn the secrets and not let us in on certain things, the general public, I'm sure that they meet those same barriers. I am sure of it. I don't know it, but I'm sure of it.
Do we have a map where the triangular anomalies are happening around the world?
Anywhere, isn't it? If you have a compass, you'll see a magnetic anomaly. It's going to point north.
No,
unless you're in the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, where flux is happening, basically.
And maybe other places that we don't have access to. Maybe it doesn't just happen there. I have no idea. We're not allowed to go see. And I'm not sure that we live in the most technological advanced age. I'm sure that's what they're telling us, but I'm not sure that to be the actual fact.
Well, we don't have access to the technology just yet. It's coming out now by private means, because obviously this needs to be private. They need to make money out of it.
So you're saying the private means are even not disclosed yet?
Yeah, well, some things are coming out. Some things are coming out. Technology is being revealed, some of it.
Example?
I mean, we've seen on the other day on the coronation the features in the air made by 1,000 drones, where they did many configurations in the air.
What do you mean configurations in the air?
Yeah, phrases, faces. The drones themselves in the night sky were illuminating the night sky like a screen, almost like LED lights.
Yeah,
for lack of a better word.
It looked like a projection. Yeah.
Yeah, all made with drones, little drones. So.
Are you talking about the coordination between the drones, or
no?
In general,
the technology coming out.
What we see from them projecting or whatever.
That's correct.
Did it look holographic? Did it look holographic?
Yeah, they look like an holographic image in the air. They put them in a certain order that they'll become a giant projector, basically, so you can see whatever.
So is it like Project Bluebeam on steroids or something?
No, for what I see is, for what I understand, is small drones, a bunch of them. They can be synchronized to be in certain positions in the air, stationary or not. And they all project individual images, and altogether you'll have a ginormous screen. And you can project from that screen many different things.
Do you have a video or something like this for one example?
Man, I'm sure it's all over YouTube. It was on the coronation of the King of England a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was still pictures. It's not like a movie. They're not playing like a movie.
You can see it online. I'm sure you can find it online. The coronation just happened last week. He's 100% correct.
So it was over England for his case of celebration being made, or what is it right or not?
Well, I wouldn't consider that to be advanced technology.
Yeah, I mean, I saw videos on China doing this.
I can agree with you. Yeah, correct.
And
But it's coming out now, though.
When illuminating the background and such,
in 15 minutes.
Projecting cities.
Oh, well, I'm thinking bigger than that. I'm thinking with that type of technology, you can easily project a couple of airplanes going against towers.
There was this apocalyptic series that showed drones. They've done this a lot. That the drones would like patrol the streets in the air. I think we're going to there with drones, where they replace police officers. I could see that.
Yeah,
they have it already, man. What are you talking about? You guys are not following up. They have it already.
No, they have it, but it's not like mainstream. Like it's
no, it is mainstream. They released 3 different types of robot police. One of them looks like a dog.
Ooh.
Are you talking about the dog, the one that has like the guns on it?
Yeah, well, if it has guns, I don't know, but it looks like a dog. It's a robot. There was a TV series with something similar to this, very similar to this, actually.
But, I'm still confused. Who released them? What country?
I think it's the UK.
So you accept the reality that you're presented with, right? But if you were to step out and look at it from a third-person perspective, if you could actually do that somehow, you would see that you are already living a dystopic world. The world that you live in is already dystopic. You know, the movies that we watch are nothing but a reflection of where we live already. Just, perhaps with a little bit of hyperbole, But these things have been going on around us for years. No one has been noticing, apparently. because it's been going this way for a long time now. And I've lived long enough as well, just to circle back, that every generation has their new apocalyptic story. Whether it's through one way or one dichotomy or the other, because those are the only two dichotomies we seem to have, right? You choose from A or B, and that's it, right? And so on both sides, there's always an apocalyptic event coming in every generation that I've lived through. So, I can't say it's not happening, but I can say it's always happening.
That's true. Everything seems as it always was. I think Meme also says the same thing. You know what the common denominator is and all that? Bigotry. And I'm going to keep drilling it down in people's heads because it's single-handedly the only reason that people can't communicate. Literally, I'm having a conversation right now with a guy on Facebook, and he says, you do make a shape claim. Because I said, well, I've never made a shape claim in my life. Not, well, in my flat earth life. And he said, yeah, you do. And I said, quote me. When? He said, well, you're a flat earther, so you're making a shape claim. And I'm like, what? I was like, I've never given any dimensions, proposed any dimensions. I've never given you anything like that. And we've been speaking for years. And he's like, yeah, but if you're a flat earther, you think the earth is flat and flat is a shape. And I'm like, no, it's not. Now, if you want to get real technical, I mean, a closed 2D plane is not real. I can't be like, I can't get something in real life and go, here's a 2D plane. I'm holding it up right here. Nothing in this reality is 2D. Not even you writing on a piece of paper. So the whole point is, I had never claimed a shape ever at all. And when he understood that, he was like, okay, then so what do you mean when you say flat? Like, what? Give me your definition of flat. And I told him, well, it's not my definition. The definition of flat that fits this scenario is in or to a horizontal position. So he's like, well, how does that tie into the whole you being a flat earther thing? And I was like, listen, my man, a label doesn't define or someone's definition. Like me labeling myself something doesn't make the words that I use different from the way they're defined. They're just defined the way they are. So if you're going to think that I'm redefining words because of a label, that's kind of bigoted of you. But me, I've never made a geometric shape claim, no. So he's like, well, how does that work with the earth then? And I said, well, in navigation, they use a geostationary plane. That's horizontal, obviously. I said, so does NASA. They're quite fine with using a flattened stationary model as well. And he said, yeah, for simplified I'm like, look, okay, bottom line is, you asked me a question, I gave you the example of what I meant by flat. It's hard for them to understand and accept that they've actually just been bigots their whole existence, not really listening to anybody and forcing what they think someone's position is onto them, only to then, beat down that straw man. That's gay as fuck, man. It's gay as fuck. And I'm going to expose it every time it happens. I'm going to make you look as ugly as you possibly can.
As you should. It's just the stigma that comes along with being a flat earther and the connotation that's been assigned to it. And so people adopt that idea. And go on, Elijah. I'm sorry.
My bad. I'm switching between my Bluetooth and
I just wanted to say that the reason that's important to me is because, you know, our people, we focus on racism. But what we don't understand and recognize is it's not what it seems. And when I say it's not what it seems, I don't mean that we haven't been through what we've been through. What I'm saying is you've been taught to look at it one way, but it's actually just bigotry. If flat Earth was a color, it'd be racism. But there's this show. There's this show that I watched these guys on YouTube, and they did a review of this show, and there were a few black guys that were blindfolded and one white guy, and based on what the person was saying and apparently how they sounded, they were going to suss out who was the white guy. They tossed out a few black guys and left the white guy, and that told me, oh shit, well, they identify with him because he's from, economically the same place. That is where the relation comes from. When you're brothers, when you're from the same place and from the same experience. That's why when brothers talk a certain way or they have a certain amount of money, certain individuals will say, oh, you acting white. Because they can't relate to them. So it's bigotry anyway. It's always bigotry. And that's the reason we can't communicate. And that's the most dangerous thing on this earth, if you ask me.
That's a very nuanced conversation that you are delving into. And
that was excellent.
But yeah, I lost my train of thought. I'll come back to it in a moment.
Yeah, it's definitely something to think about,
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but I don't want to get into that.
I mean, it is what it is. Anybody that was racist against the color of somebody's skin is because they were bigoted first. The end, right? I mean...
Yeah, there's nothing to argue about. Your speech was perfect. Beautiful. There's not really much to say back. Just think on it. Pretty freaking deep.
Yeah, I'll just say it's all about culture and where you're raised and, and your environment. That's all it is.
I was trying to come back to a part where Elijah was having the discussion with the flat earther, the globe, before we got to his analogies. There was something that he said, the globe said, that I'm trying to catch on, but I can't seem to remember exactly what it was, and that's what I'm hung up on right now. I'm not hung up on the analogy. That's, I can't delve into that portion.
The flat was a shape?
Yeah, it was the response that the globe gave that I wanted to get into a little bit, but I can't remember exactly what the response was.
Yeah, my bad. Let me put my other...
I'm muted. Yeah, I'm unmuted.
Yeah, I went mad left. That was the point. The point is what the guy said. Right. Yeah, so he was saying that because I'm a flat earther, I'm making a shape claim, which is like a baseless assert. There's no reason to assert that. But then he understood or believed that flat was a shape. And then I was like, where at? When the hell is flat ever a shape in reality? Not on paper. Not in some computer model of a 2D. Like, no, actually, actual. Because I know that you don't think that because I'm a flat earther that I think that the Earth is a 2-dimensional plane. That's obviously retarded. So he said, okay, well then what are you saying flat means? And I just told him, I was like, well, in or to a horizontal position. He was like, well, how does that tie into the Earth itself? And then I said, well, navigation and even NASA. I can cite those two sources. So that was good enough? Yeah, that was it. Because then he says that they just use that for simplification reasons, right? Because maybe that's a caveat in a manual here or there. But never in those manuals does it ever says, well, at this point, you need to start changing from thinking that it's a stationary level plane to it rotating at this point, or to, having to recalibrate your instruments at this point, or anything like that. And none of the manuals, none of the navigation guides, whether it's by ocean or whether it's by air or whether it's by vehicle, does it ever say to adjust anything. Everything is taught on a flat stationary plane. And their argument is that that's for simplification purposes. Okay, well, show me the purpose where it gets deeper. Show me when we use that for navigational purposes ever.
That is
bullshit.
Such an excellent point. That's one of my favorite points, because if you ask them, okay, so where's the complicated math then? All they're gonna say is, well, you're a flirt, you wouldn't understand, so why would I waste my time? Shit like that, like weird shit. Like, bro, we're having a conversation, so I can get to the bot. Like, what do you mean? This is exactly what I want. Like, you're saying, okay, well, no, they said that, yeah, sure, but there's some complicated version. Where's that math at? It's weird.
And what I find is when you're having these discussions with people online, right? When you're presenting information, what they're doing is they're Googling it and they're giving you the Google answers, and that's all they have. It's not like they have some sort of knowledge about where they live. They don't know anything about it. They're arguing it just because that's their belief and they're stuck in it, period. Don't take their ball.
Yeah, but they disclose from the beginning. If you learn to become a pilot or a navigator of some sort, they disclose at the beginning of the instructions the Earth need to be flat and stationary for all intents and purposes.
Navigator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can navigate on a globe.
It doesn't make sense for you a few classes down the line to say, hold on a second, why are we not accounting for this or for that? Say, hello? Page number 2? So they disclose this from the beginning. That's why they don't account for anything. There's nothing to account. There is no curvature. There is no rotation. There's nothing to account for. Your destination is 2 hours away. There you go.
I have a question, and that is, would every element that is observable and measurable for us right now behave in the same way if it would be not pressurized?
Next to a vacuum, you mean?
There's no such thing. It's like at best, there's no way for me to satisfy that query for you. How would I do that? I'm gonna give you. Hold up, I got just the thing. I'm gonna give you a thought experiment instead.
Now, if this guy was a vacuum, he would need 2 containers.
Ain't that funny?
Yeah, so what is the question now?
Well, how? My response to you is there's no way to satisfy that question.
That's right. I think so too. But regardless, even though we would have no pressurized system right now, that is the firmament holding everything in place, that even then every element would behave the same it does right now to whatever is outside of basically unseen heaven, where, let's say, there are no stars, there's no pressurized system and everything. All we have is imagination in terms of how it looks like, but how the elements are made, they have the rule applied to themselves already. So therefore, it would behave the same way. The only thing I'm saying this is it has to be pressurized because the amount of air that the human needs has to be specified. And you can only do this by having a pressurized system, having living organisms thrive.
Yeah, even less next to a vacuum.
And since we're talking, did you know that when Jerusalem touches the earth, New Jerusalem, that would be actual heaven, physical heaven, real heaven being put here? We don't go up there, wherever that, it says that we would be given new bodies. Because first and foremost, think about it. If the stars are falling to the ground, whatever that even fucking means, forgive me, Lord. If all of this is happening, that means something in our system is disrupted or is changed or is not the same. We would not be able to inhabit that circumstance. But it specifically states that's why we would be some whole new shit. I'm not saying to believe it. I'm just saying even the Bible knows that there would need to be an excuse for there not being containment, is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Everybody asks, what about the no pressure, no pressure? What about more pressure? We have examples of that right here on this planet, on this plane, in the ocean, right? Where, the pressure down there is substantially more than what it is up here. But things seem to thrive down there some way or another for the additional pressure, and sometimes with complete lack of sunlight, or what appears to be a complete lack of visible sunlight, I should say.
Yeah, but you can drill a tunnel underneath that, all of that pressure, just right underneath, and the pressure doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it's the water that's causing the pressure. Obviously.
You don't have
the medium.
the Arizona